Do you really think the police are just there to eat and do nothing? Wu Ming's words stunned Shao Chun. It turns out that what was involved was not just the Sun family's bar and drugs, but a transnational criminal network. After a clever report, Shao Chun and Tao Meng were at the center of the storm. This is not just revenge, but a life-and-death showdown. Part 6. She didn't do it directly, but she is responsible for the 2 deaths. When Wan put down the information, her voice calm, but meaningful. The danger level is at least 5 stars. Then isn't it too risky to keep her in the company? Shao Chun frowned. She is useful to you, so keep her for the time being. If she is obedient, you can use her. If she is not obedient, get rid of her. When Wan smiled, with a shrewd light in her eyes. Shao Chun nodded. He knew that Wen Wan was a veteran in the business world and was never lenient in dealing with people. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go to your Aunt Wen's house for dinner. Wen Wan said leisurely. She has been learning to cook recently, and she will cook specially for you. To be honest, I'm a little jealous. She treats you better than us siblings. Shao Chun smiled awkwardly. Has Aunt Wen's cooking skills improved? Don't worry, it's much better than before. Wen Wan smiled, with an elusive look in her eyes. Coming out of Nuongwing Entertainment, Shao Chun walked toward the parking lot. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to the man and said, If you have something to say, just speak openly. Don't be sneaky. What kind of person is that? The underground parking lot was unusually quiet, and then a figure slowly walked out. It was Tao Meng. She was wearing casual clothes today. She looked at Shao Chun with sharp eyes and said coldly, Shao Chun, there are some things I must clarify. Shao Chun frowned. What else do you want to do? He had tolerated her for a long time, but this woman seemed to be clinging to him forever, like a dog's skin plaster. Shao Chun, I need to know something. Tao Meng looked determined and seemed fearless. Tell me, what do you want to do? Shao Chun closed the car door and stared at her. Tao Meng sighed, a trace of fatigue in her eyes. If you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end, but don't blame me for being ruthless. Shao Chun was furious. His relationship with this woman had been a headache for him since the beginning. Tao Meng had a good family background, but she only relied on the resources behind her. Shao Chun, I don't mean anything else. I just want to talk to you. Tao Meng's eyes were a little blurry, and he was drunk. Shao Chun raised his eyebrows slightly, and when he found that her mood was no longer so confrontational, he loosened his grip on the car keys and asked, What are you talking about? Let's find a place and have a couple of drinks. There was a barely perceptible expectation in Tao Meng's eyes. Drinking? Shao Chun looked at her warily. Tao Meng shook her head. I just want to vent. I feel a little upset. They walked into a bar. Tao Meng ordered vodka, poured 2 glasses directly, and pushed them in front of Shao Chun. I thought you didn't drink much, but it turns out you can drink quite a lot. Shao Chun smiled and said nothing. I drink less in this life. Tao Meng looked at him. Her cheeks flushed. The alcohol made her eyes even more blurred. You are a little brat. Your words have the vicissitudes of a middle-aged person. Shao Chun's heart sank, and complex emotions began to spread. Just as he was thinking, Tao Meng suddenly lowered her head, and tears unconsciously fell. It's been 6 years, and what I've been waiting for is his relics. She whispered, her voice full of helplessness. Shao Chun was silent. He finally understood that this woman was not pestering him for no reason. He promised me that he would come back and have a relationship with me after completing the mission. Tao Meng was stunned, tears streaming down her face. Shao Chun could tell that her lover must have died while on a mission. Her pain overflowed from the paralysis of alcohol, like an unbearable river of oppression, completely drowning her. Shao Chun, he was 1.9 meters tall. Tao Meng's voice was hoarse, but after cremation, only this little ashes were left. Shao Chun didn't expect that this woman's past was so tragic. He took her wine glass and was silent for a moment. Don't drink anymore. Tao Meng looked up in confusion, the alcohol getting stronger. I treated you badly before. It's been 6 years, and I really have no news from him. Shao Chun was speechless for a moment. He knew that what she was looking for was clues related to the Tongxing society. Tao Meng's tears fell wantonly, and her tone was filled with endless pain. Shao Chun in front of her remained calm. Tao Meng, don't apologize. I don't blame you, he said in a low voice. You have to cheer up and complete the unfinished business for him. Tao Meng's eyes were confused for a moment. Revenge? She had never thought about this step. As a police officer, her beliefs did not allow her to go down this path. Yes, revenge. Shao Chun looked at her directly. Most people in this world live for their parents and children. They rarely live for themselves. He spoke firmly. When the person you love dies, What rules do you have to follow? Tao Ming was stunned, and suddenly her mind went blank. I understand. She nodded slightly. Then don't drink. Xiaochen looked at her wine bottle and snatched it away. She ran to the trash can to vomit. The nausea caused by the alcohol almost made her collapse. Xiaochen handed her the water bottle and said, don't drink anymore. Go back to sleep and think about it tomorrow. Tao Ming nodded and prepared to return her seat. At this moment, a man who didn't know whether to live or die came over. Beauty, is this your first time here? I'll buy you a drink. The man's tone was frivolous. Tao Ming instinctively wanted to push him away, but he grabbed her arm. Brother, this is my friend. Xiao Chun stood up coldly. I'll be the one to help you. The man revealed his tattoo, and his voice turned threatening. I advise you to mind your own business. Xiao Chun remained calm and said, be sensible. He knew that this kind of person should not be messed with. Tao Ming looked at the man coldly. Let go. The man smiled and said, my name is Chun Long, and I own all the bars on 3rd Street. His arrogant tone made people feel a little disgusted. Tao Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. Is your boss from the Sun family? Chun Long was stunned, realizing that Tao Ming was not simple, and felt a little apprehensive. Tao Ming ignored him, took the bottle of wine from the waiter, and his eyes turned. There was a hint of poison in the aroma of the wine. Is there something added to this wine? Xiao Chun asked in a cold tone. Tao Ming smiled. I don't want to drink. I'll let you drink. Suddenly, Tao Ming pinched Chun Long's chin and quickly poured the wine into his mouth. Chun Long was caught off guard and started coughing nonstop. You dare to cause trouble in the bar? Someone come here. Chun Long was furious and called his men to come up. Tao Ming stood up, his eyes cold. Come on, let's see who is more ruthless. A group of younger brothers rushed up, and Tao Ming was like a tiger rushing down a mountain, swinging his fists quickly and fiercely. After a few minutes, the scene became quiet, and all those lying on the ground were hooligans. Chun Long's face turned pale, his mouth slightly open, and he was stunned. This is too scary. Tao Ming tidied her hair, sat down, and looked at Chun Long. Your boss is Sun Yang, right? Ask him to come see me. Do you think it's that easy to meet my boss? Chun Long sneered, with contempt in his eyes. However, before he finished speaking, his expression changed instantly. Tao Ming had grabbed his arm and twisted hard. With a snap, his finger was broken. Chun Long's howl turned into a scream of pain. I'll call right away. Tao Ming let go of him and poured the wine calmly. Call. Xiao Chen's scalp tingled as he watched all this. How about I go first? He thought to himself. Tao Ming's violence made him a little overwhelmed. Go away. What happened today has nothing to do with me. Thank you for making me understand. Tao Ming nodded slightly. Xiao Chun took 2 steps, hesitated, and then returned to her side. If I leave now, will I still be considered a man? He said in a calm voice. If I leave, I will appear to be a despicable villain. Tao Ming smiled slightly, her cheeks flushed. You are brave. Soon, Sun Yang came with a group of people, looking angry and livid. Although the Sun family was rich now, he was annoyed by these shady businesses. At present, the bar was a problem he had to take care of. Who are you? Sun Yang glanced at Xiao Chun and asked coldly. Tao Meng zet ponde kan li, Tao Meng. Sun Yang frowned. I don't know him. Is the bar not serving him well? You beat up my people and destroyed my place. You have to give me an explanation, right? Tao Meng said with a smile. Xiao Chun, this is none of your business. Don't interfere. Sun Yang turned around and threatened. Is this bar yours? Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Yes, the bar street belongs to my Sun family. Sun Yang answered confidently. That's easy. Xiao Chun nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Long's collar and pulled hard, and Chen Long fell to the ground. Xiao Chun quickly searched him and found a small bag of white powder and several bags of red pills, and raised them. Comrade police, I report that this bar is involved in drugs. Tao Ming's eyes flickered as she took the report. Explain what's going on? She stared at Sun Yang, knowing in her heart that this was Xiao Chun trying to divert fire for her. Sun Yang was completely confused. He never thought that Tao Ming was a police officer, and he never expected that Chun Long was carrying contraband. False accusation. It's all false accusation. Sun Yang roared. You can go to the police station to explain these things. Xiao Chun smiled calmly, turned to Tao Ming and said, call someone. Tao Ming immediately called the internal line, and the bar staff and customers were quickly taken to the bus and subjected to urine tests. The results showed that many people's urine contained drug components, and a large amount of hallucinogenic drugs were found on several unidentified people. This action caused quite a stir. Tao Ming was a little drunk and had rushed to the trash can of vomit several times. When Wu Ming came of rage, Tao Ming was already very weak. Tao Ming, you're not even doing your clerical job properly. It looks like you have to be suspended. Wu Ming said coldly. I didn't do this alone. The Sun family bar was involved in drugs, and Tao Ming was just doing his job. Shao Chen interrupted with a smile, speaking with confidence. Wu Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at Shao Chen. He was even more curious about the relationship between Tao Ming and Shao Chen. The two of them stood on the same front. Was there some unknown story behind them? Tao Ming, I will take all the responsibility today. Tao Ming lowered his head and said in a low voice, I know that Chun Fan's death is a big blow, but this does not mean that I can do whatever I want. But there are indeed drugs in the Sun family bar. Shao Chun added coldly. Shao Chun, do you think the police are just there to do nothing? Wu Ming looked at Shao Chun sharply. The bar street north of 3rd Street is completely controlled by the Sun family. We know who goes in and out of those bars and what goods they buy and sell. Then, why do you let them go? Shao Chun was stunned for a moment. Yinjing could not tolerate the rampant drug abuse. Uncle Wu, are you fishing? Shao Chun quickly understood. That's right, fishing. Wu Ming pressed the button lightly, and an intricate network of relationships suddenly appeared on the screen. Sun Yong, Sun Jinda, and other members of the Sun family were listed, and the red line pointed to a photo without a face, Sun Xingya. Under the photo, it was written that the second son of the Sun family. In his early years, he was wanted for suspected arms, smuggling, gang collusion, murder, and other crimes, and fled abroad. Wu Ming continued. He has now established a so-called electronic fraud park overseas and has colluded with drug trafficking groups to engage in drug transactions. There is also a cruise ship, codenamed Sky Curtain. Wu Ming added, Sky Curtain? Shao Chen's scalp numbed, and he suddenly remembered the extremely luxurious medical cruise ship cruising on the high seas. Yes, Sky Curtain. Wu Ming's expression was serious. No one has seen him since he fled the country. Recently, there was news that he might return to China. Then wouldn't our actions tonight alert the enemy? Tao Ming broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. Wu Ming sighed. It is highly likely that Sun Lao heir will not show up during your arrest tonight. What should I do? Tao Ming's face turned pale, realizing that he had caused a big disaster. It's too late to apologize. Wu Ming turned off the screen and said in a low voice, Sun Lao heir will not show up again, and Chun Fan's revenge can't be avenged. Tao Ming's eyes were dim as she lowered her head without saying a word. Chun Fan has been lurking on the Sky Curtain cruise ship and has gained the other party's initial trust. Wu Ming added, What should I do? Tao Ming's heart tightened when he heard this. You're the one he loves, so stop holding him back. Wu Ming sighed. Director Wu, I came up with the idea. Shao Chun scratched his head. Sorry, I will find a way to remedy this. How do you make up for it? Wu Ming looked at Shao Chun. I took the blame for this incident and let the Sun family think that I was taking revenge on them by using their drug-related crimes to call the police. Shao Chen's eyes were firm. In this way, Sun Lao heir might let down his guard and come back. Do you know how dangerous the Sun family is? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. You are pushing yourself to the brink of death by doing this. I have already made enemies with the Sun family. No matter what, they will come to me sooner or later. Shao Chun said in a firm tone, Instead of passively taking a beating, it is better to take the initiative. Take the initiative? Wu Ming laughed. Do you know how difficult this is? Their business has been almost completely cleaned up, and we can hardly find any substantial evidence. Even if they catch the drugs, the Sun family can find a scapegoat. Then what will you do? Wu Ming stared at Shao Chun thoughtfully. To fight crime, you need evidence, but to fight terrorism, you only need a list. Shao Chun smiled and said, I have a plan. I'll tell you when the time is right. Leave the Sun family's affairs to me. Good boy. Wu Ming patted Shao Chen's shoulder and smiled. You are quite courageous. He turned and left the office. Let's go. Things have happened. Let's try to make up for it. Shao Chen looked at Tao Ming and comforted her when he saw that she was still depressed. Tao Ming nodded and left the bureau with Shao Chun. You are quite skilled, is it Bejiquan? Shao Chen asked. My master is Lu Chongqing. Tao Ming replied calmly. I started practicing with him when I was 8 years old. Lu Chongqing? From Wuji Villa? Shao Chun was surprised. Tao Ming nodded. Yes, it's him. No wonder you are so good at Bejiquan. Shao Chun whispered. It turns out that you have the guidance of an expert. My master practices dark energy and has been practicing it for decades. Tao Ming said casually, I have been practicing for 15 years and haven't even touched the threshold. That's pretty impressive. One person can beat more than a dozen people. Shao Chan said admiringly, and then asked, "What is dark power?" "It's the internal strength in martial arts novels, but not that exaggerated." Tao Ming glanced at Shao Chun. "Do you want to learn it?" "Master is very powerful, but he never taught me real kung fu." Shao Chun sighed in his heart. Although he learned some skills at the base, he was still helpless when facing a dozen big men fighting like Tao Ming. If he could learn some real boxing and kicking kung fu, he would at least have more power to protect himself. "Contact me tomorrow afternoon, and I'll take you to see the master," Tao Ming said after a moment's silence. "Okay, thank you." Shao Chen responded quickly. "By the way, what is Director Wu's rank?" "He is at the department level, a full-fledged one, and half a level higher than the average department level," Tao Ming replied. "He has the power to mobilize police forces, including armed forces below the 1st Battalion." "Is Director Wu usually in danger?" Shao Chun asked curiously. "It will be a little dangerous, but no one dares to touch him," Tao Ming said lightly. "After all, he is facing foreign forces. If you really touch him, it would be like declaring war." "Understand. Go back and see you tomorrow afternoon," Shao Chun said. Tao Ming nodded and took a taxi to leave. At the same time, in the Sun family villa, son Jinda angrily smashed his favorite vase, his heart full of anxiety and anger. "Grandpa, it was Shao Chun who reported that our bar had contraband and brought the police," son Yong said in a trembling voice. "If it weren't for him, everything would have gone smoothly for us." Son Jinda had a gloomy face and walked around the room in a hurry. "Shao Chun, is he crazy? Huang San protects him. Does he think he can ignore us?" "Grandpa, Shao Chun is obviously targeting our Sun family." Sun Yang took the opportunity to interrupt. "If we can deal with him, we can cooperate with Song Zian smoothly." Sun Jinda's expression turned cold. He pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. "Contact your second uncle and ask him to find some people abroad." "I understand, Grandpa. I will definitely get it done," Sun Yang responded. The next afternoon, Shao Chun came to Wen Yi's house and rang the doorbell. Wen Wan opened the door herself, and when she saw it was Shao Chun, she happily took the things and said, "Shao Chun, come in quickly." Shao Chun walked into the villa. Wen Wan and Old Wen were both there, and the atmosphere was warm. Old Wen smiled and greeted Shao Chun. "Shao Chun is here. Come and sit down." "Hello, Mr. Wen. Hello, Aunt." Shao Chun greeted with a smile. "Shao Chun, please sit down first. I'll go cook," Wen Yi said with a smile. "Do you need help?" Shao Chun asked, still a little doubtful. "No, go and rest." Wang Yi answered confidently. Shao Chun stood in the kitchen and watched her busy. She cut vegetables and stir-fried. Her movements became more and more skillful, and she even learned to flip the pan. He couldn't help but sigh that she had improved a lot compared to last time. Sister Zhao looked at Wen Yi's progress and said with a smile, "Master Shao, you are so lucky." Mr. Wen never cooked before, but he spent a lot of time learning how to cook this meal today. Shao Chen's heart warmed up, and as he looked at the woman in front of him, a strong desire surged in his heart. He suddenly thought how great it would be if Wen Yi was his mother. He had never experienced true maternal love, but only knew that every mother loved her children deeply. The food was served, including green blanched lettuce, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Each dish was delicious, and the pigeon soup was fragrant. "Okay, time to eat," Wen Yi said softly, beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead, looking tired yet excited. Wen Wan served a bowl of rice and said, "Try it quickly. This is the first time I've tried my sister's cooking." Shao Chun took the rice and picked up a piece of braised pork. The meat was soft and melted in his mouth. He felt warm in his heart. Maybe this is the warmth of a family. "How is it?" When he looked at Shao Chun expectantly. "It's delicious. This is the most delicious dish I have ever eaten." Shao Chun took a deep breath, tears welling up in his eyes. "Then eat more." When he finally felt relieved. "Wen Yi, your cooking skills have improved a lot." Old Wen praised with a smile, feeling happy. "Dad, you eat too." Wen Wan turned around and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The Wen family's family dinner was very lively, but the joy was interrupted by an unexpected guest. Shao Wanli suddenly came to the door. When he saw Shao Chen's close relationship with the Wen family, his brows furrowed unconsciously. Shao Chen's ability gradually emerged, and his company had risen rapidly, cooperating in national defense and aerospace, and quickly surpassed the Shao family's decades of accumulation. "What are you doing here?" Elder Wen asked coldly. "See how Wen Yi is recovering." Shao Wanli pretended to be calm. You shouldn't care about these things. You should go and see your precious son. Wanli said sarcastically. Your Shao family is still taking credit. Her words made Shao Wanli's face turn gloomy. When E is my daughter-in-law. Shao Wanli forced a smile and was about to say something but was interrupted by Old One. You have been extremely wary of Wen E over the years. Old Man Wen snorted. This marriage has long been in name only. When Shao Guqing comes back, we will end it. Shao Wanli's expression changed, but he still forced himself to smile. Let the past be the past. Let's sit down and have a good talk. You can let go of the past, but I can't. Wanli suddenly looked up, tears flashing in her eyes. My child is lost, and I will never be able to get over it in my life. Anwen, don't get excited. You're not feeling well. Shao Chun hurriedly comforted her. Master Shao, if you have nothing to do, please leave. No one welcomes you here. Shao Chun said coldly. Do you know who you were talking to? Shao Wanli's face turned gloomy. I know, Patriarch Shao, the giant in Yinjing. Shao Chun made no secret of his sarcasm. People like me probably have to be careful with their words. Shao Wanli was furious, but he held back. Elder Wen ordered coldly, send the guest away. Shao Wanli had no choice but to leave, and the atmosphere suddenly became more relaxed. What exactly does he want to do? Shao Chun was full of doubts. Wen Wan sighed. He wants to win you over. The Shao family's decline is approaching, and he hopes you can help him. The more he acts like this, the less I'll pay attention to him. Shao Chun sneered. Not long after, Shao Chun decided to leave the Wen family. As soon as he left the house, Shao Wanli came up to him again. Shao Chun, want to chat? He asked with a somewhat arrogant look. Shao Chen's heart moved, and he decided to use this opportunity to understand his true intentions. Get in the car. He nodded in agreement. In the car, Shao Wanli picked up the wine glass and gently shook the red wine, his eyes vague. The company has been developing well recently, right? Not bad. Shao Chen nodded gently. AI big data is being valued by aerospace and national defense, and the two sides have already cooperated. However, bionic technology cannot be used for civilian purposes for the time being, and it is still a long way from being implemented. Shao Wanli felt a little jealous. Looking at Shao Chun, he couldn't help but question. Why can a grandson who comes from a poor family and has a bad foundation have such a powerful ability? And he, the grandson who has been trained with a lot of money since he was a child, has no talent at all. You are too kind, it's all luck. Shao Chun smiled lightly, took a sip of the wine glass, and looked directly at Shao Wanli. Master Shao, what do you want to talk to me about? Shao Wanli put down the wine glass, his eyes sharp. Yinjing is not a place where everyone can take root. You have the ability, but lack background and connections. And these, the Shao family has them. What do you see in me? Shao Chen raised his eyebrows and sneered. Because I am optimistic about you. Shao Wanli suppressed his inner displeasure. We may be from the same clan. He suddenly revealed his trump card. Agree to let me invest in Chun Hai Group, and the Shao family will protect you for life. Shao Chun sneered silently. Why would the Shao family protect me? We are not related at all. What do you think of me? I just see the potential of your company. Do you really think I need the Shao family's charity? Shao Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. The two confronted each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Shao Chun felt the oppression brought by Shao Wanli, but he was not moved at all. Master Shao, put me down, so as not to dirty your car worth tens of millions. Shao Wanli glared at him. Do you know how many people want to get the protection of the Shao family? You know, so what? I don't need it. Shao Chun changed the subject, but he was secretly happy in his heart. The car stopped, and Shao Chun opened the door and got out without any hesitation. You don't have to condescend to see me again in the future. Shao Wanli's face was gloomy. This is your last chance. If you miss it, you will regret it. Thank you for reminding me. Shao Chen dare not say that he will not regret it in his life, but I will never regret this. Turning away, Shao Chun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Shao Wanli's exasperated look, Shao Chun felt relieved. He called a car casually, took out his mobile phone to contact Tao Meng, and made an appointment to go to Wuji Villa to visit her master, Lu Chongqing, in the afternoon. This is a master of Bajiquan. It is said that he can knock a cow unconscious with one palm. He is a real master. Shao Chun is a little worried about his fighting ability. Although he is good at dealing with ruffians, he is a little unconfident when he meets a real master. Wuji Villa is located deep in Yinjiao, backed by mountains and rivers, and has a quiet environment. Entering the manor, what comes into view is a spacious bluestone square with a brown path in the middle leading directly to the main hall. The main hall is antique, with blue bricks and green tiles, and the sun shines on the glazed roof. Tao Meng walked toward a man in a white training suit and smiled. Brother, this is Shao Chun. Shao Chun, brother Lu Shao. Hello, brother. Shao Chun greeted, and Lu Shao nodded. Follow me. Master is waiting. They came to the main hall, where an old man in his 70s was sitting on the master's chair, looking energetic. This old man was the famous Bejiquan master Lu Chongqing in Yanjing. Master, I'm here to see you. Tao Meng walked up quickly with a bright smile. Lu Chongqing's eyes were like lightning, and he nodded gently. Sit, sit. Shao Chen carefully observed the Bejiquan master and couldn't help but feel awe in his heart. Although this body is old, his eyes reveal an incomparable sense of majesty and power. Lu Chongqing put down the tea bowl with a smile and waved to Tao Meng. Little girl, you haven't come to see me for so long. Come, let the master take a good look at you to see if you have grown taller. Master, how old am I? How can I grow taller? Tao Meng smiled playfully and squatted beside him. Have you fallen behind in Kung Fu? Lu Chongqing stroked her head gently. That doting look was his unique love for Tao Meng. No, I persist every day. Tao Meng smiled brightly. That's good. Bejiquan emphasizes both internal and external cultivation. Lu Chongqing sighed. Remember, Chinese martial arts are practiced in the 3 hottest days of summer and the 3 coldest days of winter. Tao Meng nodded and suddenly pointed to Shao Chun on the side. Master, this is my friend Shao Chun. He wants to learn some boxing and Kung Fu. Lu Chongqing raised his eyebrows. Learn Kung Fu. Looking at Shao Chun. He is too old and his bones are not formed. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to achieve anything. Master, just try him. Tao Meng acted coquettishly and shook Lu Chongqing's arm. Lu Chongqing sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll make an exception for once. You come and try his level. Thank you, senior. Shao Chun stepped forward and said respectfully. Sorry for bothering me today. Why do you want to learn Kung Fu? Lu Chongqing asked. To have more self-protection ability. Shao Chun was concise and clear, without too much embellishment. Honest. Lu Chongqing nodded. But I'm old, my bones are not formed, and it's difficult to achieve great success in 3 to 5 years. Shao Chun smiled. I can endure the hardship. Okay, Shao, try him. Lu Chongqing waved his hand to instruct. Yes, master. Lu Shao bowed lightly and walked toward Shao Chun. He whispered, Mr. Shao, please. Before he finished speaking, Lu Shao punched Shao Chun with a thunderous punch. Shao Chun reacted quickly, dodged, and locked his backhand, and then fought back. Although Lu Xiao's offensive was not urgent, each move was accurate and powerful, and the power was generated from within. Shao Chun gradually felt that he was unable to do it. Although he stabilized his lower body, he was already tired. Lu Chongqing raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew Lu Xiao's strength. Ordinary people would have fallen down in the face of such an attack, but he was surprised that Shao Chun could hold on until now. Suddenly, Lu Xiao stepped forward and punched Shao Chun in the chest with a violent dark force. Lu Chongqing stood up suddenly. No. A word flashed through Tao Meng's mind. It's over. If this punch hits, Shao Chun will be seriously injured. But at that moment, Shao Chun felt a surge of heat in his body, as if his potential was activated. He punched back and met Lu Xiao's powerful attack. The two fists collided, and the air seemed to solidify, and Shao Chun's power surged like a torrential flood. Lu Xiao's face changed. Although his dark force was powerful, he felt a sharp pain when he came into contact with Shao Chun's power, and he retreated again and again. Do you understand dark force? Lu Chongqing looked at Shao Chun in astonishment. I don't understand. Shao Chun was stunned. Lu Chongqing quickly grabbed Shao Chun's wrist and used force to stop him. But when the dark energy touched Shao Chun, it was rebounded. Is this the orthodox Taoist dark energy? Lu Chongqing looked at Shao Chun in shock. He suddenly reflected that Shao Chun's counterattack force was beyond the dark energy of his apprentice. Have you practiced Kung Fu for 10 years? Lu Chongqing asked. I practice Yunjin every morning, and I have persisted for 10 years. Shao Chun seemed to have some epiphany. He never realized that these practices actually allowed him to inadvertently master the Taoist true Kung Fu. No wonder you have such an amazing reaction. Lu Chongqing was shocked, and his intuition told him that Shao Chun was not just an ordinary person. Who are you? Lu Chongqing stared at Shao Chun, and a complex emotion arose in his heart. Lu Chongqing nodded gently. You didn't realize it yourself? No wonder. He raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Your dark energy is very strong, but you lack practical experience, and your bones are good. If you take a few days a week, I can teach you Chinese martial arts, and with your dark energy, your future is limitless. Xiao Chun was shocked. Really? Thank you so much, senior. Nominal disciple. Lu Chongqing waved his hand. Tao Meng is my last disciple. I will accept you as a nominal disciple at most. Xiao Chun bowed his head and saluted respectfully. Okay, master. After leaving the villa, Xiao Chun has become Lu Chongqing's nominal disciple, but his heart is full of doubts. He actually unconsciously activated the dark energy. What secret is hidden behind this? You actually know dark power? Tao Meng looked at him with curiosity in her eyes. How many secrets do you have? Xiao Chun frowned. Is dark power difficult to practice? Tao Meng sneered. The third level and ninth realm of dark power. Master has practiced for decades, but he hasn't even broken through the second level. We have been learning for more than 10 years, but we still haven't even touched the door. Xiao Chun was stunned. So difficult? Tao Meng sighed. Are you lucky or talented? I really admire you. Xiao Chun was shocked. Could it be that master is really a hidden master? He himself didn't realize the power of dark power at all. Does it mean that he has been enlightened by some master? We agreed to deal with the Sun family. How are you going to do it? Tao Meng's expression became serious. The Sun family will not return to China for the time being, but they will take action soon. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. Just wait and see. If we force them into a hurry, we can get things done. How do we make the fire burn more vigorously? Tao Meng raised an eyebrow. Opportunities are created by people. Xiao Chun left a mysterious sentence and turned away. Tao Meng was stunned, full of questions. Xiao Chen's actions made her more and more confused, but also more and more attracted to her. A few days later, Xiao Chun was immersed in campus life. After class, he returned to the dormitory and saw Lao Mo and Tao Zi busy. What are you doing? Xiao Chun went over. Lao Mo was cutting open the fish and said proudly, making fish hot pot, waiting for you to enjoy it. The fish slices were as thin as cicada wings. The soup was milky white, and the dipping sauce of ginger and chili made it taste even more tempting. Lao Mo, you are really good at killing fish. Xiao Chun praised. My family sells fish for more than 10 years. Tao Zi explained with a smile. Just as they were eating with relish, someone suddenly shouted, Xiao Chun, someone is looking for you downstairs. Xiao Chun put down his chopsticks and ran to the window. Looking from the window on the third floor, Song Zian was standing downstairs and waving. Xiao Chun, accompany me to the museum. She waved with a smile. Okay. Xiao Chun responded and went downstairs. At the window, Lao Mo and Tao Zi looked at each other. Tao Zi was surprised and said, Song Zian, a freshman in botany? I've seen her on the list. He turned to Xiao Chun, his eyes full of doubts. You're hiding it well. Come on, introduce yourself. Song Zian raised her hand and smiled. Hi, I'm Song Zian, Xiao Chen's friend. Hello, classmate Song. Tao Zi and Lao Mo responded in surprise. Xiao Chun smiled slightly, but more questions emerged in his heart. What kind of waves will this meeting cause? Chapter 366, we just got together. I heard that there are a lot of beautiful girls in botany. You must introduce them to us if you have the chance. Tao Zi shouted rudely. Xiao Chun dragged his head back, then quickly changed his clothes and shoes and went out. As soon as I changed, I felt two cold gazes in the room. Lao Mo and Tao Zi looked at Xiao Chun with resentful eyes. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Chun asked puzzledly. Xiao Chun, tell me the truth. How did you become so lucky in love? Tao Zi pulled Xiao Chun and asked, why are there so many beauties around you? This is my classmate. Is there any problem? Xiao Chun asked curiously. There's a problem. Why are all your classmates beautiful? Tao Zi said angrily. And this one's family is said to own a bank. I find you have the potential to be a gigolo. A bank owner? Lao Mo's eyes were red with anger. He held Xiao Chun's hands tightly with both his hands. Xiao Chun, go Fukui. Just stop it. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two people were really too mean. He quickly changed his clothes, went downstairs, then waved to his two roommates on the third floor whose eyes were red with envy, and then left with Song Zian. Xiao Chun, you have a good relationship with your roommate. Song Zian said with a grin, I have a few single sisters over there. Let's get together when we have time. Okay, it's time for those old bachelors to find girlfriends. Xiao Chun nodded seriously. You're not single? Song Zian glanced at Xiao Chun strangely. Me? I'm single. Xiao Chun was stunned. What did Song Zian mean by this? Was she going to go back on her word? Someone has never confessed to me. Song Zian said somewhat unhappily. So now I say you're single. Is there a problem? That's indeed the truth, but you can't say it that way. Xiaochen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I feel like we were just one step away from each other. You can't just assume that I'm single. That won't work. Even if there's a layer of paper between us, it won't break through. Song Zian snorted. She is still upset about being interrupted when she confessed her feelings last time. Having missed it last time, this bastard just pretends nothing happened? That wouldn't work. He had to say those 3 words. Okay, I'll remember it. Don't worry, I will take it seriously. Shao Chun pondered. How is your cousin's condition? Shao Chun asked again. I have been recovering in the hospital. Fortunately, the matching was very successful and the operation was also very successful. Song Zian said, I believe that within a few months, she will be able to become a normal person. She also said that she felt better after a while and thank you in person. That's good. No need to thank me. Let her recover first. Shao Chun said. Speaking of which, Shao Chun, my sister has really completely forgotten about you. I found that she can't remember you at all. Song Zian sighed and said, I feel like the relationship between you two is quite complicated. How could she have forgotten about you? It doesn't matter. In fact, forgetting me is a good thing for her. Shao Chen smiled. As long as Xunzi is fine, it's good that she has a memory gap. Otherwise, Shao Chen really didn't know how to deal with his relationship with her. When they arrived at the museum, the two showed the QR code they had agreed on and walked in. Song Zian was still holding the SLR camera, and when she saw something that interested her, she would go up and take some beautiful photos. Just as the two were discussing a piece of history, an uninvited guest arrived. Sun Yong. This time he did not bring a group of bodyguards with him. He was wearing a neat suit, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and walked straight towards Song Zian. Ziyan, why are you here again? Song Zian's interest was suddenly interrupted. Looking at Sun Yang's appearance, she frowned. What are you doing? Ziyan, I came to see you today because I have something important to tell you. Sun Yang ignored Shao Chun beside Song Ziyan. He looked directly into Song Ziyan's eyes. Please give me some time. Just a few minutes will be enough. I don't have time. Song Ziyan rejected him directly. It's just a few minutes. It won't keep you too long. Sun Yang's tone was almost begging. Just give me a few minutes to finish what I want to say, and I'll leave right away, without any further entanglement. Song Ziyan originally wanted to pull Shao Chun away, but she thought about it and felt that Sun Yang was a dogskin plaster. If she didn't give him a few minutes today, he would probably keep pestering her. She didn't want to waste such a good time on this person. You said 5 minutes. Song Ziyan started counting directly. Ziyan, we have known each other for almost 20 years, since childhood. Sun Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Our parents are also old friends, so we can be considered childhood sweethearts. Pick up the key points. Song Ziyan's brows slightly frowned. She really didn't want to listen to the nonsense he said. I think you understand my feelings. Sun Yang looked straight into Song Ziyan's eyes. I am now officially confessing to you, Song Ziyan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? As Sun Yang spoke, he actually knelt down on one knee, then reached out and took out a ring. This is a diamond ring I specially ordered. This ring represents that our love will last forever. Sun Yang's confession quickly attracted attention. Many people gathered around, and some even shouted in the crowd, promise him, marry him. Promise him, promise him. A large group of extras around were shouting with all their might, and there was even a sense of excitement. They even wished they could take over the diamond ring from Song Ziyan's hand. The atmosphere was so tense that Song Ziyan's face looked gloomy and he almost looked like he was dripping with water. Sun Yang is forcing her. This is just the beginning, and there will be more troubles waiting for her in the future. Just when she was about to get angry, Shao Chun shook her hand and stood in front of her. Sun Yang, this way of expressing love is quite thoughtful. Look how hard the extras are working. I guess they must have paid a lot of performance fees, right? Shao Chun said with a smile. Shao Chun, get out of the way. What happened today has nothing to do with you. There was a hint of anger in Sun Yang's eyes. To him, Shao Chun's appearance was a surprise. He believed that if it weren't for Shao Chun, he and Song Ziyan would have probably already decided on their marriage. The Sun family's grand plan is now proceeding as planned. He felt that Shao Chun was his destined nemesis, a thorn in his side. How was it nothing to do with me? You confessed to my girlfriend in front of me, and you said it has nothing to do with me? Shao Chun asked back. Song Ziyan looked up at Shao Chun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Your girlfriend? When did she become your girlfriend? Are you guys confirmed in your relationship? Sun Yang was so furious. It's confirmed. Shao Chun looked surprised. You don't know? I don't know. When was it confirmed? Sun Yang roared angrily. Just now, Shao Chun held Song Zian's hand. Zian, don't you think so? Yes. Song Zian rolled his eyes at Shao Chun and nodded. Just now? I was confessing my feelings just now. Sun Yang was furious. Chapter 367, What are you planning? He had originally prepared a surprise outside, and today he had carefully prepared a confession. All these extras who were watching were invited by him. He put a lot of effort into preparing for today. However, he did not expect that the scene he had carefully planned was once again ruined by Shao Chun. You confessed, but I rejected you. Song Zian said. Sun Yang, there's no chance between us. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Ziyan. Sun Yang suppressed his inner anger and pointed at Shao Chun. What's so good about this person? He was just lucky. Putting all that aside, he is an orphan without a father or a mother. I have a family background and a strong background. My future development will definitely be better than his. If you don't consider yourself, you have to consider the future of your Song family. Sun Yang, are you threatening me? Song Zian finally got angry. You have always been using our family backgrounds and our elders to pressure me. We are just ordinary friends, and you are trying to control me through some external force? Then I can't imagine what the future of the Song family will be like if we are together. I have my own thoughts, so you can throw away those unrealistic ideas of yours, understand? Zian, that's not what I meant. Sun Yang was stunned and quickly explained. You just accidentally said what you were thinking deep down. Shao Chun looked at Sun Yang with a playful expression. Family background? What did the Sun family's ancestors do? How did your grandfather make his fortune? You really don't have any idea? Shao Chun, shut up. Sun Yang's face turned blue and he almost yelled. He hated it most when others mentioned his family's history of success. After all, it was not very glorious. If his second uncle had not come ashore and cleared his name in time, and taken all the blame and fled far away, the Sun family would probably not exist now. However, Shao Chun just wanted to hit on his sore spots. What? You can't talk about what you did. Shao Chun smiled. So what qualifications do you have to mention your family background to me? Just because your great-grandfather was a bandit and your grandfather was a gang leader? Just shut up. Sun Yang was so angry that he punched Shao Chun. Shao Chun squeezed his fist gently and then held his fist. He looked at Sun Yang with a teasing expression. You are chasing Ziyan, but you actually have another purpose, right? After all, the Song family's bank has strong financial resources, which is enough to support your second uncle to arm a team abroad. Your Sun family has been selling off assets in Beijing since the past year. What do you want to do? Sun Yang's expression changed completely. He stared at Shao Chun intently, and his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Shao Chun, let go. Shao Chun. Song Zian pulled Shao Chun's hand and shook her head at him with a worried look on her face. Shao Chun knew that she was worried about him. After all, she knew the power of Sun Yang's family. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll forgive you this time. Shao Chun let go of Sun Yang. He tried not to do it in front of Song Zian because she would worry, and the guy in front of him was not worth making Song Zian worry about. He held Song Zian's hand and was about to leave. However, an angry roar from Sun Yang was heard behind him, followed by a faint stabbing pain. This was Shao Chun's instinctive reaction to danger. The other party had drawn his knife. Although the knife had not arrived yet, the sense of crisis was unmistakable. Shao Chun hugged Song Zian and turned his body to avoid Sun Yang's knife. Sun Yang, who failed to stop, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Shao Chun, I'm going to kill you today. Sun Yang roared and rushed towards Shao Chun like a madman. Since you have to take action, Shao Chun doesn't need to indulge you. He clenched his right hand and punched Sun Yang's wrist, and the dagger in Sun Yang's hand fell to the ground. Then a heavy slap hit Sun Yang's face, and he fell to the ground with a thud. This guy still wanted to get up, so Shao Chun stepped on his head and pushed it back down. Shao Chun, I won't let you go. Just wait for me. Sun Yang lay on the ground, still shouting. I'm waiting. Please don't let me go. Shao Chun grabbed his hair, lifted his head up, and then slammed his head back to the ground. With a scream, his mouth hit the ground and blood gushed out. He covered his mouth and curled up into a ball, not daring to utter another word. Shao Chun. Song Zian was a little at a loss. It's okay, he started at first. Shao Chun comforted him. I'll go to the police station and make a statement later. That's not what I'm worried about. Sun Yang's family. Song Zian hesitated to speak. I know everything. Don't worry. I will take care of it. Shao Chun said with a smile. I will have someone send you back first. I will contact you after I have dealt with things here. Since you are like this, I have to go to the police station with you. Song Zian stomped her feet. I have someone inside, don't worry. If you follow me, you won't be able to find out my true strength. Shao Chun said with a smile. But Song Zian hesitated to speak. I've sent someone to pick you up. Shao Chun said seriously. I'll explain Sun Yang's matter to you later. Now, just listen to me and go back and wait, okay? Seeing Shao Chen's serious expression, Song Zian no longer insisted. She could only nod gently. Okay, I'll listen to you. It's okay. It will be resolved soon. Shao Chun smiled with a relaxed look. Someone called the police, and they arrived quickly. The person leading the team was Tao Meng. When Sun Yang saw her, he was completely stunned. It was this woman who led people to raid his nightclub. He remembered this incident. But when she called the police, it was this woman who came in person. Something was wrong. Tao Meng didn't say much and took Shao Chun and Sun Yang back to the police station. What happened today? Tao Meng called Shao Chun to the office alone and asked. It was an accident. This guy is my competitor. Shao Chun casually explained the relationship between Sun Yang and Song Zian. In other words, if you hadn't appeared, the Song family and the Sun family would have most likely married. Tao Meng quickly figured out the reason. Yes, that's probably what it means. Shao Chun nodded slightly. The Sun family has other purposes, right? Tao Meng frowned. Yes, they will form an alliance with the Song family, and then find a way to swallow up the Song family. Then the Song family's bank will fall into their hands. Shao Chun nodded gently. This amount of money is huge. I think the Sun family is not just swallowing up the Song family. They must have ulterior motives behind the scenes. And Sun Yang is desperate this time. I have reason to believe that they have some plan waiting to be implemented, and the Song family is the most important link. Chapter 368. Public or Private Settlement. I'll go and interrogate Sun Hao. He was charged with stabbing someone. I'll detain him for a few days first. Tao Meng said. No, there's no point in detaining him for a few days. Let him go. I'll make peace with him. Shao Chun said. This guy will be desperate next time. When people are irrational, they tend to reveal more of their secrets. Tao Meng thought about it seriously, then nodded gently. Okay, let's do as you say. But the necessary procedures still need to be followed. I'll ask my colleagues to mediate. Okay. Shao Chun nodded. After all, Tao Meng was the one who took down the Sun family's business, so it was not convenient for her to show up. She called a friend from the criminal police team to come and coordinate the matter. Sun Hao's face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was still oozing from the bandaged areas. He looked miserable, and the wounds on his body were aching. A policeman brought Shao Chun in. When Sun Yang saw Shao Chun, his face turned even darker. Shao Chun sat opposite Sun Yang. Sun Yang stared at Shao Chun viciously, with an almost cannibalistic look. Sun Yang, your case is not a big deal. Let's mediate it. The policeman put down the transcript in his hand. He beat me like this. Do you think this can be reconciled? Sun Yang pointed at his own pig-like face. Why not? Shao Chun glanced at Sun Yang. At most I can just pay you a little more money. Our situation is considered a fight, and you were the first to start it. The wound on your face isn't even a minor one. I'll just pay you 5,000 yuan for your medical expenses. 5,000 yuan? Do you think I'm a beggar? Sun Yang was so angry that he laughed. He shouted, I don't accept mediation. My lawyer will be here soon. Shao Chun, this matter is not over yet. Just wait for me. Then there's no room for negotiation. Shao Chun spread his hands and said, I don't care. I can afford it. Sun Yang, this is the murder weapon you used. The police took out the dagger and sealed it in a plastic bag. He said seriously, strictly speaking, this dagger is a controlled knife, and there are barbs on the back of the knife. Once it pierces a person, it will cause heavy bleeding and put the person's life in danger. If you don't accept mediation, then we will go through the formal procedures. It's hard to say how the judge will decide then. I'm the victim. Look at what my face has been beaten like. Sun Yang pointed at his own face angrily. You guys are trying to protect Shao Chun, right? Okay, then there's nothing to talk about. I'll just wait for my lawyer to come. We police officers don't protect anyone. The police officer said seriously, and your statement is wrong. You're not a victim. You only fought but never hit anyone. And since Shao Chun was holding a controlled knife to commit the crime, his actions could be considered as legitimate self-defense. If the matter becomes serious, and you're holding a controlled knife and injuring someone, you will be sentenced to 3 to 6 months in prison. Even if your lawyer comes, he will not support you in settling the case publicly. Sun Yang's face looked very ugly. He, the young master's son, had never suffered such injustice since he was a child. He was beaten up, and he was asked to reconcile, and the other party also wanted to pay him 5,000 yuan? This is simply an insult, isn't it? He is the one who needs the $5,000? Shao Chen was not in a hurry. He said slowly, young master son will definitely not reconcile. His son family is so big and powerful, and his connections are so strong. How could he possibly suffer this loss? I don't think there's any need for mediation. Just let the court decide it. The expression on Sun Yang's face was somewhat uncertain. After considering the current situation of the Sun family, he still felt that he could not take the risk. After all, the Sun family is in a turbulent time right now, and senior executives are being imprisoned one after another. His grandfather had already said that it was very likely that the higher-ups had already set their sights on the Sun family. Therefore, their plan must be implemented as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the people above really notice it, the Sun family will be completely finished. If he gets involved in a lawsuit at this juncture, he will be in big trouble. Sun Yang, please think about it. The policeman said, Shao Chun doesn't want to mediate, but I think there is no need to make a big deal out of this matter. If you really don't want to mediate, then we will handle it publicly. As for how long it will take, it's hard to say. The expression on Sun Yang's face changed again and again. Finally, he sat down dejectedly and was silent for a long time before nodding. Well, if that's the case, let's settle it privately. 5,000 yuan. Shao Chun said, the most I can pay you is 5,000 yuan. No need. Keep these 5,000 yuan as a deposit for your own dating agency. Sun Yang looked at Shao Chun with gritted teeth. Then he simply signed the mediation agreement and left. But he looked quite angry and frustrated, and it seemed that he was really angry this time. Shao Chun called Song Zian to report that he was safe, and then waited for Tao Meng to finish the handover before coming out together. How is it? Tao Meng asked. Reconciliation made that guy very angry. Shao Chun thought for a while and said, be careful when you go out in the next few days. I think that guy is already very angry. As the saying goes, a corner dog will jump over the wall. He will definitely take crazy revenge soon. Then you must be careful too. Tao Meng raised her head and stared at Shao Chun. Thank you. Don't thank me. Not everything I did was just for you, Shao Chun said. I have a grudge against the Sun family. If I don't deal with them, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well. The power of the Sun family is terrifying, especially the second son who is abroad. He is even more cruel and insane. Tao Meng asked, are you really not afraid at all? Trouble has come to you. Is it useful to be afraid? Shao Chen asked back, if there is trouble, find a way to solve it. It is useless to be afraid blindly. That makes sense. Tao Meng nodded gently, and then she smiled and said, I'll treat you to a midnight snack as a thank you. Okay. Shao Chun agreed immediately. A few kilometers behind the police station, there's a small street full of food stalls. Many stalls are open until 3 in the morning. There are not many people at this time. So Tao Meng takes Shao Chun to a small stall where they often eat. Uncle Zhang, 2 bowls of wontons, the same as usual. Tao Meng took Shao Chun to sit down. Okay, wait a moment, Xiao Tao. The stall owner took a rag and wiped the table clean quickly. Although it is a small stall, everything is cleaned thoroughly. The stall owners are a couple in their 50s. The people are very welcoming, the portions are quite large, and the taste is very good. Sometimes when I'm on night shift, I'll come here to eat something. Uncle Zhang and his wife's wontons are especially delicious. Tao Meng smiled and said, don't be disgusted. Don't mind. I come from the countryside, and I'm not picky. Shao Chun sat down opposite her. But you come from a good family. I didn't expect you to come to a place like this to eat. Shao Chun said, my background is not important. My family has been policemen for 3 generations. My police number is a restarted police number from my father. Tao Meng said, Chapter 369 Danger is coming. My grandfather was very strict with me when I was very young, so I don't have the problems that the children of wealthy families have. When did your father die? Shao Chun looked at Tao Meng. When I was 9 years old, Tao Meng said, I died at the hands of drug dealers. He is a man worthy of admiration, said Shao Chun. But he's not a good father because he abandoned everyone. Tao Meng said, after a moment of silence. Shao Chun didn't know what to say for a moment. Tao Meng came from a police family. Before his retirement, my grandfather was a big shot in the police force. Logically speaking, a man of his level would not let his son carry out a dangerous mission. But Tao Meng's father also walked up step by step like a normal police officer. Shao Chun raised a cup in his hand. Let me use tea instead of wine to toast your father and Chun Fan. Their deaths will not be in vain. Tao Meng's tears suddenly welled up. She raised the cup, clinked it with Shao Chen's, and then drank it in one gulp. You have to remember, Shao Chun said. The reason they died is to make this country a better place. You have to carry on with their unfinished journey and unfulfilled wishes, so that they will have no regrets in their afterlife. I will. Tao Ming wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded vigorously. At this moment, a big man at the next table slammed the bowl in his hand on the table. At the same time, a deep and fierce voice came. Boss, another bowl. Spicy, hurry up. The voice was full of intimidation and made people shudder. Shao Chun and Tao Ming turned back unconsciously at the same time, only to see three people sitting at the next table. A bald man about 1.9 meters tall with his belly exposed, his fat almost crushed the chair. The other one was skinny and was desperately trying to stuff food into his mouth. The last one was short, with dark yellow skin, like a monkey, but his eyes were flashing with a sinister light, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. There were already more than a dozen empty bowls piled up around the three of them. The thin man was eating desperately, as if he was a starving ghost reincarnated. The bald guy even scooped a can of chili directly into his bowl and ate it with relish. Shao Chen frowned. These three people gave off the aura of desperados. His intuition told him that these three people were extremely dangerous. Tao Ming, who was skilled in the field, was even more keenly aware of this step. She stood up, walked up to the three people, and showed her ID. Police, please show us your ID cards. The fat man and the thin man were only concerned with eating and ignored Tao Ming at all. The man with dark yellow skin, short and thin stature, who looked like a monkey, glanced at Tao Ming indifferently. Then he said calmly, Police? Eating a meal shouldn't be against the law, right? It's not illegal, but you have an obligation to cooperate with me. Tao Ming stretched out her hand. ID card immediately right now. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, but the three remained indifferent. This made Tao Ming even more alert. She immediately took out her cell phone and called her colleagues for reinforcement. However, just as he took out his cell phone, the fat man who looked like a mountain of flesh suddenly jumped up, swung his fist, and hit Tao Ming hard. He weighs at least 300 kilograms. If his punch hits Tao Ming hard, at least a few bones will be broken. Fortunately, she had been practicing Baji since she was a child, so her reaction speed was extremely fast. When the opponent swung his fist, she crossed her arms, protected her face, and took the opponent's punch. Whoosh! A punch came with a huge force. Tao Ming's body shook and retreated 7 or 8 meters, then hit the table with a bang. Fortunately, she was quite skilled, and in the midst of a busy schedule, she stretched her right leg back and placed it on the wall, thus stabilizing her body. However, although this fat man is fat, his body is extremely flexible. Just as Tao Ming steadied herself, he had already rushed to her, and with a whoosh, he slapped her with a palm as big as a cushion. Tao Ming quickly took a step to the right, put his hands together to block the palm, locked the opponent's arm, and at the same time threw a punch towards the opponent's throat. This move of hers was already a killing move, because she smelled an extremely dangerous aura from the opponent. If you just want to subdue the opponent, it may not work. The least you can do is to make the opponent lose the ability to move. However, when she landed her punch, it hit the opponent's throat, but the fat on the opponent's body completely neutralized the force of her punch. Tao Ming was shocked. The weight difference between the two was too big. With this kind of gap, no matter how sophisticated her martial arts are, she won't be able to break the opponent's defense unless she uses hidden power. The fat man didn't give her much time to think. He just roared and took a big step forward. He knocked her back a few steps with one punch. Then he rushed forward, grabbed her neck, and lifted her up easily. Tao Ming was almost suffocated. She tried her best, raised her knees, and attacked the opponent's body, trying to lock the opponent's arms and trip him to the ground. But the size difference made all her efforts seem in vain. She only felt a black flash in front of her eyes and was about to be strangled to death by the other party. At this critical moment, a figure rushed over quickly, took advantage of the momentum to jump up and punch the fat man. It was Shao Chun who took action. Bang! Shao Chun hit the fat man's stomach with a heavy blow. The fat on the opponent's belly trembled. Shao Chun's punch condensed some of his hidden strength, causing pain to the opponent. The fat man roared, pushed Tao Ming away, and attacked Shao Chun with his palm. Tao Ming fell to the ground and got up with difficulty. But just as she stood up, the thin man next to her suddenly jumped up, opened his hands, and wrapped an extremely thin steel wire around her neck. Tao Ming grabbed the steel wire tightly with both hands, and both hands were immediately covered in blood. The thin guy is a killer, and every move he makes is a killing move. But fortunately, the two have equal strength. With the advantage of Bejiquan learned over the years, Tao Meng can barely hold on for a while. Shao Chun used his physical flexibility to fight with the fat man, strangling, tripping, and locking him. The fat man's movements suddenly became clumsy under Shao Chen's struggle. Shao Chen moved sideways and shoveled, hitting the fat man's knee. The fat man lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Shao Chun jumped up and threw an elbow in the air, hitting the fat man in the chest. Even though this fat man was broad and fat, with fat on his body like a mountain of flesh, he let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood when the hidden power was activated. After being injured, the fat man's attack suddenly slowed down. He tried his best to grab Shao Chen's neck, trying to strangle Shao Chen's neck. The fat man is not flexible and relies entirely on brute force. As long as he shows signs of weakness, Shao Chun can take the opportunity to counterattack. He crossed his hands and locked the opponent's arms. This was an offensive move in Yunjin. He released his hidden strength, and there was a crack. With a scream, the fat man's arm was broken. Chapter 371 International Gangsters. But this guy had thick skin and flesh and was extremely resistant to blows. Even though his arm was broken, he still turned over fiercely and stared at Shao Chun with murderous eyes. The thin man, who was as thin as a monkey, saw the fat man injured. He took a sip of tea, then put down the teacup in his hand, jumped up, and then rushed towards Shao Chun with all his strength. At the same time, a dagger appeared in his hand. Before he arrived, his fierce murderous intent had already locked onto Shao Chun. Shao Chun suddenly felt the pressure. He had already tried his best to deal with a fat man. With the addition of the skinny killer, he might not be able to hold on. However, at this moment, a person slowly walked over. The man who came was wearing a green robe and holding a short stick. He was well-mannered. It was Tao Meng's senior brother, Lu Shao. He put one hand behind his back, pointed the wooden stick in his right hand at the ground, and ran quickly towards the thin man. Raise your hand, drop the stick. The whole movement is smooth and flowing. Bang! The dagger in the dwarf's hand fell to the ground. But the dwarf was an extremely skilled killer. After the dagger fell to the ground, he flipped his other hand, and 5-finger swords appeared on his fingertips. He raised his right hand, and the sword in his finger turned into a hidden weapon and attacked Lu Shao. Lu Shao turned his body and took a step slightly to the left, and his sword suddenly missed. Then he flashed and flashed behind Z at incredible speed, then swung his right hand casually. Bang! The wooden stick hit the dwarf right in the back. The thin man's pupils shrank, and his body suddenly froze on the spot. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Shao is a true master. Although his internal strength is not as good as Shao Chun, he has rich experience. Each move seemed random, but he was always controlling his enemy. The hidden power of that stick just now directly crippled the dwarf. After dealing with the dwarf, Lu Shao glanced at Shao Chun. Seeing that Shao Chun had the upper hand, he turned around and attacked the thin man with the short stick in his hand. The thin man was startled and loosened the wire in his hand. He reached to his waist with his right hand and found a gun in his hand. He raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Lu Shao, but Lu Shao had already rushed to within 5 steps of him. He swung the short stick in his hand twice in succession, and one stick knocked the gun out of the thin man's hand, and the other stick hit the back of the thin man's head. Puff! The thin guy's back of the head was hit by the stick. His eyes suddenly dilated, and then he fell limply to the ground. At the same time, Shao Chun knocked the fat man to the ground with a heavy blow, then clenched his right fist and went straight for the fat man's throat. Puff! The fat man made a gurgling sound in his throat and then fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and it seemed that he had no strength to fight back anymore. Shao Chen, are you okay? Tao Meng struggled to stand up from the ground. Her hands were covered in blood, but she didn't care about her injuries and staggered over. It's okay, are you hurt? Shao Chun was surprised when he saw the blood in her hand. It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. Tao Meng quickly called colleagues who were patrolling nearby and asked them to come over. Senior brother Lu, thank you. Shao Chun walked towards Lu Shao and clasped his fists. The last time I sparred with Lu Shao, the other party obviously held back. The gap between him and Lu Shao can be seen from the battle just now. Lu Shao has been practicing boxing for nearly 20 years, and his practical experience is far ahead of Shao Chun. You're welcome. You've done very well. Lu Shao nodded to Shao Chun. I still lack practical experience. Shao Chun smiled embarrassedly. You can't rush this. Experience is accumulated bit by bit. You have good talent and foundation. If you are given more time, you will definitely achieve great success, said Lu Shao. Senior brother, why are you here? Tao Meng ran over after calling his colleague. Girl, why didn't you tell your master about your problems? Lu Shao said in a lecturing tone. If your master hadn't gone to see your grandfather, he wouldn't have known about Chun Fan. So master predicted that you would be in danger and asked me to follow you. If Shao Chun hadn't been there just now, would you have been able to handle it? I'm sorry, senior brother. I just don't want you to be involved in these things. Tao Meng lowered his head. Fellow disciples are all family. Lu Shao said seriously, the sect will not sit idly by and watch your affairs. I will follow you from now on and protect you to avoid any accidents. Really, there's no need, senior brother. Tao Meng looked a little unnatural. This is what the master asked. If you have any questions, go and talk to the master. Lu Shao said lightly. Tao Meng was speechless. When she was willful, only her master could control her. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. The identity information of the 3 people was also found out, and these people are all internationally wanted criminals. They have been active in the Middle East for many years, committing murder and kidnapping in exchange for rewards. One of the 3 people died, and 2 were injured. The thin man was hit on the back of the head by Lu Shao and died on the spot. The dwarf's spine was comminuted, and he would never be able to stand up again in his lifetime. Lu Zhao's seemingly casual swing of the stick actually had such great lethality, which surprised Xiaochen a lot. He has been practicing Yunjin since he was a child, and his hidden strength is stronger than Lu Zhao's and even comparable to Lu Chongqing. But he is not like Lu Xiao, who can use the hidden power to the fullest. It seems that I have to ask my senior brother for advice in the future. Xiao Chun, this group of people are from overseas forces. They must have been sent by someone. You have to be careful in the next few days. Lu Xiao warned. Understand. Xiao Chun nodded gently and said, Thank you, senior brother Lu. You must be careful too. Lu Xiao nodded, and both parties left. On the other side of the street, Sun Yang, with a pig-like face, was sitting in a car. What? All 3 of them were arrested? Sun Yang's voice suddenly rose, and he shouted angrily. Waste, all of them are waste. What about the Middle East golden killer? It's all made up. After hanging up the phone heavily, Sun Yang covered his heart with his hands. He was so angry that his liver ached. These killers had just arrived in the country through his second uncle's relationship. I originally wanted to use these people to get rid of Shao Chun, but he didn't expect that the other party was caught by the police as soon as he showed up, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. Only then did he realize that Shao Chun, whom he once looked down upon, had now grown to a point where he could no longer easily deal with him. After being stuck in traffic for a long time, he pounded the steering wheel hard. Then he calmed himself down, picked up his phone, and called son Jinda. Grandpa, I failed. The several people sent by my second uncle were taken away by the police. 1 died and 2 were injured. Are that girl and Xiao Chan so difficult to deal with? Sun Jinda's tone was somewhat incredulous. Yes, we underestimated the opponent. Sun Yang gritted his teeth. How? This is the most important moment. I don't care what method you use. You must solve these troubles. There must be no accidents in our plan. Sun Jinda said in a deep voice. I know, Grandpa, but now that things have come to this, we can only ask your old friend for help. Sun Yang said. On the other end of the phone, Sun Jinda was silent for a while. Chapter 372. Have you considered your future? Sun Yang was not in a hurry. He just held the phone and waited quietly for the other party to reply. That person just owes me a favor, and his favor can only be used once. After a long time, Sun Jinya spoke slowly. He is a true master. I was originally using his favor to save my life. Old man, what time is it now? Sun Yang said grimly. If I don't use his favor now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to use it in the future. At this critical moment of life and death, are you still thinking that the other person can only be used by you once? Sun Yang's words made Sun Jinda completely silent. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Then wait for my news. One of the 3 suspects was confirmed dead after being sent to the hospital, and the other died shortly after being sent to the hospital. Now only the fat man was in a coma. After the doctor treated him, 5 or 6 armed policemen with live ammunition were arranged at the door and the stairs. In the words of his superiors, if he wakes up, he will be interrogated. If he resists, he will be shot on the spot. After all, this is an international criminal, and we can't be careless. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Tao Meng walked out of the hospital. Lu Shao insisted on sending Tao Meng home, and I couldn't persuade him, so I had to agree. Tao Ming's home was not too far from here, but it was difficult to get a taxi at this time, so the two simply walked home. Brother, what happened today was just an accident. Director Wu asked me to carry a gun with me from now on. Tao Ming said, you don't have to follow me all the time. How can that be possible? The few people who came out this time were just a few gangsters. Who knows who will come next time? Wu Ming shook his head. The old man of the Sun family has complicated connections. He knows a lot of people in the underworld, and his son is doing well overseas. So we must not be careless. I will follow you until this matter is completely resolved. Tao Ming didn't know what to say. Lu Shao was so nice to her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Brother, Tao Ming sighed. In fact, you should have your own life. Do you understand what I mean? Wu Ming was silent. How could he not understand what Tao Ming meant? Seeing that he didn't speak, Tao Ming bit her lip and said, I have always understood your feelings. Since you understand everything, Lu Shao said with difficulty. Then can you give me a chance? Junior sister, I have always been your elder brother, but I don't want to be your elder brother. When Shin Fan was here, I sincerely wished you well, but now he is gone. So, Lu Shao raised his head and looked directly into Tao Ming's eyes. Do I have a chance? Tao Ming didn't dare to look him in the eye. She turned her head away and said, Brother, I have always only regarded you as my brother. Besides, Chun Fan has just died. I won't consider these things until he gets his revenge. Sorry, I was presumptuous. Lu Shao lowered his head, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Until the Sun family's trouble is resolved, I will always stay by your side to protect you. Just think of it as protecting you for Chun Fan. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at Tao Ming's doorstep. Lu Shao smiled and said, I'll drop you off here. You can go home now. Senior brother, can you come in and sit for a while? Tao Ming hesitated. Lu Shao liked her, although he always regarded himself as a senior brother and never did anything that crossed the line. But Tao Ming knew what he was thinking. He also took good care of her, but her heart had long been filled with Chun Fan, and there was no room for anyone else. No, you should go back soon. Lu Shao shook his head. I'll watch you go home, and then I'll leave. Tao Ming didn't know what to do for a moment, so she just nodded slightly and went home. She was upstairs, and through the glass, she saw Lu Shao standing at the door. He stood there for a long time before he got up and left. Tao Ming, hiding behind the curtains, burst into tears unconsciously. She murmured, Brother, I'm sorry. Dawn, Wuji Villa. Lu Shao had already practiced several sets of boxing in the square of the villa. Even though he had not slept all night, he was still full of energy. Those who are new to martial arts can strengthen their bodies and minds, and those who have just gained a glimpse of the hidden power can stay awake for days and still maintain a good spirit. The last move was to hold the yuan and guard the one. As the chi sank into his dantian, he slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he saw his master standing in front of him, he immediately clasped his fists and said, Master, you have been practicing martial arts for 3 days in winter and 3 days in summer, working at dawn and going to bed at sunset. This is the main reason why your strength has improved so quickly over the years. Lu Changqing nodded with satisfaction. Among his many disciples, the one he valued most was Lu Shao, and Lu Shao had never disappointed him over the years. I will naturally keep my master's teachings in mind, Lu Shao said respectfully. Shao, you're almost 30 this year, right? Lu Changqing asked. Master, in half a month, I will be 30 years old. Lu Shao replied. I have accepted dozens of disciples in my life. Most of them have gone out to develop on their own, and only you stayed with me. Lu Changqing said, It's time for you to think about your future. With the reputation of Wuji Villa and your foundation, it will be good whether you open a martial arts school or recruit disciples. Master, are you going to chase me away? Lu Shao knelt straight down and said, If I have done anything wrong, please punish me, Master. You misunderstood me. Lu Changqing helped him up. Master is also considering your future. If you stay with me, you won't achieve much in this life. Master, many of my fellow disciples have gone out to explore the world, and there is no one to take care of you. I only want to stay by your side to take care of you. I will not consider other disciples for the time being. Now that you're older, you should go out and explore the world on your own. So, your third junior brother will do business in Shanghai. He lacks someone he can trust. Go over and help him. Master, Lu Shao stared at Lu Changqing. Are you really going to drive me away? No way. That's not what I meant. Lu Changqing sighed. I know Master didn't mean that, but Master must have his reasons for doing this. I want to know the reason. Lu Shao said. Some things can't be explained. Lu Changqing sighed. He raised his head and looked at the morning light in the east. Shao, do you believe in fate? Life. Lu Shao looked at his master with some confusion and shook his head, then shook his head again. I don't believe it, but I do. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Changqing looked at him with interest. I don't believe it because fate is always unfair. I believe it because my master took me away from the orphanage. Lu Shao said, sometimes fate plays tricks on people, but sometimes fate can be changed because of one person. Lu Changqing nodded, his expression somewhat relieved, but then became complicated. I went to a Taoist temple to visit an old friend a few days ago. That old friend told me a lot of things, including fate and cause and effect. Chapter 373 Master. I'm going to disobey your order for once. There are many people who are trapped in this cause and effect. Everything, including fate, is predetermined. So, I want you to change your destiny and also change your karma. Master, I don't quite understand. Lu Shao showed a trace of confusion on his face. He didn't quite understand what his master meant. You don't need to understand too much. You just need to leave Yinjing and don't come back within half a year. Lu Changqing said. What will happen if I come back? Lu Shao asked. Lu Changqing said nothing. He slowly raised his head and looked at his most proud disciple. Master doesn't want you to get caught up in this cause and effect. Do you understand? But if I leave, what will happen to my junior sister? Lu Shao murmured. Her situation is very dangerous and difficult. Everyone has his own destiny, and so does Meng Meng. Lu Changqing said, it depends on whether you live for yourself or for others. Master, I will not leave Yinjing. Lu Shao was silent for a moment and had made a decision. Why? Lu Changqing's expression was a little complicated. Chun Fan is gone, and I am now the support of my junior sister. Lu Shao said, and Chun Fan came to see me before he left Beijing. He told me that if he were to pass away, he wanted me to take good care of his junior sister for him. So I can't leave now. Even if it's for the promise I made to Chun Fan, I can't leave. Shao. Lu Changqing sighed deeply, and then his tone became stern. What if I order you to leave? Master, Lu Shao slowly knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply. His tone was firm. I have never disobeyed Master, but this time I am afraid I will let Master down. After kowtowed 3 times in a row, when Lu Shao raised his head, his forehead was already red and swollen. He slowly stood up, turned around, and left. It's the time and the fate. Lu Changqing closed his eyes, revealing a deep helplessness. In the hospital, Shunzi is actively cooperating with doctors for rehabilitation treatment. Her condition was recovering very well. After the doctor's rounds that day, Shunjin came to see her. Sister, the doctor said that you are recovering well. You can go home for rehabilitation in half a month, and then cooperate with some medication treatment and examination. Congratulations, you will live a normal life from now on. Well, congratulations to your brother too. You can finally be as good as your peers. Shunzi said with a smile. It's all coincidence. Shunjin smiled. Shunjin, I always feel like something is missing. Shunzi paused. What are you missing? Just tell me directly, and I'll ask someone to arrange it for you. Shunjin was stunned. What I'm talking about is not material lack. Shunzi sighed, feeling a little annoyed. She pointed to her heart and said, I feel like something is missing here. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It seems that I can't remember some important person or thing, or it has gone far away from me. Shunjin, can you tell me what's going on? Sister, Shunjin hesitated for a moment and said, maybe you are still in the recovery period. So don't worry, try to keep a good mood. As long as you are emotionally stable, everything will be fine. Shunzi nodded gently and sighed. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Shunjin comforted her a few more words, told her to have a good rest, then gently closed the door and walked out. How is your sister? Is she okay? When they reached the stairwell, Shao Chun came up to them. You care about my sister so much, you should go see her. Shunjin looked up and said with some resentment, let's not do that. Shao Chun smiled bitterly and said, it's a good thing that she can't remember me anymore. At least it's a good thing for her. As long as I'm sure she's okay, I'll feel relieved. Shao Chun, I have something to ask you. Shunjin said hesitantly. You tell me, as long as I can answer your question, I will tell you everything I know. Shao Chun nodded gently. I have never really understood the relationship between you and my sister. Shunjin raised his eyes and looked at her. You and her should have known each other before you came to Yanjing. But I can be sure that you had never met her before you came to Yanjing. So can you tell me what is going on between you two? I can't tell you about this. Shao Chun shook his head. He sighed and said, Shunjin, Don't ask about these things. I owe her a favor and a promise. So just think of me saving her life as repaying her promise. Okay? Okay. Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Shinjin sighed. Don't worry about my sister's health. She is recovering well. It's just that she seems to have realized that she forgot about a very important person, and you were right not to show up in front of her. Okay, I understand. Shao Chen nodded gently, and then said, if she has any problems, tell me the first time, okay? Okay, I understand. Shinjin extended his hand to Shao Chun. The two shook hands and then left. When Shao Chun was about to leave the hospital, he met Xiao Ming in the hospital. He was wearing a hat, a mask, and sunglasses, and it looked like he was afraid of being recognized. Xiao Ming is now considered to be in the entertainment industry, and the crazy hype has earned him a group of fairly loyal fans. It is also said that he will be participating in a variety show, and his opponents will be well-known domestic stars. So it is normal for him to be afraid of being recognized by fans now. But no matter how well he disguised himself, Shao Chun still recognized him at first sight. At the same time, Xiao Ming also saw Shao Chun. He looked at Shao Chun in surprise. Hey, brother, you are in the hospital too? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Ming, there's no one around us now, so stop pretending, okay? Shao Chun glanced at him. To be honest, what he hated most was Xiao Ming's shabby look. It was obvious that the two of them now had a deep hatred that could not be reconciled. But every time he saw me, he still pretended to be very familiar with me and had a good relationship with me. This face is really disgusting. Since Shao Chun was like this, Xiao Ming simply stopped pretending. Since there was no one around, he took off his mask and sneered. Are you sick? Is it a terminal illness? How long can you live? Right, this is in line with your personality. Shao Chun smiled with relief. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm in good health. But you don't look very well. Come to think of it, he has been weak and sickly since childhood, so it's a miracle that he can live to this day. Xiao Ming's face darkened. He was fine in pretending to be a green tea person, but he was really not good enough in engaging in verbal battles with others. Shao Chen's few words hit his sore spot, making him very angry. Chapter 374, She is Asking for Help. Shao Chun, I know you were trying to provoke me, so put that away. Xiao Ming said coldly. You never know what path I'm taking. Haha, why should I know? Shao Chun asked back. It's better for you to stay away from me. You becoming the richest man in the world has nothing to do with me. Do you know, Shao Chun? Xiao Ming suddenly laughed. Why have I hated you since I was a child? Don't you just think that I took away your parents' love for you? Shao Chun spread his hands and said, in fact, I didn't take away any of it at all. Over the years, apart from being their son in name only, I have not received any care from them. So I don't understand where your malice towards me comes from. Taking away your parents' love is only secondary. Xiao Ming said dimly. Most importantly, I don't like you. Why are your grades so good? Why are your physical fitness better than mine? Since I was a child, I have hardly ever been without medicine, and you haven't even had a minor cold all year round. God is so unfair to me. That's why I hate you. It's not that God is unfair, but you don't deserve to live in this world. Shao Chen moved closer to Xiao Ming. Your stage name is good, tomorrow? Ha! How can a person with a vicious heart have a tomorrow? Shao Chun, shut up. Xiao Ming was shaking with anger. Ming, I'm done. Shall we go? At this moment, Xiang Zhao's somewhat timid voice sounded from the side. She was holding some medicine in her hand, and now it seemed that Xiang Zhao was much thinner than before. There was fear in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Ming. Sister Xiang, have you got all the medicine? Xiao Ming said with a smile. Then let's go. Xiao Ming, thank you for accompanying me to the hospital. Xiang Zhao calmed herself down. You're welcome, Sister Xiang. You've invested so much in me, and it's only right that I thank you. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiang Zhao is a controlled person. In front of Xiao Ming, she is actually like a slave. However, Xiao Ming was very protective of her as an investor in public. Xiao Ming and Xiang Zhao left together, but Xiang Zhao looked back at Shao Chun, her eyes full of pleading. Shao Chen's brows slightly furrowed, and the look he gave Zhao was full of pleading, and his eyes were filled with fear and terror. She is Xiao Ming's investor. Although she has no relationship with the provincial governor, her family property is real. What is she afraid of? After leaving the door, the smile on Xiao Ming's face disappeared, and he let go of Xiang Zhao's hand in disgust. He then tore off a piece of tissue, wiped it, and threw it on the ground. Whenever he thought about how he had been abused by this rich woman who was 20 years older than him, he felt extremely angry. Why are you so slow? If you do that again, I'll break your legs. Master, I'm sorry. I will pay more attention next time. I will. Xiang Jiao was trembling with fear. Go back by yourself. I feel suffocated being in the same car with you. Xiao Ming left a word, then got in the car and left. Only Xiang Jiao was left standing there, shivering constantly. She looked around in confusion and wanted to stop a car, but at this moment Shao Chun came. Xiang Jiao. Shao Chun called her. Shao Chun, why are you here? Xiang Jiao looked a little surprised. Once, for Xiao Ming, he stood against Shao Chun. She knew that Shao Chun was not ordinary now, so she looked at him for help. She didn't know whether Shao Chun understood her gaze, but the fact that Shao Chun chased her out proved that he understood. You asked me for help just now, so I came here. Shao Chun said seriously. Aren't you his investor? Why are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Xiang Jiao was stunned. She looked around in panic and then lowered her voice. Shao Chun, help me. There are scary people around Xiao Ming, and I have to listen to him like a dog. If I don't listen to him, I will die. Death? Now we live in a society ruled by law. Can Xiao Ming threaten you? Shao Chun looked a little surprised. No, you don't understand. It's good that we live in a society ruled by law now, but all the restrictions are set for ordinary people. Xiang Jiao's voice trembled a little. Xiao Ming, there are some special people around him. If I don't listen, I will die inexplicably. Those people can control my mind. If I die, it will only be suicide. Do you understand? Although Xiang Jiao's words were somewhat incoherent, Shao Chun still vaguely understood what she meant. You mean, there's someone around Xiao Ming who has special abilities? Yes. I dare not call the police because I would die. Xiang Jiao said in a pleading tone. Shao Chun, I know you're not an ordinary person now. You can definitely help me. As long as you can save me, I will listen to you in everything. Wait for me. Shao Chun stared at Xiang Jiao for a long time, feeling that she was not trying to trick him. He picked up his phone and contacted Tao Ming. After briefly explaining Xiang Jiao's situation, Shao Chun said, I think the people around Xiao Ming are related to the Tongsheng society. Tong Shengwei. Tao Ming on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. After a moment, she said, I'll contact Director Wu. You bring her to our bureau. Okay, see you later. Shao Chun nodded. Xiang Jiao, if you want to live, you have to cooperate with me in everything. Do you understand? Shao Chun said seriously. Okay, I'll cooperate with you. I'll cooperate with you in everything. Xiang Jiao nodded continuously, and she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Shao Chun brought Xiang Jiao to the police station, where Tao Ming and Wu Ming were also present. She was taken directly to the interrogation room and began to be questioned. They are not human. They are demons. They can control my body and mind. Xiang Jiao cried. I just wanted to support Xiao Ming before and let him go when I had enough fun. But he was so considerate and caring, which was more in line with my wishes, so I kept him with me for a while longer. But who knows? Let's get to the point. What are the identities of those people? What is their relationship with Xiao Ming? Tao Ming knocked on the table. I don't know what their relationship is, nor do I know who the other party is. I've only met him once. It was a woman covered in a black robe, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. She seems to know witchcraft. She just waved her hand, and I couldn't help but walk toward the balcony. When talking about this experience, Xiang Jiao was still frightened, and her hands were even shaking with fear. When does she usually meet Xiao Ming? Wu Ming asked. Chapter 375. Hey, she is not idle either. I don't know. Since that time, Xiao Ming has become my master. He never tells me where he goes or who he meets. What is the name of this mysterious woman? Wu Ming asked again. I'm not sure. I was too scared at the time. I only remember that Xiao Ming called her Auntie. Xiang Jiao tried hard to recall. Qin Yoxin, is it her? Shao Chun's expression suddenly changed. Do you know who she is? Tao Ming turned and looked at Shao Chun. I know. Qin Yoxin is Xiao Ming's biological mother's sister. She is an important figure in the Tongsheng society. She is the one who built up the current Tongsheng society. Xiao Ming's expression was complicated. I didn't expect that she actually knew these techniques. After that incident, when did you see Qin Yoxin again? Wu Ming asked. I haven't seen her since. Xiang Jiao shook her head gently and said, I didn't even see her face clearly. I really don't know what to do. I beg you, please save me. Xiang Jiao said. Her expression suddenly changed. Then her body fell heavily to the ground, and she grabbed her throat tightly with a look of pain. Xiang Jiao, what's wrong? Several people in the room were surprised. Call a doctor quickly. Wu Ming stood up suddenly. Tao Meng rushed forward and grabbed Xiang Jiao's hand. However, Xiang Jiao looked painful, and she kept twisting on the ground. Suddenly, she pushed Tao Meng away, stood up, and rushed towards the wall with all her strength. Shao Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Xiang Jiao's arm with his backhand, and exerted force to pin her to the ground. The police outside the door rushed in and held her down tightly. Tao Go grabbed the handcuffs at his waist and was about to handcuff her. However, Xiang Jiao was now incredibly strong. She screamed and suddenly threw away several policemen who were holding her down. Then her body suddenly leaned back, with her limbs twisted abnormally. Then she stretched out a hand, opened her mouth wide, and forcibly put her hand into her mouth. Her hand stretched desperately towards her throat, and it looked like she was about to swallow her entire arm into her stomach. Shao Chun was stunned. What the hell was this? Was it so vicious? He rushed forward and tried to stop Xiang Jiao. But Xiang Jiao used her only arm to grab Shao Chun on the head. Shao Chun crossed her hands to block her palm, and with a snap, her arm broke. Shao Chun was also knocked back a few steps by this palm, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Xiang Jiao is now completely unconscious, and her strength is terrifying. Moreover, her pupils turned extremely dark, and a terrifying roar came from her throat. At this critical moment, a figure flashed, and a Taoist priest rushed into the interrogation room. The Taoist priest was none other than Uncle Master Xianxing. He swept his right hand, and the whisk in his hand suddenly spread out, transforming into millions of white threads, which hit Xiang Jiao's body heavily. At the same time, he formed a Taoist seal with his left hand, forming a mysterious seal, and pointed it at Xiang Jiao. The room suddenly became chilly. Xiang Jiao, who was already in a state of madness, suddenly felt her legs go limp, and she fell to her knees with a thud. The darkness in her pupils slowly dissipated, and she fainted on the ground. Let's send him to the hospital. Xianxing slowly exhaled a breath. Master Xianxing, thank you for coming in time. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Before Xiang Jiao came, he felt that this matter was not simple, so he applied in advance and transferred an extraordinary person. It just so happened that Xianxing was feeling bored in the Taoist temple, so he came out for a walk. It's okay, Shao Chun. What do you think of this trick of Uncle's? Xianxing looked at Shao Chun proudly. That's pretty impressive. My master never taught me that. Shao Chun gave a thumbs up. Do you think anyone can learn this? If you're not a formal disciple of our Tianshi Mansion and have not undergone the 5 dues to purify your filth, you cannot learn it. Xianxing said. Then why did you ask me that just now? Didn't you want to teach me? Shao Chun was stunned. I didn't intend to teach you. I just wanted to show off in front of you. Xianxing said proudly. Shao Chun was speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, Where is my master? Your master is in seclusion in the Taoist temple. Due to certain circumstances, he cannot interfere with the affairs of the Tongsheng Association. Xianxing said, I can't interfere too much, but today's situation is special. What's wrong with her? Shao Chun asked with lingering fear. The methods used by the Tongsheng Society are only meant to confuse the mind and bewitch the people. Xuanqing's expression became serious for once. But judging from a situation of that woman just now, she is obviously related to the surrendered masters from Southeast Asia. It seems that Qin Yoxin has not been idle during the years he disappeared. Is this a spell of exorcism? Shao Chen's expression changed. It's not a proper exorcism technique. It should be because the original owner had average talent and what he learned was a bit weird. But it's also quite powerful. Xianxing shook his head. What should I do if I encounter this situation in the future? Shao Chen asked. What can we do? Just start killing them. Xianxing said seriously. Shao Chun, you have to remember this. Whenever you encounter danger, the first thing you should do is to protect yourself. As the saying goes, I'd rather die than let my friend die. Shao Chen's face was dark. Uncle Master, you are a monk. Aren't monks supposed to sacrifice themselves for others? Sacrifice yourself for others? Cut your flesh to feed the eagle. Xianxing rolled his eyes at Shao Chun and said, Don't learn from those bald donkeys. Their philosophy is to pua you. You save money and donate money, and they will renovate the temple and build golden statues. Life is short, just enjoy it. Shao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but when he thought about it, his uncle's long speech actually made sense. Master Xianxing, there won't be any problems with Xiang Jiao afterwards, right? Wu Ming came over and asked. It won't be a problem, But you have to be careful of the people from the Tongshang Association coming to wipe out the roots. Ching said. Their methods are rather vulgar. You should be more careful. Understand. Thank you, Master Ching. Wu Ming nodded. Girl, come here. Ching glanced at Tao Meng. Hello, Taoist priest. Tao Meng was a little confused, but she still walked forward and nodded politely. Girl, I see that you have pretty features, but there's a sense of hostility between your brows. This is a sign that your relatives, friends, and loved ones are passing away. Ching said. Master, my fiancé died overseas. Tao Meng's expression was gloomy. But that happened a year ago. 1 year ago, that's not right. That's not right. Ching stared at her for a long time. Then he showed a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is, I see. Master, what do you understand? Tao Meng was puzzled. Girl, the dead cannot be resurrected. Ching shook his head. You can't give up a forest for a tree. And the calamity in your life is about to come. There is no solution to this calamity, but you are blessed with great fortune, and there will be a noble person in your life. Chapter 376, It's All Fate. Uncle, Master said that you are good at Ziwei Do Shu and can predict good and bad fortune. Seeing that Tao Meng's situation is already like this, can you explain it more clearly and give her some advice? No, the secret cannot be revealed, otherwise my uncle will suffer. Ching shook his head. I can only say that the mountains and rivers are vast. The world is like a galaxy, and the people around me are all predestined relationships that we have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. So go on and cherish them. Ching shook his head and said something, then turned and left. Looking at Ching's back, Tao Meng was speechless for a long time. She just had a vague feeling that fate was like an invisible big hand grabbing her. The next matters were handled by the police station. Shao Chun had nothing to do, so he finished a statement and was about to leave the police station. Come out. Lu Shao called Shao Chun as soon as he reached the door. Senior brother, why are you here? Shao Chun stopped. Wait for my junior sister. Yanjing has not been very peaceful these days. I will take her to and from get off work to avoid any accidents. Lu Shao said. I really envy her. Shao Chun nodded. With a super bodyguard like you protecting her, there will definitely be no accidents. Shao Chun. Lu Shao called out. What's wrong? Shao Chun looked up. However, he did not wait for Lu Xiao's response. Instead, Lu Xiao punched him in the face. Shao Chun was slightly startled and subconsciously took a step back while punching to block. Bang! The two fists collided, and both sides were slightly shocked. Be careful! Lu Xiao shouted in a deep voice, slightly bent his steps, and made a horizontal slash. Shao Chun quickly held his breath and concentrated, trying to counter the opponent's moves. Bajiquan must be coordinated with the inside and outside consistent, the top and the bottom moving together, and be complete and cohesive. Lu Xiao said as he attacked Shao Chun. His attack was fast and steady, and every move was just right. While dealing with the situation, Shao Chun listened attentively to his explanation. A person is a complete body and must be consistent in order to move upward and downward. And we must achieve the unity of strength and six, that is, the unity of eyes and heart, the unity of heart and chi, and the unity of chi and strength. This is the inner three unity. Whoosh, several punches came, aiming directly at Shao Chun's vital points. These punches were horizontal and direct, combining external force and hidden power to the extreme. Shao Chun took several steps back and focused on dealing with the situation. Lu Xiao took a slight step forward with his elbows and knees level and continued. Elbows and knees together, shoulders and hips together, hands and feet together. This is the external three combinations. The 8 intentions are in mind. The 8 forms are in mind. The strength is in 8 directions. The mind controls the chi activates the blood nourishes the chi promotes strength. Bang, the fists and palms of both parties collided. Lu Xiao changed his fist into a hook, moved Shao Chun's arm, and began to practice. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and many police officers gathered at the door of the police station. Is this Captain Tao's senior brother? Yes, a Baji master. Who is this guy? He's practicing really well. Finally, the drill ended. Shao Chun slowly stopped and sank his chi into his dantian. The practice just now and the essentials of Baji described by Lu Xiao flashed quickly in his mind. Although it was only half an hour, he benefited a lot. I just share my experience in martial arts. I hope it will be helpful to you. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother Lu. I have benefited a lot from it. Shao Chun said gratefully. Lu Shao just gave all his experiences over the years to Shao Chun without reservation. This gift was indeed a great gift. It won't be long before Shao Chun will be able to fully absorb the experience and improve his strength. We are one family. No need to be so polite. Lu Shao smiled faintly. If I am not with Master in the future, please pass on Master's Baji essence to me. Brother, what are you talking about? You are Master's direct disciple, so it is better to give this important task to you. Lu Shao smiled and said nothing more. Senior brother. At this time, Tao Ming came out. She stood in front of Lu Shao and said quietly, "Didn't I tell you not to pick me up from get off work every day? Why are you here again?" Yanjing has been in a state of unrest recently, so I feel more at ease with you. This is what our master asked me to do. Lu Shao said with a smile. Then I will go back to find my master and ask him to withdraw the order. Tao Ming said, "It's up to you." Lu Shao smiled faintly. Shao Chun, I will take care of Xiang Jiao's follow-up issues. You should also be careful recently. Tao Ming turned to Shao Chun. Okay, I'll be careful. Shao Chun nodded. Brother, I'll go back first. After this storm is over, I'll treat you to a drink. Shao Chun said. Okay. Lu Shao said, half jokingly. Then you better be careful. I've never been drunk before. Really? That's great. We've met a drinking ally. Shao Chun laughed. The two men stretched out their hands and shook them firmly. Sun family. Today, the Sun family rolled out a red carpet and hung lanterns and silks in the courtyard, making it look very festive. Sun Jinda and Sun Yong stood guard at the door, looking eagerly awaiting something. It was not until the evening that a Maybach slowly drove over. The Sun family's grandparents became nervous and hurried to greet it. The Maybach slowly stopped. Sun Jinda personally stepped forward to open the door and bowed. Greetings, Boss Ching. An old man in a green robe slowly walked down from the car. The old man was in his 70s, thin and looked a little frail under his green robe. It seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him away, but his eyes were bright and he exuded an aura. This is the aura of a strong man. He slowly raised his head and glanced coldly at the old and young of the Sun family. Sun Jinda's body pressed even lower, and Sun Yang shivered, feeling a chill coming over him. The strong sense of oppression made Sun Yang dare not raise his head. Only then did he realize how terrifying the aura of a true master was. The old man in front of him was an expert at the 3rd level of the 9th realm of dark power. He had already passed the 2nd level and was in the 4th realm. Generally, such people are indifferent to fame and fortune, hide their identities, and pursue the ultimate in martial arts. If Sun Jinda had not done him a favor, he would not have been invited to come out this time. Old son, is this your grandson? He's grown so big in the blink of an eye. The old man glanced at Sun Yang and looked away. Yes, Elder Ching, you saw the child when he was 100 days old. It's been more than 20 years. Sun Jinda said with a smile. You haven't seen Uncle Ching yet? Sun Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He calmed himself down and said, Greetings, Uncle Ching. Okay. The old man nodded gently, then walked forward. There was an armchair in the huge hall of the Sun family. Old Ching was already sitting steadily on the armchair, chatting about the past with Sun Jinda. Old son, we have known each other for more than 40 years. If you hadn't saved my life back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Ching Bo took a sip of tea and slowly put down the cup. So I can help you do one thing, but after this matter, you and I are even. Mr. Ching, if the Sun family had not encountered a problem that could not be solved, I would not have troubled you. Sun Jinda said respectfully. Chapter 377 Yazanking takes action. This time I asked you to come out, mainly to ask you to help deal with a few people, one of whom is... Ching Bo waved his hand and interrupted Sun Jinda. I will only help you to deal with the people. You only need to give me the list. You don't need to tell me their identities. The words were not loud, but they were powerful, and this was the confidence that came from a master of dark energy. Yes, these people are quite troublesome. They keep targeting our Sun family and hinder our plans, so they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Sun Jinda said quickly. I don't need a reason, just provide information. Ching Bo said. Okay, Uncle Ching will stay at the hotel tonight. I will host a welcome party for him and wait for him to solve these problems for me tomorrow. Sun Jinda said, no need to bother. I'll finish these things tonight and then leave Yanjing. Ching Bo shook his head. A martial artist, apart from the pursuit of martial arts, is indifferent to other things. So there's no need for welcoming guests or anything like that. There was some embarrassment on Sun Jinda's face. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to establish a good relationship with the other party and perform well so that he might be able to invite this god in the future. But the other party didn't give him any chance at all. It seemed that this was the only way for now. After all, the other party is the most powerful person he can meet. For people like Shao Chun and Tao Ming, killers brought in from abroad are useless, so they have no choice but to mobilize people from the underworld. Tao Ming went to deal with a crime scene, and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning when he finished. Lu Shao followed her closely and then sent her home. After getting off the car at her doorstep, her home was still a little way away from her through a bluestone alley. "Brother, I'm already here. You don't have to send me to the door. It's getting late. You should go back." After getting off the car, Tao Ming turned around and said, "It's still quite a distance away. I won't feel at ease until I see you come in." Lu Shao said with a smile, "Really, there's no need. It's only a few hundred meters away." Tao Ming looked directly at Lu Shao and said, "I'm also an adult, and I have the ability to protect myself. I'd better take you to the door." Lu Shao sighed. "Lu Shao." Tao Ming suddenly got angry. "Why are you protecting me so much?" "Because..." Lu Shao didn't know how to answer. "Is it because you like me? Or because Chun Fan asked you 6 years ago that if he couldn't come back, you would take care of me for him?" Tao Ming asked sternly. "No, he just..." Lu Shao tried to explain. "Yes or no?" Tao Ming stared at him. "Look into my eyes and speak." Lu Shao was silent for a long time before he nodded and said, "He did say that. So, he knew long ago that he would never come back. And the reason you protected me so much was because of your promise?" Tao Ming asked angrily. "Junior sister." Lu Shao sighed and said, "Something happened to Chun Fan. This is something no one wants to see. But it has already happened. Since I have made a promise to him, I must keep it. So how long will this compliance last? 1 month? 1 year? Or a lifetime?" Tao Ming got even angrier. "You have your own life. You don't have to keep this promise for your whole life for a dead person." "Junior sister, even without this promise, I will still protect you," Lu Shao said. "I don't need it," Tao Ming said word by word, and then her eyes turned red. "Brother, I know you are good to me. I will remember all your kindness to me forever. But some things cannot be changed. You are my senior brother, and you will always be. Do you understand?" Lu Shao was silent for a long time. Then he nodded gently. "Junior sister, I understand. I just want to protect you. I don't plan to ask for anything in return, really. I don't need you to protect me." Tao Ming became even angrier. She took a few steps forward and looked directly into Lu Xiao's eyes. "You should have your own life instead of focusing all your attention on me. Brother, I don't want you to live such a hard life." Lu Xiao didn't say anything, so Tao Ming said, "Starting tomorrow, don't follow me anymore. Even if something unexpected happens to me, it's my fate, and I have no complaints." After saying that, she turned and left. Tao Ming turned away with tears in her eyes. She murmured, "Brother, I'm sorry. I can't forget Shin Fan. You are a very good person. Your heart should not be focused only on me. You will meet the right person." Lu Shao stared at her back blankly, motionless like a wooden stake. After a long while, he finally gave a bitter smile and said, "Junior sister, you have blocked all the words I have yet to say." He took out an exquisite box from his arms, opened it, and inside was a very exquisite bracelet. He said to himself, "Brother is an orphan. No one has ever cared about him except Master and you. So I don't know how to care for others, let alone how to give gifts. I spent a long time looking at this bracelet before buying it. I don't know if you like it or not, but I know it looks great. I wanted to find a chance to give it to you, but..." He smiled bitterly, closed the gift box, and put it back into his arms. When he turned around, his face was covered with frost. "My friend, you have been following me for a long time. It's time to show yourself." In the darkness of the night, an old man in a green robe walked out slowly. The street lights cast a shadow, and he walked neither fast nor slow, stopping 10 meters away from Lu Shao. Lu Shao stared at the other person, stretched out his right hand, and the short stick slipped out of his sleeve. The other party has a very strong aura, and his strength is probably even better than that of the master. He has no chance of winning this battle. The person who came was Ching Bo. He glanced at Lu Shao, and from the aura emanating from Lu Shao, he guessed where Lu Xiao's master came from. "So you are a disciple of the Baji sect of Wuji Mountain Villa?" Ching Bo said, "I have met your master once before." "Senior." Lu Shao clasped his fists and said, "May I ask, are you here today to take my life?" "Not really." Ching Bo shook his head. "You are a junior, and my attack is not in accordance with the rules of the martial arts world. But I owe the Sun family a favor, so I have to help. I won't take your life. I will just cut off the meridians in your hands and destroy your martial arts skills. I just want you to not pose any threat to the Sun family. Senior, it would be more direct if you just killed me. Lu Xiao said. Do the disciples of Badgerman use sticks? Ching Bo's gaze fell on Lu Xiao's hands. No, it's just that this bipolar stick was given to me by my master. Lu Xiao said, when encountering a strong enemy, I will feel more at ease with a weapon in my hand. Excuse me for being blunt, but even if you have a weapon in your hand, you are no match for me. Ching Bo shook his head. Lu Xiao thought for a moment, then slowly put the stick in his hand on the ground. In that case, I will use all I have learned in my life to compete with you, senior. You are Lu Chongqing's disciple. I don't want to kill you. Ching Bo sighed. You can save your life by cutting off the meridians in your hands. Then what's the difference between me and a coward? Lu Xiao smiled and said, then what's the point of me learning all these martial arts? I am a master's most proud disciple. If I become a coward, where will the master's reputation be? Ching Bo shook his head gently, and he sighed and said, is it really worth losing your life just for the sake of face? I'm a Baji disciple. My personal honor and disgrace are the honor and disgrace of my master. This is much more important than my life. Okay, the young man is quite suitable for me. Ching Bo nodded gently. He put his right hand behind his back and slowly stretched it forward, palm facing up. Qishan Yizanking, please teach me, Master Baji. Although his seniority and strength were higher than Lu Xiao's, his move gave Lu Xiao enough dignity. I am Lu Xiao, a junior. Please give me some advice. Lu Xiao clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Then he suddenly raised his head, looked straight ahead, slightly bent his body, and leaped forward like an arrow. The right fist was extended forward, and the mind followed the movement of the fist. It was a move, pointing the way punch. Chapter 378, The Gap in Strength. This move is similar to Xingyi Benquan, and it combines the intention and form of boxing to unleash the strongest force in the shortest distance. Yizhang Qing remained calm and allowed the punch to hit him. However, in his eyes, this explosive punch was extremely slow. He just stepped back slightly, and the punch was several inches away from his face and ultimately did not hit him. Lu Xiao changed his moves very quickly. When his first attack missed, he quickly changed his fist into a palm and swept towards Yizanking's eyes. Yizhang Qing retreated lightly again, and the sweep missed again. Lu Xiao's offensive reached its peak at this moment. Punches, palm strikes, elbow strikes, and collapsing punches, all of his moves were launched at the opponent like a storm. However, Yizanking could always easily resolve his seemingly dangerous moves. Every time Yizanking made a seemingly random move or a nonchalant swing, he was able to suppress Lu Xiao's offensive. His punch missed again, but this powerful punch forced Yizhang Qing to retreat 3 steps. Yizanking put his hands behind his back and nodded gently. You have a good foundation. You can force me to retreat so many steps. Senior, you haven't taken any action yet. Lu Xiao shook his head, his tone full of bitterness. The gap in strength is really impossible to overcome. Next, I'm going to take action. Yizanking slowly stretched out his right hand. There was a piece of bamboo with green leaves in his hand. This was the bamboo he had just picked from the roadside at some point. It is as thick as a thumb and about 3 feet long. With a flick of his right hand, all the leaves on the bamboo fell off, leaving only a round bamboo. I used to use a sword, but over the years, I felt that the murderous intent on the iron weapon was too strong, so I sealed the sword in my residence. Yizhang Qing said slowly, I will use bamboo to replace the sword. You only need to catch my sword 3 times, and you will win. How about that? Lu Xiao clenched his fists tightly, ready to strike. Although the opponent was only holding a bamboo, he knew that this was a battle of life and death. Be careful, Yizhang Qing shouted in a deep voice, slowly raised the bamboo in his hand, and chanted softly, Once we part. The bamboo in his hand slowly fell down. The Yuqing sword was what he had learned from practicing martial arts over the years. I devoted myself to the pursuit of martial arts and was separated from my lover. After not contacting my family for decades, I felt deeply moved and created this poem. As the bamboo in his hand fell, a buzzing sound came out, and an invisible dark force rolled towards Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao roared and took a step forward. He clenched his right fist and punched the opponent. Woos, bang! Lu Xiao took 5 steps back, knelt on one knee, and his fist on the ground trembled slightly. Once the killing move is made, there is no room for maneuver. Yizanking's figure flashed, and he stepped forward. He raised the bamboo in his hand slightly and pointed it forward again. 2 lives of sorrow. The fierce dark energy condensed on the bamboo, and the light bamboo seemed like a copper stick at this moment. Lu Shao jumped up, using all his strength to concentrate his hidden power in his right fist. His fist even made a popping sound like popping beans as he punched forward. Buzz! His figure flew backwards. Lu Shao climbed up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He leaned against a tree as thick as a bowl behind him and barely supported his body. Not bad. Yuzhanking looked a little surprised and pointed the bamboo in his hand to one side. But unfortunately, you don't have a chance. Come on, come on. Lu Shao laughed and roared. The feeling of desolation. Yizhangqing's figure flashed, and the next second, he appeared in front of Lu Shao. He pointed his right hand forward, and the bamboo in his hand disappeared. Yizhangqing turned away, not caring about the outcome. The night is quiet. The tree behind Lu Shao was pierced by a bloody bamboo, along with his throat. He slowly knelt on the ground with a relieved smile on his face. He held the gift box containing the bracelet tightly in his hand and looked forward with difficulty. That was the direction she left. In this moment of life and death, countless fragments flashed through his mind. His life flashed through his mind like a scene from a movie. Homeless, he rummaged through trash cans and fought with stray dogs for food. The first full meal I had in the orphanage. The master took his hand and said goodbye to the old dean. In Wuji Villa, I met 6-year-old Tao Meng for the first time. When he was practicing hard, a childish voice once asked him, "Brother, why do you practice so hard?" "I want to become strong and not let anyone bully me." Now that senior brother has become stronger, can he protect me? Yes, I can protect you forever. Countless voices and sounds came to his mind at this moment, and countless voices kept ringing in his ears. Countless images appeared before his eyes, and finally, Tao Meng's smiling face froze in front of him. "Master, sister." He uttered these 2 words with difficulty, and his head slowly dropped. The smile on his face froze. "Dawn morgue." Tao Meng slammed the door open like crazy and stumbled into the morgue. In the morgue, Wu Ming and several members of the security bureau were already there. Several forensic doctors were also on the scene. When Tao Meng saw the corpse covered with white cloth on the bed, she was stunned. She moved her feet with difficulty and walked to the body. Although the distance was only a few meters, it felt like a century of torture for her. "Tao Meng," Wu Ming said, "it has already happened. I hope you." Tao Meng ignored Wu Ming. She stood in front of the corpse, looked at the white cloth covering the body, and stretched out her trembling hands. As if she had made up her mind, she gritted her teeth and lifted the white cloth. What caught my eye was Lu Zhao's gray, lifeless face. There was a wound on his throat that went through his pharynx. The wound was round, and it was not difficult to tell that it was done by a master. This is a fatal injury. Senior brother, senior brother. Tao Meng let out a heart-wrenching scream. She threw herself on Lu Zhao's body, stretched out her hands, and grabbed his shoulders. Get up, get up. Tao Meng, calm down, Tao Meng." Wu Ming tried to persuade her, but to no avail. He had no choice but to wave his hands, and several policemen behind him grabbed Tao Meng and pulled her away. The forensic doctor covered Lu Zhao's body with the white cloth again. Tao Meng burst into tears and collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept this fact. Wu Ming sighed and had to have someone take her out. I don't know how long it took, but Tao Meng finally calmed down. The wound on Lu Zhao's body was caused by an internal martial arts master. Wu Ming said, "A bamboo pierced through his throat. Lu Shao held this thing in his hand until his death. I think it should be a gift for you." Wu Ming took out the small box and handed it to Tao Meng. Tao Meng took the box, opened it, and saw an exquisite bracelet lying quietly in the box. The area around the box was even stained with blood. She took out the bracelet, held it in her palm, and looked at it quietly. Chapter 379, Clearing All Obstacles, is the fundamental. Lu Zhao's voice seemed to float in his ears again. "Junior sister, what kind of gift do you like? Flowers? Jewelry?" The gift is not important. What's important is the person who gives it to you. Junior sister, the most important thing to avoid when practicing martial arts is being distracted. Only by keeping 8 intentions in mind can you take the initiative and win. His voice and appearance still appear in my mind, very clearly, but he is no longer here. Holding the bracelet tightly in her hand, Tao Meng burst into tears. Why did the people closest to me leave me one after another? Why didn't she let him take her home last night? If she had invited him to her house to rest for a while and have a cup of tea, Perhaps she could have avoided this disaster. She could never have imagined that last night would be the last time she met her senior brother. From then on, the two were separated by Yin and Yong. Wu Ming sighed. These successive blows were too much for her. He didn't know how to comfort her, so she had to rely on herself to get through it all. Outside the door, Shao Chun held Lu Zhao's Wuji stick tightly in his hand. The stick is 3 feet long, made of fine steel, and feels heavy in the hand. Lu Zhao's death was undoubtedly bad news for Shao Chun. He still couldn't accept it. His senior brother, who was teaching him the Baji techniques during the day, was now dead. Shao Chun. Wu Ming walked over. Uncle Wu. Shao Chun stood up. Any news about the murderer? The murderer is a master of internal martial arts. His identity is still under investigation. There will be someone responsible for matters in the underworld. Wu Ming said. Shao Chun stared at Wu Ming. He could hear the ambiguity in Wu Ming's tone. With Wu Ming's identity, it should not be difficult to find out the identity of the murderer. Uncle Wu, do you know who the murderer is? Tell me. Shao Chun asked seriously. Shao Chun. Wu Ming sighed and said, You'd better not get involved in the affairs of the martial arts world. You have enough troubles of your own. This trouble is directed at me, right? Shao Chun smiled. The other party is coming with great force. There are only 3 people to deal with. My senior brother, Tao Ming, and me. I'm afraid of trouble, so I hide. Let senior brother Lu die in vain? Uncle Wu, this is not who I am. Then what do you want? Wu Ming asked after a moment of silence. The other party is a master of internal martial arts, and his dark energy has reached at least the 4th level. What do you think you can do to a person like this? He has the strength, and I have the brains. Shao Chun pointed to his head. I also want to seek justice for my brother. Uncle Wu, are you afraid of alerting the Sun family and affecting your layout? If so, then I can responsibly tell Uncle Wu that after I avenge my senior brother, I will be the first one to find a way to deal with the Sun family for Uncle Wu. Really? Wu Ming couldn't help but look at Shao Chun a few more times. He knew Shao Chun's abilities, and this kid exuded a spirit of not wanting to admit defeat. Of course it's true. Shao Chun nodded. Sun Lao heir is abroad. The last incident has made him alert. We must not only deal with the grandfather and grandson of the Sun family, but also Sun Lao heir who is abroad. I know all this, and I will have corresponding countermeasures. But before that, I want to make that so-called internal martial arts master pay the price. Shao Chun said in a deep voice. Qishan Hongqing is known as Yizanking. Wu Ming compromised. I started learning martial arts at the age of 8 and developed hidden power at the age of 20. After that, I visited famous mountains and rivers to learn from masters. Later, because I had a talent for swords, I changed to sword training. After turning 50, he lived in seclusion in the Great View Reef of Qishan Mountain, practicing martial arts in seclusion. Now he is 70 years old, and his hidden energy has reached the 4th level, which is better than that of Mr. Liu from Wuji Villa. One Zhang Green. Shao Chun's gaze gradually became deeper. Think about it carefully. This is a tough nut to crack. Hongqing has not been involved in the affairs of the martial arts world for decades. Besides, he is relatively indifferent to fame and fortune. I don't know why the Sun family would invite him to come out. Thank you, Uncle Wu. I will deal with him in my own way. Shao Chun nodded slightly. By the way, Tao Ming has suffered blows one after another, and she may not be in a very good mood. If you have time, please help comfort her. Wu Ming said. I will, but Director Wu, the most important persuasion for her is to deal with the Sun family. Shao Chun said. Wu Ming smiled bitterly. If only things were that simple. After all, these things were too complicated. But he could never guess what Shao Chun was thinking. Shao Chun solved things simply and roughly. What about the overall situation? He couldn't control it. Let's deal with these bastards in front of us first. Taoist Temple, Back Mountain. Shao Chun and Xian Ruo sat cross-legged one after the other, meditating. At noon, the Taoist priest slowly opened his eyes. Shao Chun also opened his eyes along with him. How does it feel? Xian Ruo asked. I feel not very good. There's a breath here. Shao Chun pointed at his chest and said, I can't suppress it. This is violence. As a cultivator, what matters is purity in an action and following the laws of nature. The Taoist priest laughed and said, if you don't get rid of your evil spirit, your state of mind and your cultivation will always fall behind. Then, Master, how can I get rid of this hostility? I can't suppress it. Shao Chun said with some distress. That depends on what caused the anger in your heart. The Taoist priest said leisurely. Is it hatred or desire? Of course it's hatred. Shao Chan gritted his teeth and said, I can't swallow this anger if I don't avenge senior brother Liu. Then go and get revenge. The Taoist tone changed, becoming somewhat murderous. No matter who the other party is, don't pay attention to the consequences. If he has affected your Tao heart, then he deserves to die. Master, do you support me in seeking revenge? Shao Chun was stunned. Why do you think I won't support you in taking revenge? The Taoist priest asked. Well, you're a monk. Shao Chun was a little confused. Aren't monks all compassionate and pure-hearted? Haha, you're overthinking it. The Taoist priest smiled slightly. You have to remember, no matter who the other party is, it can't affect your Taoism. If it affects him, he deserves to die. What is Tao? This is Tao. Shao Chen's heart was filled with ripples, and his mind was as clear as a mirror at this moment. He slapped his thigh and said, That's right. He affected my Tao heart and made me feel uneasy. He deserves to die. I will take revenge. But, he smiled bitterly, I can't seem to beat him. Is this the weapon of your deceased friend? The Taoist priest picked up the Wuji stick that Shao Chan placed in front of him. Yes. Shao Chan nodded. In fact, it doesn't matter what kind of weapon is used. What matters is that the person using the weapon can achieve harmony between man and nature. The Taoist priest slowly raised the stick and began to practice slowly. When you strike, your hands must be ruthless and your heart must be black. Treat the enemy as a fat sheep. Take advantage of their unpreparedness, strike them with a club, and defeat them in one move. It is said that those who are good at swimming drown, and those who are good at riding fall. Each brings disaster upon himself because of his hobbies. If you respond with a gentleman's heart, this revenge will not be achieved. Chapter 380. Have you realized it? Shao Chan stood up and watched the Taoist priest practicing the stick techniques intently, as if he had realized something. Yes, it's about revenge. Don't be a gentleman. You have to be ruthless and cruel, with the goal of taking the enemy down when they are least prepared. But the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. Will playing dirty tricks really work? You have to watch carefully my next stick move. The Taoist priest danced the Wuji stick faster and faster, chanting, The great Tao is like a rock, following the laws of nature. The spiritual orifice only has 3 inches left. The laws of heaven, earth and mountains are impermanent. And if the laws of heaven are not fulfilled, how can they be profound? Boom! It was as if a thunder exploded in Shao Chen's mind. At this moment, countless images flashed through his consciousness. The Taoist priest's movements and body movements seemed like they were engraved in his mind. Countless thoughts, formed into one sentence, floated in his mind. Tao follows nature, and heaven and man are one. A flash of light flashed in the depths of Shao Chen's pupils. Did you see it clearly? The Taoist priest took back the Wuji stick in his hand and looked at Shao Chen. Master, I see it clearly. Shao Chen nodded. It's good that you can see it clearly. The Taoist priest smiled slightly and handed the Wuji stick in his hand to Shao Chen. Learn it well here and integrate it thoroughly. 3 days later, you could go down the mountain to seek revenge. The Taoist priest said leisurely. After all, if you don't get rid of this person, the demon in your heart will be hard to eliminate, and the 3 pure ones will not tolerate him. Yes, thank you, master. Shao Chun bowed deeply. The Taoist priest left the back mountain, and Xianqing came towards him and said, Brother, did you integrate the wind and thunder break into the staff technique and pass it on to Shao Chun? Yes. The Taoist priest nodded. This kind of stick technique is taboo in the Tianshi mansion because this method is mysterious and the wind and thunder method is extremely powerful, and it is full of murderous intent. Only those who have practiced Taoism for many years with a pure mind can practice this. Besides, Shao Chun has too much anger in his heart right now. What if he becomes possessed by a demon? Xianqing was puzzled. If he doesn't take revenge, he will be haunted by evil in his heart. The Taoist priest shook his head gently. Besides, Shao Chun is also the chosen one. So there's no need to worry about him. Besides, we also have the Z beads for rebirth. Xianruo, stop talking here. The heavenly bead? Xianqing was surprised. Is this thing going to be released? Is it related to Shao Chun? Xianqing was a little surprised. After all, the Z bead of rebirth was a precious treasure. Once it appeared in the world, it would definitely trigger a catastrophe. Countless casualties. This thing has been missing for 60 years. Is it going to reappear now? Brother, don't ask any more questions. Xianruo smiled and said, This is Shao Chen's fate. When the rebirth bead appears in the world, all mysteries will be revealed. Ching nodded solemnly, and then he said murderously, "Brother, we are limited by the rules and cannot get involved in these matters. But if things really get out of control, I will risk my entire life to turn the world upside down." Okay, how old are you? Why are you still getting involved in these things? If you take action, won't you be suspected of bullying? Xian Ruo smiled slightly. Shao Chun was at the back mountain of the Taoist temple, holding the Wuji stick in his hand, and he was in a trance for 3 days. At dawn on the third day, Shao Chun slowly opened his eyes. The morning mist rises, and the morning light appears in the distance. He stood up slowly, and the moment he stood up, a feeling of heroism suddenly surged in his chest. The world, mountains and rivers seemed to be in my heart. He lowered his head and looked at the Wuji stick in his hand. He felt that this stick made of fine steel seemed to have merged with him, as if it was a part of his body. There seemed to be a force slowly surging in his body. Shao Chun understood in his heart that whether it was the stick technique inheritance 3 days ago or the Taoist Yunjin before, they were all taught by his master with great care. Yunjin is the foundation of internal martial arts, and the set of stick techniques performed 3 days ago was not really stick techniques. It has a name called Wind and Thunderbreak. He knelt down in the direction of the Taoist temple, kowtowed 3 times respectfully, and then went down the mountain. After I got down a mountain, I got in the car, charged my phone, turned it on, and it kept ringing. Song Zian made more than a dozen phone calls and sent dozens of messages. There were also calls from a few buddies in the dormitory and Tao Meng. Shao Chun smiled bitterly. No wonder they said that time does not matter in cultivation. It was just a simple state of meditation, and before I knew it, 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth these days, and everyone around him was worried about him. He quickly sent a message to the group and called Song Zian as soon as possible. "Where have you been these past few days?" Song Zian answered the phone and angrily asked, "You didn't answer the phone, didn't reply to messages, and your phone was turned off?" "I'm sorry, I was listening to master sermons at the Taoist temple these days and forgot the time." Shao Chun quickly comforted, "It's my fault, I won't do it again in the future." "Shao Chun, do you know that you almost scared me to death?" Song Zian almost cried. "I've called Grandpa, and he's going to use all his connections to look for you. If anything happens to you, we'll just fight them." "No, let the old man withdraw his men. This is just a small matter. It's not worth mobilizing so many troops." Shao Chun said, "I promise that everything will return to peace within a week." "Really?" Song Zian's sobbing voice was heard from the other end of the line. "Of course it's true." Shao Chun said, "I promise." After finally dispelling Song Zian's doubts, Shao Chun just hung up the phone and immediately received a call from Tao Meng. "Where have you been?" Tao Meng's tone was filled with anger and worry. "I went to the Taoist temple to see my master and listen to his teachings. Before I knew it, a few days had passed." Shao Chun explained, "How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I thought something happened to you." Tao Meng's tone was obviously relaxed. "I've been locked up in the sanatorium these days. Grandpa won't let me go out. The old man was right not to let you go out. Now that place is the only safe place." Shao Chun said, "But I can't just sit here and do nothing." Tao Meng gritted her teeth. "I'm not willing to do that. Can you find a way out?" Shao Chun asked. "There are guards watching me," Tao Meng said, "and they won't let me leave the room." "Knock them out and sneak out," Shao Chun said. "Then what?" Tao Meng asked. "Do you have any plans for the next step?" "Yes, but before that, let you vent first," Shao Chun said. "Okay, wait for my news." Tao Meng did not hang up the phone, and Shao Chun waited quietly. I heard the sound of the door opening on the other end of the line, and the voice of the security guard on the other end said, "Ms. Tao, is there anything I can do for you? Come here." Then, with 2 bangs, Tao Meng had dealt with the 2 guards and then slipped away. Chapter 381, let's start with him. Shao Chun got in the car and picked up Tao Meng. Tao Meng tied up her long hair, then checked the bullets in the gun, loaded the gun with a click, and put it into her waist. Shao Chun looked at her and felt a little terrified. "Are you planning to kill someone? You said that you would let me vent my anger. I would go crazy if I didn't kill someone." Tao Meng's expression was serious. "Okay, since you seem to be quite depressed, I will go crazy with you for once." Shao Chun nodded gently. He started the car and stepped on the accelerator. "Where are we going now?" Tao Meng asked. She looked cold, and it seemed that being locked up in the sanatorium for the past few days really made her depressed. "Let's vent our anger on the Sun family." Shao Chun said, "I don't know what the Sun family wants to do. So this time, let's find out their purpose first." "Start with Sun Yong?" Tao Meng asked again. "This second-generation rich guy is a waste of fresh air in the world. So let's start with him. Shao grinned. A three-story villa in the West District. There is usually no one living in the villa. Even at night, the windows are tightly closed and there's no light at all. But every night, luxury cars and beautiful young girls come in and out here. The Sun family's private club is where Sun Yong usually entertains his friends. On the first floor of the villa, in an extremely luxurious private room, a row of expensive red wines were placed in front of Sun Yong, and next to him was a young girl in cool clothes. However, Matsuda Tiani was also here, and Sun Yong was extremely respectful to him. Mr. Sun, we're going to talk about some private matters next. Matsutada frowned. Are there too many people here? Okay, I understand, Mr. Matsuda. Sun Yong waved his hand quickly and asked all the girls in the room to leave. The lights in the box came on, and the noisy music was turned off. Matsuda Daichi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised the cup in his hand and said, "Sorry, I'm too old to listen to heavy metal music. I was inconsiderate, Mr. Matsuda. I toast you with this." Sun Yong raised the cup with both hands, gestured from distance, and then drank it in one gulp. Matsutada nodded slightly and put down his cup. "Mr. Sun, your elders told me that the plan has been advanced?" "Yes, the plan has been advanced. Now our family assets have basically been transferred overseas." Sun Yong nodded. "But some plans have not been completed, so we need Mr. Matsuda's support." "That's no problem. The Matsuda family will provide strong financial support as long as you fulfill your promise when the time comes," said Matsutada Tiani. "Please rest assured, Mr. Songhu, our Sun family will definitely keep our promise, and you also know about my second uncle's property in the Jinsampo area." Sun Yong said quickly, "At present, our Sun family is the most suitable partner. Our cooperation is a win-win situation." "That's good. I believe the Sun family is committed to their promises, so our family has decided to support you." Matsutada nodded gently. "But you guys, please don't let me down. Please rest assured, Mr. Matsuda. My second uncle has already laid a solid foundation there. Once the plan here is implemented, we will be able to control the Jinsampo Bienma area immediately. By then, that place will belong to our Sun family. If there is anything that Mr. Matsuda is not convenient to solve, we can do it for him." Okay. Matsuda Tiani was very satisfied. He nodded slightly, then picked up the wine glass and toasted Sun Yong from a distance. "Mr. Matsuda, let's have a pleasant cooperation." Sun Yong looked flattered. He quickly picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "But Mr. Sun, you seem to still have some problems that have not been solved." Matsutada put down the cup. "The old man hasn't left yet, right?" "You mean Ching Bo? He hasn't left yet. He promised my grandfather that he would solve the troubles in Yinjing. Please rest assured, Mr. Matsuda, the next person to be solved will be Shao-chan." Sun Yang said. "If Shao-chan can be dealt with, that would be the best." Matsutada Tiani's eyes were cold. "As long as it can be dealt with, I can increase my support for you." "Really? I promise that I will solve this trouble of Shao-chan within 3 days." Sun Yang was surprised and happy. Although I don't know what the grudge is between Matsuda Tiani and Shao-chan, but this is also an unexpected surprise. Shao-chan has not shown up in recent days. As long as he dares to show up, he will die. Although Ching Bo is not willing to get involved in these mundane matters, he is indeed a man who keeps his promises. Since he promised to repay his grandfather's favor, he will definitely do it. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news." Matsutada smiled, and then he sighed. "China is really full of great people. That old Mr. Ching is so powerful, it's really beyond my expectation. Ching Bo is a very powerful man. He owes my grandfather a favor, so he agreed to help this time." Sun Yang hurriedly tried to improve his relationship with Yizhong Qing. "He is my elder, just like one of my own. If Mr. Matsuda has a problem he can't solve, he will come forward to solve it with just one word from me." Okay. Matsuda nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, a man with a stern look walked up to Matsuda Tiani, leaned over, and said a few words to him. Matsuda Tiani's expression changed slightly, and then he waved his hand gently. The man nodded, bowed, and walked out. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." Matsuda stood up and buttoned his clothes. He said with a smile, "Then I will wait for Mr. Sun's good news." "Please rest assured, Mr. Matsuda. Shao-chan will be eliminated within 3 days." Sun Yang nodded and bowed, looking like a servant. Matsuda nodded slightly, then turned and left. After going out, Matsuda got into a Bentley. His expression gradually became serious. "Is this true?" "Mr. Matsuda, it is true. According to our reliable intelligence, Sun Lao Air has come into contact with that thing, And he has also been given special attention by the organization behind the sky curtain, the temple. The stern-looking man bowed and said, so his power in the Jinsampo BMI area could be eliminated at any time. So there is no point in us investing in the Sun family anymore. A playful expression appeared on Matsuda Tiani's face. It really doesn't make any sense anymore. It's interesting when the temple intervenes. Matsutada closed his eyes and murmured, the power displayed by the rebirth bead is coveted by countless people. We can't confront the temple head-on. We should hold our ground for now and wait for the right opportunity to reap the benefits. There's one more thing. The man said, Huaxia is also keeping an eye on Sun Lao Air. A team called Songlang has already infiltrated his lair. There have been several clashes between the two sides. The person in charge of the Songlong is named Shao, codenamed Snow Wolf, and is from the Red Star base. He has obtained some information about the shady dealings of the Shengmu from Sun Lao Air. Chapter 382, Tell the Truth. So now Sun Lao Air has spent a lot of money to hire mercenaries and assassins to keep the Songlong squad in BMA. Very good, Matsudoda laughed and said, once the organ harvesting scandal on the Holy Tabernacle cruise ship is exposed, many people will be ruined. Let's wait for them to fight. After all, those who come out of the Red Star base are all ruthless people who are not afraid of death. As soon as Matsudoda left, Sun Yong called another group of girls. The music, pole dancing, wine, and the powder spread on the coffee table made him instantly high. The whole box was filled with the smell of decadence. A red-haired girl lay on the table and took a deep breath. As the powder on the table entered her stomach, she shivered involuntarily. Then she lay on the sofa, looking dazed. Sun Yang took a deep breath and then fell on the sofa with satisfaction. To be honest, this kind of life may be less common after going abroad. Enjoy it for as long as you can now. Suddenly, the music in my ears stopped and the lights in the room came on again. What's going on? Where's the person? Sun Yang opened his eyes suddenly, only to find that the room was empty. He sat up suddenly and reached under the sofa with his backhand. The situation has been tense these days, and he is ready to make a last-ditch effort at any time. So the gun is carried with you. However, when he fell under the sofa, he was shocked because the gun under the sofa had been taken away by someone at some point. He looked up suddenly and saw Shao Chun and Tao Meng walking in together. Tao Meng loosened his hands, and parts of a gun fell to the ground. The disassembled gun in her hand was exactly the Desert Eagle that Sun Yang had prepared earlier. What do you want to do? This is a private residence. Get out. Sun Yang forced himself to remain calm on the surface. In fact, he was very panicked inside. Hong Qing came out to deal with the two people in front of him, but now Hong Qing is not by his side at all. But he knew in his heart that the two of them came here today to avenge Liu Shao. Private residence? Tao Meng said nothing, walked up to Sun Yang and slapped him several times, then kicked him flying. She was still not satisfied, so she jumped up, flipped over the sofa, and pinned Sun Yang to the ground with her knees. Then she raised her fists and started to attack Sun Yang. At the beginning, Sun Yang could still scream and threaten her to let him go. But after a few punches, his toughness soon wore off, and in the end, he didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. Don't beat him to death. Shao Chun was speechless. Tao Meng felt a surge of anger inside and would not feel happy unless he vented it out. But if Sun Yang was really beaten to death, who could he ask if he wanted to ask questions? After a fierce punch, Tao Meng finally stopped. She pulled a tissue over and wiped the blood off her fist, then said coldly, if you have anything to ask it now, or you won't have chance. But a piece of trash like him probably knows very little about the core secrets of the family. It would be better to just kill him and save a lot of trouble. You have to remember your identity. Shao Chen's lips twitched. This woman was too cruel. You are a police officer. Tao Meng ignored Shao Chun and started searching through all the drawers in the box. Wow, a lot of various kinds of ice, banned hallucinogenic drugs, and powders were found. Shao Chun looked at Sun Yang with some sympathy. Sun Yang, I want to ask you a few questions. Please cooperate. No one can save you today. Sun Yang knelt on the ground, tremblingly raised his head, and looked at Shao Chun. The first question is, Song Zian was kidnapped several times. Were they all planned by your Sun family? Shao Chun asked. Sun Yang didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. He nodded with difficulty and stammered, yes, yes. Shao Chun raised his foot and kicked him 5 meters away. Sun Yang lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. You kicked him to death. Tao Meng frowned. How can you ask if you beat him to death? Sorry, I couldn't help it. Shao Chun calmed down his inner anger. He walked to Sun Yang's side and kicked him. Don't play dead, kneel down. Sun Yong struggled to support himself with his hands and knelt on the ground obediently. What is the purpose of kidnapping Song Zian? Shao Chun asked again. I can tell you, but you have to promise not to hit me. Sun Yong trembled. I promise I won't touch you with my hands. Shao Chun swore. My feet aren't any good either, Sun Yong added. Okay, stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Shao Chun nodded. Our Sun family needs the financial support of the Song family, so we want to kidnap her and threaten the Song family. Sun Yong said with difficulty. After the failure, the Song family protected her too well, so we have no way to start. So, you want to form an alliance with the Song family through marriage? And then control the Song family through her? Shao Chen asked. Yes, that's right. Sun Yang nodded. Your Sun family has made a lot of money over the years, so why did you go to so much trouble to swallow up the Song family? Shao Chan stared at this guy and said word by word. I think there must be other reasons, so you want to tell me what the reason is? Yes, once the Song family status is taken over, it will inevitably attract relevant attention, and the Sun family will not be in a good situation either. But they knew there were risks, but still did it. Shao Chen didn't believe that there was no reason for it. Because, Sun Yang stammered, not daring to tell the truth to Shao Chen. Speak. Shao Chen's face darkened slightly, and his expression became unfriendly. These are all to support my second uncle's overseas businesses. Sun Yang still hesitated. Support your second uncle's business? I don't think you were telling the truth. Shao Chun stared at Sun Yang and continued. Your second uncle is doing very well overseas. He has a gun, and in the Jinurpo area, almost no one dares to mess with him. Does he need your Song family to go through so much trouble to support his business? Unless, Shao Chun stared at Sun Yang. Your Sun family has no intention of staying in China. Shao Chun, I just did what my grandfather asked me to do. I really don't know the specific circumstances. Sun Yang begged. Let me go and I promise I will never go against you again. Tao Meng, you are right. This idiot really has no idea what his family will do in the future. Shao Chun turned his head and looked at Tao Meng. Have you finished asking questions? Tao Meng glanced at Shao Chun. I've asked him all the questions, but he didn't tell the truth. But it doesn't matter. Shao Chun said calmly. If he doesn't tell me, I'll ask his grandfather. Tao Meng said nothing. She walked forward and pointed a gun at Sun Yang's forehead. My senior brother was killed by your people. Facing Tao Meng's gun, Sun Yang remained calm. Because he knew that Tao Meng was a police officer, and her level of authority was confidential. This kind of department has very strong discipline. Even if he was caught using drugs now, he still needs to be interrogated. Chapter 383 this time, I really die with regret. As long as he didn't resist, Tao Meng would not be able to shoot and kill him. Officer Tao, since you already know everything, don't ask any more questions. Sun Yang grinned. Everyone is dead anyway. Just tell me the amount and I'll pay you. Or if you let me go, I'll give you 100 million. How about that? Tao Meng was furious. She grabbed the butt of the gun and hit Sun Yang hard on the head. Sun Yang screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. He had already been beaten badly, and this blow made his head bleed. He lay on the ground, not daring to fart. I want to ask you about a person, Chun Fan. Tao Meng said coldly. How did he die? Chun Fan? I don't know him. Sun Yang was puzzled. Did you make a mistake? Our man, the one who stayed with your second uncle when he went on the mission. Tao Meng recalled for him. I don't know. I have very little contact with my second uncle. Is he an undercover agent? Sun Yang said, as if it was a matter of course. To be an undercover agent in a place like that, you have to be prepared to die at any time. Tao Meng was furious and pointed the gun at his head. Chun Fan's life, senior brother's life, were all caused by the Sun family. Kill you and collect some interest first. You're a police officer, not a gangster. You can't do this. Sun Yang shouted. You must obey the law. Shao Chen was so angry that he laughed. I acted like a gangster to you, and now you know how to abide by the law? At this moment, an old voice came from the door. Girl, you shouldn't be so violent at such a young age. Then a figure flashed, and an old man in a green robe stepped out of the room. He was about 10 steps away from Tao Meng, his eyes as sharp as lightning. Uncle Ching, save me, Uncle Ching. When Sun Yang saw the old man, he howled like a pig being slaughtered as if he had seen Savior. You kill my brother? Tao Meng pointed the gun at Hong Ching, her eyes red. I want to avenge my brother. Are you the junior sister of that young man that night? He was a nice guy, what a pity. Hong Ching glanced at Tao Meng. A life for a life, Tao Meng said in a cold tone, raising the gun in his hand and ready to shoot. Hong Ching staggered his feet and bent his body slightly. Okay, put the gun away. Xiao Chun stepped forward in time, stretched out his hand to hold the gun in Tao Ming's hand, and asked her to put the gun away. Why? Didn't you say that we would kill a lot of people tonight to avenge the dead? Tao Ming was puzzled. The third level and ninth stage of dark energy. The old man in front of you has already reached the second level and fourth stage, which makes him even stronger than your master. Shao Chun said, although he has not reached the peak of the ninth realm and broken the realm of martial arts, the gun can still hurt him. But now he is within 10 steps of us. At this distance, our guns are not as fast as his fists. Tao Ming was stunned, a little surprised. She had not developed her hidden strength, so she certainly could not tell the strength of the person in front of her. But Shao Chun said that Hong Qing was even stronger than his master Lu Chongqing, so at this distance, her gun was no longer a threat to the old man. Are you Lu Chongqing's apprentice? Hong Qing looked at Tao Ming and nodded slightly. She's decent, but at best above average. It'll be hard for her to inherit Lu Chongqing's legacy. If Lu Chongqing hadn't been obsessed with recruiting disciples over the years, how could his progress be so slow? You're not qualified to comment on my master, Tao Ming said coldly. Your senior brother had the potential to inherit your master's legacy, but unfortunately, he is no longer with us. Hong Qing glanced at Tao Ming. Tao Ming's inner anger was immediately ignited. Suddenly, she grabbed the gun and loaded it with a click. Then he pointed the gun at Sun Yong. You're a police officer, you can't. Before Sun Yong could finish his words, Tao Ming suddenly pulled the trigger without any warning. Bang! A bullet hit him right in the back of the head. Sun Yong opened his eyes wide and fell to the ground with a thud. He never closed his eyes until his death. He never thought that Tao Ming would actually do this for real. She is a police officer. She has rules and regulations to follow. How can she kill people at will? Hong Qing's face suddenly changed. He had not expected the unexpected changes. At this moment, Tao Ming felt an invisible murderous intent locking onto him. Even though she had practiced martial arts for many years, her expression was still a little stiff when facing an internal martial arts master who was several times stronger than her. But this murderous intent came quickly and went away quickly. Hong Qing lowered his head, and the look in his pupils gradually faded away. He let out a long breath and said, everything is determined by fate. Sun Yong deserved this disaster. It's no wonder that I didn't save him in time. But I must bring back the heads of both of you tonight. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a breach of trust? Are you okay? Shao Chun glanced at Hong Qing. Today, it should be the two of us who will carry your head to offer sacrifice to senior brother. I just can't understand. You're already so old, with 1 foot halfway into the grave. Why do you want to get involved in the affairs of the Sun family? I was previously indebted to old Sun and promised to help the Sun family in times of crisis. Hong Qing said in a deep voice. In my life, I think I have never owed anyone anything, so I naturally cannot deny this promise. Really? For your shitty promise. You would accept it even if the Sun family violated public order and conscience. Shao Chun sneered. In my life, I have never cared about good or evil, but only acted according to my own preferences. How can a young man like you control me? Hong Qing sneered. Old man, you have wasted all your martial arts training. You are immoral and unkind. Shao Chun shook his head gently. People like you don't deserve to live in this world. So, you want to kill me on your own to avenge your senior brother? Hong Qing smiled. That's right. Shao Chun nodded. Young man, you might know a little bit of martial arts. Hong Qing looked mocking. But if you ask me frankly, I really don't take this skill seriously. Well, I'll give you a chance, go get some help. Call for help. Shao Chun smiled. Old man, aren't you being too pretentious when you say these things? Young man, I know you are full of passion and want to avenge your brother, but some things in this world are destined to have no results. Hong Qing laughed and pointed at Shao Chun. Leave your life behind today. Shao Chun. Tao Ming clenched the gun in his hand. You can go out. Shao Chun said, I can handle the things here. But he is a master of internal martial arts. Tao Ming was a little anxious. She knew that Shao Chun understood the hidden power, but she was afraid that Shao Chun himself did not know how to use it. But the old man in front of him was different. With decades of kung fu, he has rich practical experience and can use hidden power with ease. Shao Chun's experience is incomparable to that of the other party. Chapter 384. Did it hit your sore spot? So what? Shao Chun raised his eyes and said, we both have the same head and 2 shoulders. You're just a little older than me. Besides, Shao Chun looked at Hong Qing. Old Hong is old, and this world is now the world of young people. Okay, okay, good boy, very arrogant. Hong Qing laughed angrily. He stared at Shao Chun and shouted in a deep voice, I'll give you 3 moves. Let's start. No, you old man, don't let me in. I'm young. Shao Chun smiled at Tao Meng. You go out first. I didn't tell you not to come in. But Tao Meng wanted to say something, but Shao Chun interrupted her. You don't believe me? Under Shao Chun's gaze, Tao Meng opened her mouth, but finally nodded slightly and walked out. I'm already old, and if I still attack a junior like you, I'll be laughed at by people in the underworld if this gets out. Hong Qing smiled self-deprecatingly. Since you are the junior, I will let you make the first move today. Senior Hong is worthy of being a senior in the martial arts world. He is very generous. Shao Chen gave a thumbs up, not hiding the sarcasm in his tone. Go ahead. Hong Qing's brows were slightly furrowed, and his tone was already somewhat displeased. Senior Hong is already old, yet he still comes out to fight with others. If he hadn't abandoned his wife and children earlier, he should have many children and grandchildren now at his age, right? Shao Chun did not take action. He just said with a smile. These words made Hong Qing's expression change suddenly. He stared at Shao Chun coldly, with a chill in his eyes. Yes, when he was young, Hong Qing married and had children like most people. But after experiencing a life-and-death experience, his character underwent a dramatic change. He left without saying goodbye and traveled the world in search of higher realms in martial arts. After searching for him for 3 years in vain, his wife committed suicide by burning herself with her 4-year-old son. Although he has never stopped exploring martial arts over the years, he still feels a dull pain in his heart whenever he thinks of this incident. Yes, if I hadn't been so stubborn back then, I would have a large family now, right? Even though his current strength is enough to be called a master, what happened in the past is an indelible pain in his heart. These things are destined to become his inner demons and stumbling blocks that hinder his progress. He originally thought that he would forget these things with the passage of time, but he did not expect Shao Chun to bring them up out of the blue. Old Master Hong, do you think I'm right? Be it martial arts, endless wealth, or supreme power. But when people live in this world, they always have to leave something behind. You are destined to never break through the 9th realm in your lifetime. 90 is already the limit. After you die, I'm afraid there won't even be anyone to pay tribute to you on Qingming Festival. So, what is the purpose of pursuing the limit of martial arts? Shut up, you bastard. Hong Qing was furious. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Shao Chun. I originally wanted to cut off your hands and feet today and make you a cripple. But since you insulted me like this, no one can save your life today. Old man, please don't get excited. I'm not saying that you will have no descendants. Shao Chun looked innocent. We were chatting happily. Why did his expression suddenly change? You? Hong Qing stared at Shao Chun hatefully. Without saying a word, he flicked his sleeves, slightly crossed his feet, and attacked Shao Chun with a throat-locking move. He couldn't bear it anymore, and Shao Chun's few words broke his mood. Wife and children dead? No descendants? This was really hitting at his sore spot. So he attacked viciously, and every move he made was a killing move. Shao Chun spread his hands, took a step away, and swung his hand to grab Hong Qing's throat. Bang! The opponent's hidden force attacked, and Shao Chun retreated several steps. Wow, he is worthy of being a person who has reached the 4th realm. His hidden energy is strong and powerful. You can't confront him head-on. Hong Qing was somewhat surprised to see Shao Chun easily take his chokehold. Then his hands were as fast as lightning, and his attack came towards Shao Chun like a storm. However, Shao Chun, who had mastered the wind and thunder breaking technique taught by his master, handled it with ease. Feng Lipo, as the name suggests, moves as fast as the wind and sounds as loud as thunder. It was originally a Taoist secret book that could subdue demons. Therefore, Shao Chun's body movements were extremely fast. Although he did not confront Hong Qing head-on, his body movements seemed more or less strange to the other party. Do you really think that you can get away with this strange body movement? Hong Qing snorted coldly. Suddenly, he waved his arms, his sleeves fluttered, and a fierce aura locked onto Shao Chun. Once his body was locked, Shao Chun would have no way to escape. Then he shouted softly and punched Shao Chun in the chest. After all, he was at the 4th level of dark energy. This attack left Shao Chun with no way to retreat. He had to gather all his strength and punch him. Bang! Fists hit each other. Shao Chun's wind and thunder break took effect at this moment. With a humming sound, a powerful energy spread out in all directions with the two people's fists as the center. The two men each retreated 3 steps, The difference was that Shao Chen's body swayed a few more times than Hong Qing. The level of hidden power of both sides was immediately distinguished. Your hidden energy is not the internal energy of any school. It is more like the breathing technique of Tianshi Mansion. Hong Qing's expression changed slightly. What is your relationship with the Tianshi Mansion? It is indeed somewhat related, but I won't say what the relationship is. Shao Chan waved his hand. Senior's punch was extremely powerful. But you use a sword yourself, so why don't you show me your Yuching sword? Good boy. There are not many people who can take my palm. It seems that I underestimated your strength. Hong Qing put away the shocked look on his face. He stretched out his right hand and broke off a lucky bamboo. You are much more difficult to deal with than your senior brother. If you keep holding back, I'm afraid I'll end up in trouble today. Is it possible that you've already failed? Shao Chun said with a hint of meaning. Hong Qing slowly raised his right hand. His face changed slightly, and his right hand, which had been used to fight with Shao Chun, had become bruised without him noticing. You are plotting against me? Hong Qing was no longer calm. All's fair in war. Shao Chun took off a ring from the middle finger of his right hand. Then he threw the ring aside and said to himself, just a little bit of Lin Feng's poison can bring down an elephant. I've increased the dosage now, so it should be effective against internal martial arts masters, right? Despicable. Hong Qing's eyes turned red instantly. When they were fighting just now, he felt something piercing his right middle finger. But he didn't care. Who knew that the barbs on the ring that Shao Chun wore on his hand were poisoned by him? Although it is still unknown what kind of poison Shao Chun has used, Hong Qing now feels that he can no longer muster up any strength. Even the hidden energy in the body was slowly dissipating. Chapter 385. You can't use conventional means to deal with people like you. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. You, a person at the 4th level of dark power, conspired with a tiger and tried to kill my senior brother. Isn't this despicable? Shao Chun looked innocent. If I were you, I would end this battle as soon as possible while I still have the strength. Hong Qing said nothing. He shook his right hand, and the lucky bamboo in his hand suddenly stretched straight. He took a slight step forward, and his figure turned into a shadow, attacking Shao Chun. Yes, now he had to get rid of Shao Chun as soon as possible before the poison in his body spread completely. Although he tried his best, the poison in his body slowed him down by several points. Shao Chun lightly lifted his foot, and his body swayed slightly. The wind speed and the wind and thunder allowed him to avoid the opponent at lightning speed. Then he turned around, stretched out his right hand, and the Wuji stick appeared in his hand. He swung the Wuji stick in his hand forward lightly, and bang! It hit Hong Qing right in the back. With a burst of hidden power, all of Hong Qing's vitality was quickly destroyed. Hong Qing's figure and Shao Chen's figure crossed each other, and he fell to his knees with a thud. A large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth, staining his green robe red. Shao Chen's stick fractured his spine, and at the same time, his dark energy broke into his body. The fact that he didn't die on the spot showed how powerful his dark energy was. Ew, what kind of martial arts is this? Hong Qing growled unwillingly. This was taught to me by my master, who is a Taoist priest. This set of stick techniques has a name, called wind and thunder breaking. Wind and thunder break. No, this is not an ordinary martial arts technique. This is a Taoist mindset. Hong Qing murmured to himself. He propped himself up with difficulty, then leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. He stared at the stick in Shao Chen's hand and muttered to himself, how can a martial artist be better than a cultivator? It seems that I shouldn't have come out and gotten involved in these things. Things have come to this point. What's the point of you saying all this? Shao Chan shook his head and put away the Wuji stick in his hand. There are 2 reasons for killing you. First, my senior brother died in your hands. Second, you aided the tyrant and helped the Sun family. If you die, we will be even. Haha, are we done with this? Hong Qing couldn't help but laugh. He leaned against the wall and muttered to himself, I have practiced martial arts all my life and never cared about worldly affairs. But unfortunately, once some karma is involved, there's no way to undo it. This is fate, this is fate. Huh. His laughter stopped abruptly, and the life in his pupils quietly dissipated. Hong Qing's head drooped, and a master of internal martial arts died. Shao Chun let out a long breath. Yes, he did win this battle unfairly. But this old man must be eliminated. He deserves to die. No matter what, as long as my brother's revenge is taken, that's enough. Shao Chun, are you okay? Tao Ming rushed into the room with a gun in her hand. She was stunned when she saw Hong Qing, who was leaning against the wall and had already died. He went forward to check Hong Qing's breath and heartbeat and confirmed that he was dead. This shocked her a little. She turned back with difficulty. How did you do that? In this world, strength is not everything. Shao Chun said leisurely. When necessary, you have to be ruthless and have a dark heart. Given this old man's strength, it wouldn't be too much to use a little conspiracy, right? Not too much. Tao Meng's expression twitched. I killed the man. It has nothing to do with you. Director Wu will bring people here later. All responsibilities will be on me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who is afraid of taking responsibility? Shao Chen glanced at Tao Meng. These things were caused by me, so I have to take responsibility for everything. There is nothing wrong with that. Tao Meng said lightly. That may not be the case. Let alone this old man. I'm one of his targets. Shao Chen pointed to Hong Qing's body and said, the Sun family and I have always had a tense relationship. It has come to this. I can't stay out of it. So if I killed someone, then I killed him. Hong Qing has committed murders before, so can I enforce justice on his behalf? Tao Meng stared at Shao Chun, and she suddenly felt that Shao Chun was a real man. A large number of special police arrived at the scene, and Wu Ming rushed in angrily. There were 2 bodies in the room, and also a bunch of illegal drugs that Tao Meng found at the scene. Wu Ming walked in, his face a little gloomy. He looked at Tao Meng deeply, then sighed. He gnashed his teeth and said, Tao Meng, I need you to give me an explanation for these things. Director, what explanation do you want? Tao Meng pointed to the pile of drugs on the coffee table. If you must explain, then these are the explanations. I received a tip that Sun Yang was gathering people here to take drugs, and that these drugs were seized from his club. The amount is large enough to kill him several times. And during the arrest, Sun Hao tried to resist with the gun in hand. I fired warning shots to no avail and then shot him dead. Is there any problem with that? And this old man, his name is Hong Qing. He is the murderer of Lu Shao. He must pay with his life. He also teamed up with Sun Yang to try to resist. Shao Chun and I teamed up to kill him. His words were so logical and flawless that Wu Ming was completely stunned. It took him a long time to react. He said angrily, so the 2 people inside deserve to die, right? As a police officer, you are here to uphold justice. Shao Chun is an enthusiastic and good citizen, right? In a sense, it is true. Shao Chun nodded seriously, with an innocent look on his face. Director Wu, I am just a caring citizen. I helped Officer Tao stop the crime, and this behavior is worth promoting. Then shall I give you a Good Citizen Award? I'll praise you for being such an enthusiastic citizen. Wu Ming couldn't help but yelled. You all are causing trouble for me. Can't you just be patient for a while? Your actions have messed up our layout. It's all messed up. All the responsibility lies with me, Director Wu. I accept the punishment, even if it means taking off this police uniform. Tao Meng said after a moment of silence. Do you really think it's as simple as taking off the police uniform? Wu Ming couldn't help but raise his voice. The biggest fish is Sun Lao Air. We spent 7 years planning and planting spies around him in order to obtain evidence of his Sun family's crimes. How much effort have we put in? How many comrades have died overseas? Now, because of your momentary willfulness, all our efforts have been wasted. Do you really think you can shoulder this responsibility? Uncle Wu, can I say a few words? Shao Chen couldn't help but speak. Call me Director Wu. Wu Ming interrupted him. I have never seen anyone as ridiculous as you. Yes, Director Wu. Shao Chun said awkwardly. Have you ever thought that Sun Lao Air actually knew that you were setting up a plan for him? Does he actually know all the spies and undercover agents you have planted around him? What did you say? Wu Ming's expression changed slightly. He stared at Shao Chun. Why do you think so? In 7 years, your work has not made any progress. In 7 years, you haven't even got a single photo of Sun Lao Air after plastic surgery. Chapter 386. Have you considered this? Shao Chun said seriously. Sun Lao Air is a desperado. He dared to take over everything of the Sun family and flee abroad. And he built up his own power in a few years. It proves that he has a very high IQ and ability. Director Wu, recall all the efforts you have made against Sun Lao Air over the years. Did the losses outweigh the gains? Wu Ming remained silent. Yes, he had had some doubts before. In the past 7 years, there had been no substantial progress in the plan against Sun Lao Air. Moreover, every time a targeted action was taken, Sun Lao Air would either learn about it in advance and change his mind, or easily resolve it. Shao Chen's words suddenly enlightened him. Yes, the reason why Sun Lao Air, a smart man, has not made any progress for so many years is because he has noticed the plan of his own people. 7 years, countless manpower and energy, setting up a special task force, sending out elites, but nothing was achieved. Shao Chun continued. There are only two possibilities in this situation. The first is that Sun Lao heir is very smart and has already noticed the undercover agent around him. Second, there's a ghost around Uncle Wu. Shao Chun. Wu Ming stopped Shao Chun in time. He was in deep thought for a long time. The two situations Shao Chun mentioned are actually both possible. Regardless of the situation, the security department's plan against the Sun family can no longer be implemented. If I were you, I would withdraw all the hidden agents and undercover agents right now, because they are in danger. Shao Chun pointed at Sun Yang's body. Because of Sun Yang's death, Sun Lao heir will become even more crazy. Wu Ming's lips twitched a few times, and then he said in a deep voice, "Come here, put Tao Meng in solitary confinement, and call all the members of the special task force for a meeting." Tao Meng was disarmed and taken away. The moment she walked out of the door, she looked at Shao Chun deeply. "Shao Chun, both situations you mentioned are possible." Wu Ming looked at Shao Chun meaningfully. "Thank you for your reminder." "You're welcome." Shao Chun nodded. "I will convene a meeting as soon as possible and evacuate all of us before the news of Sun Yang's death spreads overseas to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Also, I don't need to be held responsible for what happened today, but you promised me before that you would eradicate all Sun family influence in the country." Wu Ming asked. "That's true. As long as Uncle Wu doesn't restrict me, I can do it with all my might." Shao Chun said. "Well, go ahead and do it." Wu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Maybe we can't do anything about Sun Lao heir who is abroad. But none of these people from the Sun family in the country can escape." "Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that." Shao Chun grinned. "Uncle Wu, you should be thankful that you made up your mind early. The Sun family is already transferring assets overseas. If we were any later, they would have fled. Fortunately, we kept Sun Yang here tonight." "How do you know so much?" Wu Ming glared at Shao Chun. "This." Shao Chun touched his nose awkwardly. "Your Tao Meng told me that since we are partners, she must share the information she knows with me. I know everything about the Sun family, as well as the code name of the operation that your task force is responsible for. Girls are really hard to keep when they grow up. They tell everything to outsiders." Wu Ming was a little unhappy. Shao Chun was a little speechless. "What do you mean by a girl should not be kept when she grows up? Isn't what you said a bit too much?" "Okay, our operation code name is Falcon. We'll ask you to come along for important meetings in the future." "Well, does that mean that I'll be a member of this task force in the future?" Shao Chun asked. "Not really. You are not on the staff." Wu Ming glared at Shao Chun. "So, you are just a non-staff member. But you are really smart, what a pity. If you hadn't chosen another path, I would have brought you to us no matter what." "Uncle Wu, thank you for the compliment." Shao Chun chuckled, with some ill intentions in his smile. "Go back and prepare well. You'll be busy next." Wu Ming waved his hand, turned around, and left. The forensic doctor took the two bodies away, the police cordoned off the scene, and the club was also sealed. 2 police officers were left guarding the door, and everyone else had left. After separating from Wu Ming, the smile on Shao Chun's face slowly disappeared. He asked for leave from the department and ran to Wan's residence. "This villa is big enough, the location is remote enough, and there are security patrols 24 hours a day, so you just need to stay here with peace of mind." Wan said. "Thank you, Wan. I'll just hide for 2 days." Shao Chun nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you to spread the news that I'm here." "I think you're crazy. The old dog in the Sun family is not a vegetarian. Now his only grandson has been killed by you. Will he let you go?" Wan was stunned, a little confused. "I know. Why I want is for him to find me." Shao Chun chuckled. "There's a trap waiting for the old man to stick his neck in." "Wu Ming agrees with you to do this?" Wan asked in confusion. "Aren't they fishing?" Now the second son of the Sun family has not returned to the country. Do they agree to take action against the Sun family? The situation is a bit complicated. Shao Chun took a sip of tea and said, "Sun Lao heir is very smart and won't be fooled so easily. We can only make long-term preparations for his overseas hideouts, so the most important thing right now is to seize all of the Sun family's domestic businesses before they flee." "Well, the old dog of the Sun family is indeed very shrewd." Wan nodded. "Just live here peacefully and don't worry too much about other things." "Okay, then I'll rest here for 2 days. When things have fermented enough, I'll make plans." Shao Chun nodded. Just at this moment, Shao Chun's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He paused for a moment and answered the phone calmly. As soon as he heard the other party say something, his expression changed slightly. Wan looked at Shao Chun with a questioning look, and Shao Chun covered the microphone. Shao Wanli. Press speakerphone. Let me see what this old man is going to do. Wan's expression turned serious. Shao Chun pressed the speakerphone button and put the phone on the table. Shao Chun, you've caused quite a bit of trouble. Shao Wanli already knew the trouble Shao Chun had caused. It's indeed a bit big. What's wrong? Shao Chun asked back. You probably don't know what kind of power is behind the Sun family, right? Shao Wanli said. If you really think of the Sun family as an ordinary company, then you are wrong. So what do you want to express? Shao Chun smiled. He knew exactly where the Sun family came from. Shao Wanli is still keeping us in suspense? Is that interesting? So, I'm the only one who can protect you now. Shao Wanli said in a serious tone. Otherwise, you may lose your life in Yanjing. Chapter 387. Are you scaring me? Is it that serious? Shao Chun smiled. I'm timid. Please don't scare me. Shao Chun, I'm not kidding you. Shao Wanli paused and said, your situation is very dangerous. I have received news that Sun Jinda has found kidnappers and is looking for you everywhere. Since you know, you should call the police for me. We live in a society ruled by law now. Shao Chun said innocently, Master Shao, we are acquainted after all. You can't just sit there and watch that old bastard from the Sun family find some kidnappers to kidnap me, right? Haha, Shao Chun, don't you think it's a bit naive to say these words? Shao Wanli sneered. You think the laws are omnipotent, but I tell you, these laws are only used to restrain ordinary people. For a family of Sun's stature, secular rules are no longer able to restrain them. Is it so powerful? Shao Chun pretended to be surprised. He humbly asked for advice. Then Master Shao, please show me a way. Tell me what I should do. The only one who can save you now is the Shao family. There was an undisguised hint of pride in Shao Wanli's tone. As long as you are willing to rely on the Shao family will definitely protect you. The Sun family alone can't do anything to you. Well, what are your conditions? Shao Chun asked. The condition is that if you agree to my previous request to invest, I will give you every penny in exchange for corresponding shares, said Shao Wanli. Anything else? Shao Chun asked. Your request is not limited to this, right? Also, I want to have the final say in your company. Any decision of your company needs my approval. After Shao Wanli finished speaking, he did not forget to add, Shao Chun, your current situation is very dangerous. No one can protect you except the Shao family. Oh, now that you mention it, I am really desperate, right? Shao Chun sighed and said helplessly, Mr. Shao, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Don't worry. If I didn't want to help you, I wouldn't make this call. Shao Wanli laughed. He felt that Shao Chun was completely under his control at this moment. As long as you agree to my request, everything will be fine. Shao Wanli, can you please have some shame? When Wan on the side couldn't help it anymore. Who is talking? Shao Chun, where are you? Shao Wanli's tone suddenly changed. Shao Chun is with his aunt. What's wrong? When Wan grabbed the phone and cursed. Shao Wanli, are you still a human being? Do you still understand what is shame? You're a profit-seeking person. I think the Shao family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. Wan, this is a matter between me and Shao Chun. It has nothing to do with you. Shao Wanli growled. How can it have nothing to do with me? He is his aunt. Besides, even if Shao Chun has nothing, our clan will protect him. Wan sneered. So go and have fun by yourself. Bye, don't call me again. Bang. The phone was hung up, and Wan blocked Shao Wanli's number. After doing all this, she let out a long sigh. What the hell? Aunt, you are being very rude. Shao Chun smiled and said, there aren't many people in this world who dare to talk to Shao Wanli like this, right? I don't care whether it's the Shao family or not. Anyway, I have already torn my face with Shao Wanli. Wan was still angry. What a joke. If this old man wasn't so greedy for money, my sister's child wouldn't have been lost. I rarely hear you mention Antwin. What happened to the child she lost? Shao Chen's heart moved, and he asked curiously. This? When Wan coughed twice. It's been too long. It's better not to mention it. She thought about it, and felt that she should reveal something to Shao Chun. My brother-in-law, Shao Guqing, has been fighting abroad for many years. It could be said that most of the Shao family's glory was earned by his military exploits. Without Shao Guqing, there would be no Shao family, and he also made many enemies because of this. When my sister's baby was less than a month old, Shao Wanli asked Shao Guqing to solve a spy case abroad. Shao Guqing was gone for several months, and it was during this time that the child was targeted and lost. So, if Shao Wanli hadn't asked Aunt Wen's husband to carry out the mission, the child wouldn't have been lost. Shao Chun showed a thoughtful expression. Definitely not. Who is Shao Guqing? He is the living devil. If he were in Beijing, who would dare to steal a child? Wanwan said indignantly. I don't know what Shao Guqing is after. He is Shao Wanli's illegitimate son. Shao Wanli has always looked down on him. I don't know why he risked his life for the Shao family. Maybe I want to be recognized too much. Shao Chan looked a little sad. How similar is Shao Guqing's experience to his previous life? In my previous life, I always wanted to be recognized by my family, so I worked and socialized very hard. But what do we get in return? Recognition? Bullshit. Shao Wanli has never acknowledged Shao Guqing's identity in public. Wanwan was indignant. If you ask me, my sister shouldn't have gotten together with Shao Guqing in the first place. Shao Chun smiled bitterly, and the photo he saw at the military base appeared in front of his eyes. That man should be a man of iron will and tender feelings, right? He should be a man who loves his wife and son very much. But unfortunately, because he wanted recognition too much, his wife and son left him. He should be regretting it, right? If he could be given another chance to choose, he would not let all this happen. Unfortunately, not everyone has the opportunity to start over like me. At the Shao family, Shao Wanli smashed his cell phone to pieces in anger. Just at this moment, Shao Yueching walked in from outside. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was a little stunned. Then he picked up the broken phone and put it on Shao Wanli's desk. Dad, what's wrong? Now there's a great opportunity to recruit Shao Chun. But Shao Wanli gritted his teeth and said, the Wen family has already taken the lead. Dad, you may not know that Shao Chun and the Wen family have always had a good relationship. Shao Yueching sighed. That old fellow surnamed one is despicable. Shao Wanli's eyes were red. But no matter what, Shao Chun is my grandson. He should go back to the Shao family. Then can you give Shao Chun a decent identity and welcome him back to the Shao family? If so, I will tell him the truth now. Shao Yuechang said in a deep voice. He didn't grow up in the Shao family. Although he has sufficient abilities, no one knows whether he has the bad habits of ordinary people. Shao Wanli frowned. Shao Yueching was really speechless. He sighed and said, Dad, things have come to this point. There is absolutely no problem with Shao Chen's ability and character. He deserves the status of a descendant of the Shao family. So why can't you just accept him? Chapter 388. You can't control Shao Chun. What do you know? The Shao family is so big that one move can affect the whole body. Shao Wanli said coldly. I didn't even publicly acknowledge your brother's identity at the beginning, let alone his son. Shao Chun is not my brother. He doesn't need to prove anything to the Shao family. He can establish himself on his own. Shao Yueching really didn't know how to persuade him. So your use of PUA to control him is useless. What do you know? He is a child who grew up in the countryside and lacked love and care since childhood. Shao Wanli glared at Shao Yueching and said, how high is the Shao family status? I don't believe that he doesn't want to be a member of the Shao family. Now he is obviously more inclined towards the Wen mansion. The status of the Wen family in Yanjing is not as good as ours, but if Shao Chun goes to Shanghai, it will be different. Shao Yuechang shook his head gently. If you want to save it by then, it will probably be difficult. Shao Wanli's brows were tightly locked. Shao Yueching's words made him hesitate. Indeed, after several contacts with Shao Chun, he found that Shao Chen's personality completely subverted his imagination. The other party was not respectful because of his status. Moreover, the huge Shao family has no appeal to Shao Chun at all. This guy is still a young man after all. Dad, Shao Chun is in crisis now. Instead of trying to control him, it's better to help him. Seeing that he was relenting, Shao Yuecheng quickly struck while the iron was hot. In that case, maybe he will accept some favors from the Shao family. If you try to take advantage of the situation at this time, it will backfire. Then do you think he can solve the current dilemma by himself? Shao Wanli was still not convinced. Maybe he can't solve it on his own, but with the help of the Wen family, it won't be a big problem. Shao Yuecheng said helplessly. It's not like Shao Chun doesn't have any family care about him. His grandfather and aunt are both silently watching over him. Shao Yuecheng's face couldn't help but darken. Yes, Shao Chun was not alone and helpless. He frowned and said, then according to your opinion, what should we do now? Tell him the truth, then give him the greatest respect and welcome him back to the Shao family. Shao Yuecheng said seriously. What you said is not impossible, but I want to see how he survives this crisis. Shao Wanli snorted. He has to prove his own strength. The Shao family's respectability is not given to just anyone. Dad, Shao Yuecheng tried to make a final effort. Needless to say, Pay attention to Shao Chen's every move. Report any movement he makes to me immediately. Shao Wanli has made a decision. He waved his hand and said, also, don't contact him privately and don't give him any support. Understand? Okay, I understand. Xiao Yuecheng nodded heavily, then left angrily. He felt that there was nothing to communicate with such a person. In the sanatorium, old Master Zhang was fishing when he had nothing to do. It's autumn now. The heat has dissipated in the evening, and the sun shines on my face, making me feel warm. Old Master. Guard Shaoli came over and said respectfully, Xiao Yuecheng is here. Let him come over. The old man put down the fishing rod in his hand. If this guy comes over now, I'm afraid he won't be able to communicate with Shao Wanli. Soon Xiao Yuecheng came over quickly and bowed. Old Master. What's wrong? Are you having trouble communicating with Shao Wanli? The old man guessed his purpose. The old man is really insightful. Xiao Yuecheng smiled bitterly and said, I tried to communicate with him, but unfortunately, I failed. Haha, I had expected this outcome. The old man smiled slightly, and he stood up and said, so I told you at that time that communicating with him would be a waste of time. Yeah, what a waste of time. Xiao Yuecheng sighed and said, I tried to convince him to give Shao Chun a respectable identity. In this way, Shao Chun can return to the Shao family smoothly, but it doesn't make sense anyway. For a person like him, talking to him about this is like talking to a cow. The old man shook his head. He is only interested in profit. He has to weigh the pros and cons of everything. How could such a person care about family affection? If he really cared about family affection, your eldest brother's family would not have fallen to the point of being separated from his wife and children. Then what should we do next? Please give me some advice, old man. Xiao Yuecheng asked sincerely. The next step will be easy. The old man said, one word, wait. Wait. Xiao Yuecheng was stunned. But the current situation is a bit tense. I'm worried that Shao Chun can't handle it. Don't worry about this. Although Shao Chun is not from a military background like your elder brother, he has good strength and ability. The old man laughed. Besides, with the one family helping him, what are you worried about? That's true. I'm just afraid that the old dog son Jinda, now that he has lost his grandson, will go around biting people like a madman. Xiao Yuecheng said worriedly. You don't have to worry about these. Even if he wants to bite someone, he probably has no teeth. The old man smiled. Then his expression became serious. Sun Jinda's ancestors were born as bandits. They reaped a wave of dividends in the early years. With these dividends, their Sun family will also have a place in Yanjing. But unfortunately, human greed is unsatisfactory. He thinks he has greater ambitions, so we can only watch him get caught in his own trap. Xiao Yuecheng nodded gently. Next, the Sun family will really be completely finished. It's a pity that we didn't catch the biggest fish this time, but there's nothing we can do. Sun Lauer is too cunning. The old man smiled and said, after dealing with the Sun family this time, it is time to tell Shao Chen the truth, and your father will also see Shao Chen's ability. This time, no one needs to persuade him. He will rush to take Shao Chen home. Is it useful? Xiao Yuecheng smiled bitterly. I don't want to help when the weather is tough. I just want to add icing on the cake. Shao Chen's personality is not very similar to my brother's. He wants to tie Shao Chen up and make him do things for the Shao family for free. But I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. Well, let's just wait and see what the result is. The old man smiled. The largest villa of the Sun family seemed a bit messy. The valuable vase broke into pieces and fell to the ground, and the valuable calligraphy and paintings and antiques were scattered all over the place. When Sun Jinda learned that his grandson had died, it was like a bolt from the blue. He could not accept this fact. Although Sun Yang's abilities were average, he was still a descendant of his Sun family. Now that his grandson is gone, what's the point of all he's done? When will you come back? Sun Jinda growled in a low voice with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 389, let's start the game. Dad, I can't go back yet, because Yinjing has already set a trap for me. If I go back now, I will be trapped. Sun Lauer's voice came from the other end of the phone. He said anxiously, Sun Yang is gone. I'm also shocked, but I still have several children here. You can't be left without descendants. You are very proud and happy now, right? Now that Sun Yang is gone, your illegitimate children can openly take over. Sun Jinda roared. Old man, can you please be reasonable? Sun Lauer was a little unhappy. Did I cause Sun Yang's death? I know you like the boss, but you have seen how much I have given to the Sun family over the years. I took on everything and came abroad alone. At that time, I was wanted in the country and I was unfamiliar with the place. I deal with dangerous people every day. I have to keep one eye half open when I sleep. If I'm not careful, I could lose my life. Are the things I've done not as good as those of your eldest son who died young? Shut up. Sun Jinda's breathing became rapid. Send me a few people from abroad right now. Even if I leave, I have to kill Shao-chan before I leave. My grandson can't die like this. Dad, do you know how difficult it is for a few people to cross the border now? Sun Lao Air was a little unhappy. You should transfer your property out quickly, and we should work together for a great cause. As for Shao-chun, I think he's a tough nut to crack. It won't be too late to deal with him after we become stronger. Damn it. Everyone with the surname Shao is against me. Shut up. Either you call a few people over here, or you come back from abroad. Sun Jinda said sternly. Anyway, I can't just leave like this. Shao-chun must be eliminated. Okay, your precious grandson is as dear to you as your precious son. Sun Lauer's face twitched. Then he said helplessly, it's not realistic for me to transfer people back for you. In this way, I have some people in China who can be used. I'll give you the phone number. I'll just say hello to them. Then stop talking nonsense and do it immediately, right away. Sun Jinda couldn't wait any longer. Okay, just wait for my news. Sun Lauer hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Sun Jinda held his grandson's belongings and let out a long, sorrowful roar. Yong, my grandson, I'm so sorry for your parents. Then there was a burst of wailing like at a funeral. He lost his son in middle age and his grandson in old age. I'm afraid no one is more miserable than him. Shao Chun stayed with Wan for 2 days, and Wan had been paying attention to the developments in the outside world. That day, Wan came back from outside and brought back the latest news. How is it? Shao Chun asked anxiously. Look how anxious you are. Wan glared at Shao Chun and said slowly, according to the latest news, the Sun family used some of Sun Lao Air's connections in China. I've seen these guys, they haven't seen much of the world, they're just street thugs, at most they lend money at high interest rates, and come to people's homes to intimidate them. The great thing is that we have blocked the debtor's children, so you can put your heart at ease and ignore them. That old guy from the Sun family actually found just a few people to kidnap me. Shao Chun was a little surprised. He felt that with Sun Lao Air's power abroad, he must at least be an international bandit mercenary or something. I didn't expect that they would only send a few small fish and shrimps. It's funny, right? The border inspections have been stricter recently. Sun Lauer is a smart man. He won't put himself in danger. Wan said with a smile. So this guy found one of his domestic partners and hired a few people to deal with you. They say they're dealing with you, but I think it's more like they're just trying to please the old man from the Sun family. After all, his precious grandson just died, and now his most urgent thing is revenge. I understand. Shao Chun nodded. Sun Lao Air is afraid that something unexpected will happen in the country, and the Sun family's property cannot be transferred out, so he resorted to this desperate measure. The purpose is to stabilize the old man. That's right. Wan smiled and said, you are really smart. You understand it immediately. Then when will they take action? Shao Chen asked. They have already taken action, but they can't find your hiding place at the moment, so they're looking for you all over the world. Wan thought for a moment and said, do you want to reveal your location? Exposed, but not here. Shao Chun thought for a moment and said, how is your relationship with Wu Ming? Not bad. Wan's face flashed with an unnatural look. Why are you asking this? Nothing. I saw something was wrong when you met, so I thought you must have known each other before. Shao Chun said with a chuckle. Yes, when Wan and Wu Ming had met, and both of them looked unnatural. Shao Chun didn't know what the relationship between them was, but Wu Ming's eyes seemed to be unusual when he looked at Wan. Whether they are enemies or two people who could never be together, it doesn't matter now. What matters is that Shao Chun wants to take advantage of the relationship between the two parties. I know him, Wan said calmly. He pursued me desperately, but later, because of my sister's incident, I hated everyone in Yanjing. Oh, so straightforward? Shao Chun said with a chuckle. Then if you ask him out, he won't refuse, right? Why did I ask him out? Wan was a little confused. If I ask him out to discuss something, he definitely won't come out. Shao Chun said, even if he does, he will be protected by secret police. Only if you ask him out and emphasize that he can only come out alone, will he really come out alone, and then it will be convenient for me to implement my plan. What on earth are you trying to do? Wan was a little puzzled. She warned, don't take risks. Although Wu Ming listens to me, he has a special identity and cannot be in danger. Don't worry, there will be no danger. Shao Chun said, please help me ask him out, and don't worry about other things. Then what? Wan asked. Spread the news and tell him where I am. Shao Chun smiled slightly. You call this not taking risks? Wan glared at Shao Chun. It's a bit risky, but it's the best way to solve the problem. Shao Chun assured. I promise that Wu Ming will not be in danger. I don't care whether he is in danger or not. Okay, time and place. Wan compromised. The time and place are here. You arrange it like this. Shao Chun picked up a pen, wrote down a time and place, and then explained it to Wan. To be honest, I can't guess what you want to do. After listening, Wan stared at Shao Chun and asked, You'll know after tonight. Shao Chun said with a smile. Anyway, the Sun family will definitely be destroyed tonight. Chapter 390, What is your plan? Destroyed? The Sun family has committed many crimes, but they are such a huge criminal group and have too many protectors behind them. Wan shook her head and said, There's a lot of evidence missing. Otherwise, how could the higher-ups allow them to get away with it until now? Don't worry. Since I dare to take this risk, I must be sure of it. Shao Chun smiled. If you have other old lovers, suitors, we can call them all to the scene together. The higher the influence, the better. So what do you want to do? Wan stared at Shao Chun, trying to see something from his eyes, but unfortunately, she could not see anything. It's really nothing. Annie, just do as I say. I promise nothing will go wrong. Shao Chun said with a grin. Wan herself was not a person who liked to get to the bottom of things. So since Shao Chun didn't say anything, she stopped asking. But she was still a little frightened, and she repeatedly warned Shao Chun, Don't go too far. Don't worry, Annie. I know what I'm doing. Shao Chun said with a smile. I promise that Director Wu will be able to resolve the issue this time. Shao Chun still smiled mysteriously. Wan looked suspicious, but she nodded gently, then turned and left. Wu Ming was a little surprised when he received Wan's call. He looked at Wan with a puzzled look on his face. What on earth do you want to talk to me about today? Can't we reminisce about the past? Wan simply uttered 2 words. It's not that I can't, but I feel like it's a bit of a bad time to look for me now. Wu Ming hesitated. After all, he is busy now, and foreign forces are watching him covetously. Normally, as soon as Wan called him, he would immediately run over happily, but now it really couldn't happen. Now is not the right time. Wan couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Wu Ming, you are more capable now. Come to think of it, you are now the director, and it is not an exaggeration to say that you are in a high position and have great power. And I'm just a businessman. At this point, Wan sighed. The gap between classes is really insurmountable. What class gap is there between us? Wu Ming was a little puzzled. He didn't know why Wan called tonight. But looking at her, if he didn't keep the appointment today, the consequences would be very serious. Then he sighed and said, Okay, I'll take 2 hours to meet you. And I also think it's time to clarify the misunderstandings between us. Well then, I'll decide the location. You're not allowed to bring anyone. You have to come alone. Wan said again. I came here alone. Wu Ming said terribly. Can you tell me what's going on? Wu Ming was really confused. He had no idea what Wan was trying to do. After all, this was a special period. A large net targeting the Sun family has now been laid out. The people of the Sun family also seemed to have realized that something was wrong, so they would most likely make a final, dying struggle. If I go out to see her alone now, it might be dangerous. Why, you don't want to? If you don't want to, forget it. Wan sneered. After all, you are still different from before. Haha, it's my fault. Why do I feel that you will think of our old relationship? Wan was about to hang up the phone, while Wu Ming on the other side was a little anxious. Hey, I didn't say no. Don't worry. From your expression, you are indeed hesitant. Wan said calmly, I'll send you the time and place. It's up to you whether you come or not. Goodbye. After saying that, she hung up the phone, sent an address directly, and then turned off the phone. How is it, Shao Chun? She looked up at Shao Chun. Very good, very good. Shao Chun gave her a thumbs up, then said with a smile, Aunt, thank you for this time. Okay, what else do you need me to do? Wan asked. You don't need to do anything, just wait and watch the show. Shao Chun said seriously. Don't you want me to go meet him? Wan asked worriedly. No need, I'll just go see him. Shao Chun smiled slightly. I'm afraid Director Wu has miscalculated this time, huh? In an open-air bar, Wu Ming kept flipping through messages on his phone. The geographical location of this place is relatively remote and far from the police station. If something really happened, he wouldn't even have time to call for help. But there was no way. This place was chosen by Wan, and he would accept it even if there was a knife here. After all, not everyone can forget their beloved one. He has been waiting here for more than half an hour, but Wan has not shown up yet. When he was almost doubting his life, a voice rang out. Director Wu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Then Shao Chun, who was wrapped tightly, sat opposite him, picked up a glass of wine, and drank it all. To be honest, Wu Ming was so scared that he subconsciously reached for his waist and almost pulled out the gun in his hand. When he heard Shao Chen's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glared at Shao Chun. Shao Chun, why are you here? What are you doing here? Where's your aunt? My aunt has something very important to deal with tonight, so she asked me to come on her behalf. Shao Chun said with a chuckle. So Director Wu, please don't wait. There's no one else here, only me. You asked her to ask me out tonight, didn't you? Who is Wu Ming? He saw through Shao Chun at a glance. Yes, I admit it. I was the one who asked her to ask you out tonight. There are some things I need to discuss with Director Wu in person. Shao Chun nodded. You were just kidding. Wu Ming was furious, and his voice couldn't help but rise. But then he lowered his voice and said, Shao Chun, do you know what time it is now? Do you know how critical the situation outside is? Sun Jinda has gone crazy now. He is frantically trying to find out about you. As soon as you show up, he will immediately send someone to take you away. I know. After all, I ruined his plan, and his precious grandson also died in my hands. So, it is normal for him to hate me. Shao Chun nodded. Since you knew that, why did you still dare to come out? Are you crazy? Wu Ming looked at Shao Chun angrily. To be honest, he didn't know what Shao Chun was planning. But no matter what this guy's plan is, it would be immoral to put himself and him in danger. He went to the meeting alone, taking a huge risk. After all, Sun Jinda was crazy now, and his son Sun Lauer was still a desperado. They could do anything. Chapter 391, I'm looking for you. Although my identity is not simple, and they dare not touch me, no one can guarantee whether that guy will do something desperate. You still have it. Shao Chun chuckled. With you here, no matter how crazy those people are, they won't dare to touch you, right? Tell me, what's the matter? Wu Ming suppressed his anger and looked up at Shao Chun. Actually, it's nothing. I just want to talk to Director Wu about my affairs. Shao Chun asked the waiter for another glass of wine and said slowly, Your business? What can't you ask over the phone? Wu Ming asked with some confusion. About my background. Shao Chun had been watching Wu Ming's expression. When he heard the word background, he clearly saw the strangeness in Wu Ming's eyes. Do you want me to help you check your background and find your parents? Wu Ming picked up a glass of wine and took a sip in a somewhat concealed manner. I can do my best to help you with this. But you also know that this world is too big, and the information you can provide is very limited. I can't guarantee that I can help you. But don't worry, I will try my best. It was a very official answer, and it also carried a hint of concealment and evasion. Not to mention Shao Chun, even a not-so-bright person could see that there was something wrong with Wu Ming. Director Wu, I'm not a fool. Tell me the truth. Have you known who my biological parents are? Shao Chun asked. No, don't talk nonsense. Who told you this? Wu Ming denied it 3 times in a row. I can feel it from the attitude of the people around me. Shao Chun took a sip of wine, turned the glass in his hand, and then said slowly, So, what are you hiding? Shao Chun, you took so much trouble to ask me out. Is it just for this matter? Wu Ming calmed down and said, If so, I can only say that you really think too much. I understand your emotions and feelings right now, but there are some things I really can't help you with, so I'm sorry. Really? Shao Chun looked at Wu Ming until Wu Ming felt a little uncomfortable. Then he smiled. What are you laughing at? Wu Ming was a little puzzled. Today, because of Wenwan's matter, he was a little confused. But this kid seems to be pressing forward step by step. What does he know? Nothing. Shao Chun shook his head. Director Wu, between you and my aunt, she and I are just pure friends. There is nothing else. Wu Ming directly stopped Shao Chun from gossiping. That's not what I meant. Shao Chun shook his head gently. I call Wanwan Annie, not because we have a good relationship, but because I feel she is really like my auntie. Wu Ming's expression was slightly stunned. He opened his mouth weakly, but didn't know what to say. Wanwan is indeed Shao Chun's real aunt, a blood relative. Although this kid usually doesn't show off, he actually knows everything. This made Wu Ming feel a little sad. This child was really pitiful. But as for his background, no one else can tell him about it, and he can't take the initiative to do so. Director Wu, please don't hide it from me. Tell me the truth. I promise. I won't tell anyone. Shao Chun looked at Wu Ming seriously. Under Shao Chun's sincere gaze, Wu Ming really didn't know how to face Shao Chun. He sighed, and just when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. This bar is a bit remote, and there are not many people, but now it is too few. Moreover, several bar waiters had surrounded them intentionally or unintentionally. These waiters had fierce looks on their faces and were definitely not good people. At the same time, the door was slammed shut, and all the windows were locked. Wu Ming stood up suddenly and subconsciously reached for his gun at his waist. He felt that the atmosphere in this place was a little strange. The people in front of him seemed to be coming for him and Shao Chun. What's more, the other party had already set up a plan and arranged it in this bar early in the morning. Who are you? Shao Chun took off his hat, looked around, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. But his expression was confused yet playful, as if everything was under control. Are you Shao Chun? A bald man in the lead walked over. Yes, I am Shao Chun. Who are you? Shao Chun nodded and stared at the big man. What are you talking about? Do you think you can find out the identity of our Gu? A younger brother with a low IQ shouted. Shut up. Bald Gu slapped the little brother on the back of his head. He let out his name right at the beginning. I've said it many times in their kidnapping and extortion business. The most taboo thing is to reveal your identity. I'm sorry, brother. I get it. I'll remember it next time. The younger brother felt pain and quickly put on a smile, nodding and saying. The bald man nodded in satisfaction. He walked to Shao Chen's side and said, Someone paid us to kidnap you, regardless of life or death. Brothers, we have been in the martial arts world for many years, and countless people have fallen into our hands, so you must not try to resist. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Brother, I won't resist. I'll surrender. Shao Chun raised his hands obediently. Police, everyone put your hands behind your back. Wu Ming frowned, pulled out the gun, and pointed it at several people. The moment he shouted police, several of his men's legs visibly went weak, and they subconsciously turned around and tried to run. But they were stopped by the Gu. Stop right there. Look at your lack of ability. What's wrong with him being a policeman? Damn it, the other party gave too much. Even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't work. As soon as he said this, his younger brothers thought the same thing. He had followed his boss to kidnap and collect debts, and had also been to the police station. But after doing this job, you'll never have to worry about food and drink in the future. What's wrong with the police? At that moment, the looks of these people became unfriendly. Stand back, put your hands on your head, and squat down. Wu Ming shouted. The gangsters looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. But at this moment, Wu Ming suddenly felt his legs go weak, and then he sat back in the chair with a plop. He even had stars in his eyes and felt dizzy. The gun in his hand was unstable and was snatched away by one of the G's men. Haha, police. What's wrong with the police? The Ganao seemed very proud. He took the gun handed over by his younger brother. We are going to take Shao Chun away today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. Is there medicine in the wine? Wu Ming looked at Shao Chun. I don't know, but it looks like it. Shao Chun nodded. Then how come you're okay? Wu Ming asked. Me? I don't know. Shao Chun looked puzzled. Stop talking nonsense and take this kid away from me. Chapter 392. It's over, the eagle pecked the eye. But brother, our mission is to take this kid away alone, right? Shao Chun turned around speechlessly and looked at the guy who had a low IQ but thought he was very smart. Your employer spent so much money to invite you here. Don't you even have the sense of service of buy one, get one free? That's right, kidnap this guy too and send him back to see the boss. Brother Do was very generous, worthy of being the leader of the kidnappers. He waved his hand, and one of his men stepped forward to tie up Wu Ming. Stop, do you know who I am? Wu Ming's face was dark. Today he had stumbled. As someone who plays with eagles every day, he never thought that he would be pecked in the eye by an eagle. After all, he is the head of a security bureau somewhere in Yinjing. The targets are transnational criminal groups and highly intelligent spies. If he really fell into the hands of these two gangsters today, he would become famous in the 6th Division of the Security Bureau. To be honest, even if some foreign forces hate him to the core, no one dares to take action against him easily. After all, his identity is there. If someone really attacks him, it would be tantamount to declaring war. These hooligans who lend money at high interest rates and collect protection fees actually attacked him today without knowing the consequences? Are you crazy? The guys in front of him were blind, but he couldn't really let them do anything to him. Otherwise, I would really lose face. Who cares who you are? The Gu stretched out his hand and slapped the back of Wu Ming's head and said coldly, I'm arresting you today and taking you away with me. I'm warning you. I'm Wu Ming from the Homeland Security and Counterintelligence Center. You'd better consider the consequences carefully. Wu Ming roared. What consequences? I dare to chase more than a dozen people with a knife and slash them across 5 streets. What kind of shitty identity do you have? Do you think I was scared? The bald man was unmoved. He waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and tie him up and take him to the boss so we can finish the job early. Okay, boss. Several thugs dressed as waiters quickly tied up Wu Ming and then stuffed his mouth expertly. He and Shao Chun were sent to the car and fled to a villa outside the city. At the same time, Wu Ming was hit by the car. An emergency handling center of the security bureau immediately called the police. The person in charge of the processing center quickly ran to the computer and asked, "What's going on? Why did you call the police?" "Director Lee, we just checked and found that an important person in our department might have met with an accident. We detected that his heartbeat was accelerated, which is a sign of emotional excitement," the security specialist said quickly. "Who is it?" Director Lee asked nervously. "He is responsible for the safety of some important personnel. People at Wu Ming's level all have wristbands equipped with sensors. Can monitor heartbeat, body temperature, and vital signs at any time. Once an abnormality is detected, the computer in the processing center will issue a warning." Wu Ming from the security bureau, the security specialist said cautiously. "Hurry, find a way to contact him." Director Lee was panicking. "Wu Ming. This person is an important staff member and one of the most important figures in the counterintelligence center. His name was even on the dark web. Not to mention how high his rank was. He was a top priority just because of the area he was in charge of. If anything happened to him, the sky would collapse. I contacted him as soon as possible, but the call was not connected and the bracelet sensor was offline and could not be located," the security officer whispered. "Immediately locate the location where the sensor is offline, notify the armed police, special police, and the emergency response center's emergency team, and make sure to find Director Wu as quickly as possible." The person in charge calmed himself down. "This is a big deal. If it goes wrong, it may lead to an international conflict. If foreign forces really infiltrate to carry out assassination, we will regard it as a declaration of war. Those people had better not do anything rash, otherwise no one can protect them." For a moment, the emergency center was in chaos. Yanjing became nervous, and specific areas were blocked. Countless police cars were roaring on the streets, and the situation was extremely tense. No one knew what had happened. Only those who had a guilty conscience stayed at home trembling. On the other side, Balda Ji's younger brother drove a van and transported Shao Chun and Wu Ming from Small Road to the suburbs. Coincidentally, the road they chose was one that was usually ignored by most people, and the police officers on the street made it so that they could escape the net. There is a villa in the suburbs, which is the old house of the Sun family. Shao Chun was brought here in a sack. He clearly heard the conversation between De Gu and Sun Jinda. "Mr. Sun, I have brought the people to you. Buy one, get one free. I have also brought the people around that kid here." Brother De walked forward attentively, nodding and bowing. "Why did you kidnap others?" "I only want Shao Chun." Sun Jinda said angrily. "Don't you know what time it is now? You're just causing trouble for me." "I'm sorry, Mr. Sunday. I'm sorry." De Gu didn't expect that he would be rejected. He nodded and bowed to apologize while dragging Wu Ming in the sack to the other side. Sun Jinda walked in front of Shao Chun, and a smart younger brother quickly took off the sack covering Shao Chen's head. Then he licked his face and said, "Mr. Sun, do you think it's him? Did we catch the wrong person?" "Yes, it's him." The moment Sun Jinda saw Shao Chun, his eyes immediately turned red. He gnashed his teeth and looked at Shao Chun. "Shao Chun, you didn't expect that we would meet so soon?" "Hey, Mr. Sun, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon." Shao Chun pretended to be surprised. "I heard that Sun Yong died. How could this happen? He was so young. It's a pity that he died. But Mr. Sun, you must be patient and mourn for him. As the saying goes, the dead cannot be resurrected. You must hold on." Shao Chun kept talking, completely ignoring the fact that Sun Jinda's face was as red as a pig's liver. "Shao Chun, shut up." Sun Jinda roared out in intolerance. He pointed at Shao Chun, his expression excited. "If it weren't for you, Sun Yong wouldn't have died. It's you who killed my grandson, you murderer." "Mr. Sun, please don't say that. Your grandson was involved in drug abuse, and when the police came, he tried to resist with a gun," Shao Chun said seriously. "In the end, the police warned him, but to no avail, so they had no choice but to shoot him. I don't blame anyone for this. If anyone is to blame, it's your poor parenting. Besides, why don't you do any other business? Why did you choose to sell drugs? You sent your own grandson to jail. You can't blame anyone." "Shut up." Sun Jinda pointed at Shao Chun, shaking with anger. "Don't think I don't know that you were the one who planned this." Chapter 393, You Messed with the Wrong Person. Planning? Elder son, you're wronging me. I'm just an ordinary person. What can I plan? Shao Chun waved his hand. Elder son, no one wants to see such a thing happen. But it has already happened, right? Who can be blamed? Look at it more positively. Life is only 30,000 days long, and everyone will end up like this. Sunjana was really pissed off by Shao Chun. He was shaking with anger, then looked around for a weapon. Finally, he picked up a knife and pointed it at Shao Chun. Shao Chun, don't talk nonsense to me. My grandson died in your hands. I will cut you into pieces. Mr. Sun, I think there are some misunderstandings between us. These misunderstandings must be explained clearly. Shao Chun acted as if he was frightened. It doesn't matter if you hit me with a knife, but you've hurt a good person. Young Master Sun and I are friends. If you hurt me, his spirit in heaven won't rest in peace. Don't you dare mention Yang again. You're the one who killed him, Shao Chun. You've ruined my plans, you bastard. Sun Jinda was almost furious. He pointed a knife at Shao Chun and said, if it weren't for you, my plan would have gone smoothly, and our Sun family wouldn't be so anxious to transfer the assets out. What's your plan, Mr. Sun? Shao Chun made a confused expression. I have always been kind to others and never made enemies with anyone. If there was a grudge, I would take it on spot. We have been dealing with each other for such a long time. How come I didn't know that I was ruining your plan? How could a mortal like you understand my plan? Sun Jinda sneered. He held the knife in his hand and waved it back and forth in front of Shao Chun. His whole body became abnormal at this moment. He paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself, how can you ordinary people possibly know the magnitude of my plan? I want to open up an era that will last for 1,000 years and belong to our Sun family. Huh, you know shit. Shao Chun looked at this guy and felt that he was not normal no matter how he looked at him. He asked tentatively, so can you tell me what exactly you want to implement with this great plan? Talk about bullshit. You are not worthy. Mortals like you will die and your bodies will decay. Sun Jinda stopped. He stared at Shao Chun with a pair of fierce eyes. But I won't, and the descendants of our Sun family won't. I don't quite understand. Shao Chun shook his head. Haha, you don't need to understand. Sun Jinda sneered. I am really crazy. Why should I tell you so much? You, Shao Chun, wait for death. What are you moving? Behave yourself. At this moment, the sack moved a few times, and it turned out that Wu Ming woke up. A seemingly smart younger brother kicked Wu Ming. Who is in there? The movement here has attracted Sun Jinda's attention. He held up a knife, his eyes red as he said, my grandson is dead, and many people will be buried with him. I don't care who is in the sack. Drag him here. He must die with Shao Chun today. Okay, Mr. Sun, then you drag the guy out of the sack. Brother Da waved his hand. Wu Ming was dragged over, and Shao Chun advised, Old Sun, if your enemy is lingering, just come after me. Just let my friend go. He is really innocent. Besides, he has a high status and a special identity. If you capture him now, won't that put you in more danger? Shao Chun's words seemed to be persuasion, but in fact they were adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Sun Jinda, whose mind was already a little off, became angry when he heard this. Shut up, these powerful people deserve to die. I don't care who he is. Since he is with you today, he deserves to die. He walked up to Wu Ming with a knife, and then Dagu personally took off the sack covering Wu Ming's head. The moment he saw Wu Ming, Sun Jinda was stunned. How could he not know Wu Ming? All the things Sun Lao Air did overseas were done by Wu Ming. Wu Ming even set up a special task force. He forgot what the code name was, but this task force was specifically targeting their Sun family. But how did these people capture Wu Ming? After all, he is a member of the security department. Not to mention how high his rank is, he also holds a position in the Counterintelligence Bureau. Is it really okay to catch him? What's the difference between this and treason? Thinking of this, Sun Jinda's hands couldn't help but tremble. What do you think, Mr. Sun? Isn't this person quite valuable? Looking at Sun Jinda's expression, Dagu thought that Wu Ming was quite important to Sun Jinda. He said proudly, so when we brothers get things done, Mr. Sun can rest assured. Although we haven't met the second brother, our relationship is definitely just new. Very good, really good. Sun Jinda's hand holding the knife was a little numb. He really didn't know how to express his feelings. In order to avenge his grandson, he didn't care about anything else. But to be honest, he was still a little nervous after capturing this god. People at this level have their location on them at all times. Maybe martial law has been imposed outside now. Wouldn't this ruin his plan? Uncle Wu, I'm sorry. I've implicated you this time. Shao Chun said with great guilt. If I hadn't asked you out to discuss things, you wouldn't have been arrested. Huh, you have nothing to feel guilty about. Dagu sneered and said, in this way, you will at least have a companion on your way to the underworld, right? Shao Chun, Okay, you're amazing. You're really amazing. Wu Ming felt numb all over. He is not a fool. How could he not know that this was a trap set by Shao Chun? Let him get involved, and everything will be simple. He finally understood what Shao Chun meant when he said that counterterrorism only required a list. Touch him. Even terrorists don't have the courage to do so, because this is the bottom line of the country. I guess the outside world has already started to move now, right? Forget it. There's no need to spend so much effort to investigate the Sun family's illegal activities in China. All the people involved in the Sun group will be arrested first and then tried. No evidence is needed. Shao Chun, Shao Chun, this time, you really made me lose face. Uncle Wu, I'm really sorry for getting you into trouble this time. Shao Chun said awkwardly, it's my fault. I'll treat you to a nice meal when I get back. What are you thinking? Do you really think you can get out? De Gu sneered. He felt that Shao Chun was really having a bit of fantasy now. Are you kidding? They are desperados. How could the people who fell into their hands return safely? How could they put their faces down? Chapter 394, Anti-Terrorism List. They also want to save face, okay? I don't know whether we can go back or not, but you really made a serious mistake today. Wu Ming looked a little serious. Just surrender. That way you might still have a chance of survival. Why are you so stubborn? Weren't you quite honest when I caught you just now? De Gu sneered. He felt that Wu Ming was quite pretentious despite his age. Why wasn't this old guy so arrogant just now? Did he really think that his brother was a vegetarian? Uncle Wu, you'd better say less. These people can be deadly when they get ruthless. Shao Chun said on the side. Stop pretending to be hypocritical with me here. Wu Ming glared at Shao Chun. Then he turned to look at De Gu. I advise you to let me go so that I can consider it as surrendering yourself and you can get a few years less in prison. Hey, were you pretending to be in front of me? A very discerning younger brother, underbrother, walked up to Wu Ming and slapped him on the back of the head. Wu Ming is in his 40s and has not fought on the front line for many years. The slap in the face made his head buzz. He kept nodding. Okay, you guys have it. Boss son, how is it? De Gu turned around with a smile and looked at son Jinda, who had been stupid for a long time. Don't worry about what we do. We are absolutely reliable. Yes, it's reliable. It's indeed very reliable. Son Jinda didn't know what to say. He kept nodding. If you have any business in the future, please think of us, Mr. Sunday. De Gu said proudly. We are the best at debt collection and extortion. Besides, we have business dealings with your second son, so we promise to do things beautifully. Son Jinda was actually in no mood to listen to what he said next. He kept looking around, fearing that the police would rush in. Mr. Sun, is there anything you need us to do for you? De Gu asked attentively. Cut off this kid's hands and feet, and then sink him into the river. As long as you do a good job, you will definitely get a lot of money. Sun Jinda pointed at Shao Chun. He was already thinking about how to get away. Although if he ran away now, the Sun family's property would not be able to be transferred out. But as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He really regretted finding these idiots, as they had once again disrupted his plans. But if I don't run now, I will never have a chance to escape. Let them do the murder and robbery. You still have a chance. Okay, no problem. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across De Ji's face. He turned around and ordered his younger brothers, chop off this guy's hands and feet and sink him into the river. Big brother, are you serious? A not-so-bright younger brother asked stutteringly. We agreed that it was just kidnapping, not murder. Murder is against the law, right? Are you stupid? De Gu slapped his younger brother on the head and scolded him. Murder is against the law, but kidnapping is not against the law. Look, they even kidnapped a policeman. Mr. Sun offered a high price, giving us a full 60,000 yuan. How many debts do we have to collect to earn these 60,000 yuan? Besides, killing someone is the price of killing someone, right, Mr. Sun? Hey, Mr. Sun, where are you going? De Gu turned around and saw Sun Jinda was about to leave with a small package on his back. The package was heavy with what looked like precious metals. Sun Jinda has already planned to slip away. Ah, I suddenly remembered that there are some things I haven't done. You should do it according to my instructions. I will give you 200,000 yuan when the time comes. Sun Jinda said calmly. 200,000? De Ji's pupils shrank and his breathing became rapid. Yes, 200,000. If you can get rid of the people for me, I will give you an extra 5,000 as a reward for your hard work. But I have something urgent to do now, so you guys better finish it quickly, said Sun Jinda. Okay, Mr. Sun is a generous person. I'll take care of this as well. Brother pointed at Wu Ming and said generously, buy one, get one free. Just let him go. Don't hurt innocent people. Sun Jinda sighed and said anxiously, "Go and do your work. I'll leave first." "Okay, Mr. Sun, wait for my news." There was a hint of ruthlessness in Deji's eyes. He took a knife from his younger brother, walked up to Shao Chun and said angrily, "Boy, don't blame me. Blame your bad luck for offending someone. Just do it quickly and stop talking nonsense." Shao Chun said speechlessly. This guy is completely different from the kidnapper he met in his previous life. The few people I met in my previous life were all professionals. But why does this person in front of me look a little silly? Well, you asked for it. Brother raised the knife in his hand, pointed it at Shao Chen's neck, and was about to try to chop it down. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa was smashed, and then several fully armed special police officers rolled in. At the same time, with a bang, the door was knocked open and another group of special police rushed in. Along with them came the armed police, and even an armed helicopter armed to the teeth hovered in the air. A stern warning came from the loudspeaker. "Listen, everyone inside. We're the Joint Law Enforcement Brigade of the 3rd Special Police Brigade and the Armed Police. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and do not resist." Dagu held the knife in his hand and looked at everything in front of him stupidly. With his limited intelligence, he hasn't figured out that he just committed a kidnapping. So how did it alert the Special Police and Armed Police? Just as he was holding the knife in his hand, at a loss as to what to do, 2 SWAT police officers, as fierce as wolves and tigers, suddenly pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. He twisted his hands behind his back and handcuffed him. As for his little brothers, they were dumbfounded the moment the SWAT police rushed in. They all knelt down on the ground obediently, holding their heads tightly with their hands, without any intention of resisting at all. There were no less than 10 cars surrounding the villa, and 2 helicopters were hovering above. The GE's head was covered with a black cloth, and he and his younger brother were locked in a police car. He still doesn't understand why he didn't commit treason by mobilizing so many people. Wu Ming was rescued, but the moment the special police rushed in, Sun Jinda held a dagger against Shao Chen's neck. He grabbed Shao Chun and retreated to a corner, shouting, "Don't come over here. No one is allowed to come over here." Wu Ming's face darkened as he took over a megaphone and said, "Sun Jinda, let him go. There is no point in resisting now. Don't even think about it. If you don't want this kid to die, get out of here immediately. Right now." Sun Jinda roared. Wu Ming waved his right hand upwards, signaling the sniper, hiding in the dark, to shoot at any time. Anyway, things have come to this point. What kind of bullshit evidence do we need? Just treat them as terrorists. Chapter 395, let's talk. Or, "Uncle Wu, you take your people out first and I'll talk to him." Shao Chun spoke at this time. "Is this the time for you to act silly?" Wu Ming said with a dark face. "Uncle Wu, I'm not joking. There are some things that you don't want to clarify." Shao Chun said with a hint of meaning. Wu Ming's mind moved. Shao Chun was a boy with many ideas. Maybe he could get something out of this old man. He nodded gently and waved his hand, asking everyone to leave. Now only Shao Chun and Sun Jinda are left in the room. "Haha, Shao Chun, you're quite brave. You dare to stay alone and face me." Sun Jinda laughed, tightened the dagger in his hand, and said sternly, "Believe it or not, I can kill you immediately with just one move of my hand." Shao Chun shook his head helplessly. He struggled lightly with his hands, and his hidden energy surged. Bang! The dagger in Sun Jinda's hand fell to the ground. He retreated several steps and sat down on the ground with a thud. "Old man, what are you thinking? Even Hong Qing can't do anything to me. Do you think you can threaten me with your body with half of your foot in the ground?" Shao Chun took a few steps forward and squatted in front of him. "I want to talk to you alone. I want to know something from you." "Haha, Shao Chun, if you want to get something out of me, I can only say that you are dreaming and don't even think about it." Sun Jinda struggled and took the dagger in his hand. "Your Sun family has never been a tough family since your ancestors. Your father was a bandit, and your grandfather was a traitor." Shao Chun sneered. "I know your Sun family well enough, but now I want to confirm one thing. That is," Shao Chun said here, suddenly grabbed one of his arms and lifted it up. I saw a mark of unity on Sun Jinda's arm. Sure enough, the remnants of the same life. Shao Chun sneered and threw Sun Jinda to the ground. "Ah, remnants." Sun Jinda laughed. At this point, he no longer pretended. "Yes, I am a believer of the Tongsheng society, and I am also the person the prophet trusts the most." As he spoke, he struggled to get up, grabbed the dagger, and said viciously, "The prophet will show me the way forward. He was the one who told me that the Sun family has the aura of an emperor. I'm only one step away from going abroad, annexing other warlord forces, unifying the Jinsampo region, and establishing a dynasty of my own. We, the Sun family, will surely become a royal family. Is this how the prophet fooled you? Shao Chun looked at son Jinda, who had fallen into madness, not hiding the expression of pity on his face at all. Poor guy. What has he been fooled by the same student association? He actually believed that his Sun family had the aura of an emperor. In this way, the actions of the Sun family can be understood. Sun Lao heir went abroad first to take the lead and build power for their Sun family. The Sun family has been frantically amassing wealth in the country over the years, and is even willing to take over the Song family's bank. Everything they do is to support their future plans. They are rich enough, but buying arms is free. Recruiting a private army that is willing to sacrifice their lives is free. The Sun family and others have been trying every possible way to transfer assets overseas. Now it seems that it's all for their damn Sun royal family. I'm not kidding, this is real. There's a real dragon's breath on our Sun family's ancestral tomb. The descendants of the master call it the true destiny. Sun Jinda was a little crazy. He was madly advising Shao Chun. So as long as our plan is implemented, we can establish a regime. We, the Sun family, are all descendants of the royal family. We're almost there, just one step away. Qin Yoshin from the Tongsheng Society is the prophet you mentioned? Shao Chun interrupted Sun Jinda. Anyway, this guy's plan failed, and he has almost gone crazy. Shao Chun has already figured out their purpose, and by the way, he wants to ask if he can find out any other secrets. Shut up, who do you think you are? How dare you call the prophet by his name? Sun Jinda interrupted Shao Yu with a roar. If he was really a prophet, he wouldn't have advised you to take this path. Shao Chun smiled. Old son, your favorite eldest son is dead, and your grandson is also dead. Although you have another son, Sun Lao heir, may not be your biological son, right? What did you say? Shut up, you're talking nonsense. Sun Jinda's face changed drastically. I'm not talking nonsense. Sun Lauer and your eldest son are not born from the same mother. Sun Lauer's mother is a prostitute. Shao Chun maliciously added some black material to what he knew and made up a story. Have you done a DNA test with him? If not, how do you know he is your biological son? Look, he has been alienated from you for these years, and he must have his own ideas. The assets you have transferred out over the years are just to help others. Shao Chun came forward, looked at Sun Jinda, whose expression had gradually become stunned and dumbfounded, and lost no time in adding a vicious remark. You have no descendants, right? So even if you really flee abroad and establish your own territories, what will happen? Your descendants no longer have the surname Sun and have nothing to do with you. So what do you want? This sentence seems cruel, but it is actually very vicious. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Sun Jinda's lips trembled, and he stared at Shao Chun with extremely resentful eyes. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say it in the end. In the end, he had no choice but to pick up the knife in his hand and slash his neck hard. Shao Chun straightened up and slowly exhaled. This great worry has finally been eliminated, and I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But he had no idea what he would face next. He's dead. When Wu Ming brought people in, he looked at Sun Jinda lying in a pool of blood, and his expression was slightly stunned. Yes, dead, committed suicide. He met Wu Ming's murderous gaze. Shao Chun quickly shook his hands. Uncle Wu, this matter really has nothing to do with me. He really committed suicide. If you don't believe me, go ask a forensic doctor to check. I didn't touch him at all. It was his psychological defense that collapsed. Shao Chun, you're fine. Wu Ming glared at Shao Chun, then asked someone to carry Sun Jinda's body out. Did you find out anything just now? Wu Ming put away the gun in his hand. I found out after asking him that he is a member of the Tongsheng Society. Shao Chun said, Nonsense, everyone knows these. I'm asking about other things. Oh, the prophet of Tongsheng, we fooled him, saying that their Sun family has the aura of an emperor, so this guy has already made arrangements abroad. Shao Chun explained. He was frantically amassing wealth and frantically transferring assets overseas, in fact, just to buy arms and recruit private armies. He wants to swallow up the other forces in Jinsampo and then become the king there? Wu Ming asked. Chapter 396, so that's it. Yes, according to his explanation, that's right. Shao Chun said. Is this true? Wu Ming asked thoughtfully. It should be that when a person is about to die, his words are also about his condition. Shao Chun said. Sun Jinda should have anticipated his own ending today. According to what you said, it is really possible. After escaping the country, Sun Lao has been frantically expanding his territory outside and has swallowed up several forces. Wu Ming thought for a moment and said, it's related to drug trafficking, wire fraud, and even the Holy Tabernacle cruise ship involving human organs. In China, the Sun family keeps transferring assets overseas. They want to take over that country one day. That's amazing. Xiaoqing gave a thumbs up. I'm really curious. How did the Tongshang society fool him into believing that he was destined to be an emperor? The Tongshang society is good at deceiving people. Before the nest was cleared, they often operated in Southeast Asia. Many wealthy people are their members. Wu Ming said, what they promised to those rich people was nothing more than power and eternal life. Many wealthy people have so much money that they can't spend it all in their lifetimes. They are too empty spiritually, so they highly value these things. It's all because of being rich. Shao Chun stroked his head. People really shouldn't be too idle. If they are too idle, more troubles will easily arise. Things concerning the Sun Group will be determined in the next few days. Wu Ming glanced at Shao Chun with a dark face, his tone still somewhat resentful. Shao Chun, you really did a great job this time. Haha, you even took me into account. You are amazing. Uncle Wu, you are so righteous that you risked your life to get involved. Shao Chun said with a chuckle, won't this clear out this criminal gang in one fell swoop? Just shut up right there. Wu Ming was really angry. What made him angry was not that Shao Chun tricked him into joining the game, but this kid actually used one wand to fish, and his black carp took the bait without hesitation. Okay, this time I owe Uncle Wu. I will definitely repay this favor. Shao Chun said with 2 awkward coughs. Wasn't Wen Yi temporarily blind before? How is she now? Wu Ming asked with a sigh. Iveri covered. What happened? Shao Chun asked curiously. It's okay, but there are some things that you just need to know, so don't tell Wan. Wu Ming thought for a moment and said, her husband, Shao Guqing, is on a mission to infiltrate overseas. Shao Chen's heart tightened, and he subconsciously felt that something was going to happen. Because he stole some intelligence from the Holy Tabernacle, he is now being hunted by forces throughout the Jinsampo area. 2 of his 7 comrades have already died for their country. They are now fighting a protracted battle with the enemy near the rainforest area of Banong. The last news they sent back was a week ago. What about him? Can't we send people from the country to support him? Shao Chun asked anxiously. For some reason, his heart was lifted when he heard the news that Shao Guqing was in danger. Do you know where the Banong rainforest is? Wu Ming's tone sank. It's a place known as the Little Amazon. It's very dangerous in there. A tiny mosquito could kill you. If Shao Guqing hadn't been desperate, there would have been no way he could have entered the rainforest. If we sent our people there, it would only result in more casualties. What should we do? Are we just going to watch them get into danger? Shao Chun was anxious. I didn't say no. Some of the hidden personnel in the Jinsampo area have gone to investigate and provide support regardless of the risk of being exposed. As long as there is any news, it will be transmitted back to the country immediately, and the border defense forces are on standby at all times. As long as it is within our territory, any rescue signal will arrive at the first time. Wu Ming's expression was serious. Shao Chun, Shao Guqing's affairs are no longer just his business. The regime in Jinsampo has been unstable recently and has been at war. If we intervene militarily on a large scale, there will be international disputes. So for now, we can only endure and wait for news. Shao Chun took a deep breath and nodded slightly. At this point, this is the only way, but the worry in his heart seems to be even greater. But you don't have to worry about any accidents happening to him, because he is Shao Guqing. Wu Ming emphasized the 3 words Shao Guqing. Shao Chun looked at Wu Ming thoughtfully. He felt that Wu Ming seemed to be hinting him something. But after Wu Ming said this, he left, leaving Shao Chun with a suspense. In the next few days, Yanjing experienced a major change. All the leaders of the Sun Group were arrested, and they were arrested first and then tried. Various crimes were uncovered and finally classified as terrorism-related. All those involved in the Sun family case were arrested and sentenced. The chairman of the Sun Group was shot dead on the spot for resisting during the arrest. Of course, these things are internal information of some departments. All the news outside was suppressed, and even if there was news, it was just a few words. This time, Mr. Song came to Yanjing in person to meet Shao Chun. After dinner, Mr. Song said with a smile, Zian, go buy some local snacks for Grandpa. I didn't eat enough just now. Grandpa, is your appetite so good now? Song Zian looked at old Song in some confusion. How could she not know that the old man was trying to get her away? But she was not convinced. What words could she not listen to? Why did she have to be sent away? Haha. Yes, I've had a big appetite lately. Old Song laughed. Go quickly, I want to chat with Shao Chun. Song Zian glanced at Shao Chun before walking out. Shao Chun, let's go. Old Song was in a very good mood, and he picked up a glass of white wine. Mr. Song. Shao Chun quickly picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Mr. Song. The two drank it all in one gulp and put down their glasses. Song Lao shouted, it's so refreshing. It's so refreshing. Mr. Song, when you say delightful, do you mean the wine is good? Or something else? Shao Chun asked with a smile. Wine is good, and it also solves a major worry. I feel very happy inside. Old Song laughed. Shao Chun, you don't know that the Sun family's affairs are a source of worry for me. We know that what they do is not good, but we cannot expose it openly. The few times Zian encountered danger were all caused by the Sun family. It's all good now. The Sun family's influence in the country has completely collapsed. Ha ha. Grandpa, this is what I should do. But right now, there's still the trouble of Sun Lao air. Shao Chun put down his wine glass. I still feel it is not right if I don't solve it. Sun Lauer knows his own limitations. He is managing his power abroad and has no time to avenge the Sun family. Besides, his relationship with Sun Jinda is not that deep. Old Song looked at Shao Chun with admiration. Chapter 397, I tell you the truth. But you really surprised me. You have grown so fast. Thank you, thank you. I still have a long way to go. Shao Chun said modestly. Okay, on behalf of all the elders of Ziyin, I'm here to inform you that you've passed the test. Elder Song laughed. If you two are attracted to each other in the future, then you can be together. Of course, I won't force you. If we get tired of each other one day, we can go our separate ways. Thank you, Mr. Song. Shao Chun chuckled. He wondered if the 10 billion he had paid back earlier was too early. How's your progress in finding out about your biological parents? Old Song asked again. There is no clue yet. Shao Chun shook his head and murmured, but some people always give me a sense of déjà vu. That's right. Elder Song nodded gently. He smiled and said, Shao Chun, no matter what time it is, you just need to follow your own feelings. There are many coincidences in this world, but for certain people, they are not coincidences. Do you understand what I mean? Thank you, Mr. Song. I understand. Shao Chun showed a thoughtful expression. Old Song nodded. He was in a particularly good mood today and pulled Shao Chun to drink several cups. Even though Shao Chun had a good alcohol tolerance, he was still a little tipsy after being drunk by him. What did my grandfather tell you? As soon as they went out, Song Zian pulled Shao Chun aside and asked. Want to know? Shao Chun smiled slightly and kept his secret. Guess. Don't guess. Don't tell me. Song Zian rolled his eyes at Shao Chun, then turned around and was about to leave. Hey, it's just a joke, don't be angry. Shao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly caught up with Song Zian. The old man told me that I passed his test. Really? Song Zian looked at Shao Chun with a doubtful expression. Of course it's true. Shao Chun looked around and finally saw a flower seller in the square. Wait for me a moment, he said, and ran to the girl selling flowers and bought a bouquet of flowers. What are you doing? Song Zian's eyebrows curved with a smile, but she still pretended not to understand and asked. Zian, actually there's something that has been hidden in my heart for a long time. Shao Chun held the flowers in both hands, his expression serious, but a little nervous. Well, whatever you want to say, just say it. I am listening. Song Zian looked at Shao Chun with a smile. Our acquaintance is actually a very beautiful fate. Shao Chun said, maybe it was destined from the last life. The smile on Song Zian's face became even more intense. She looked at Shao Chun seriously, waiting for his next words. Shao Chun mustered up his courage and was about to say the following words. But at this moment, an untimely voice interrupted Shao Chun. Shao Chun, come here, let's talk. Shao Chun turned his head and frowned. I saw Shao Wanli coming here at some point, and he was followed by several bodyguards. What's the matter? Shao Chun was very unhappy. The emotions that had been brewing with great difficulty were interrupted just like that. And he's an old man? No. Shao Wanli, are you sick? I have some private matters to discuss with you alone. Shao Wanli said, I don't have anything personal to discuss with you. If you have something to say, just say it here. Shao Chun stared at him. It's not convenient here. Shao Wanli stood in front of Shao Chun and said lightly, don't tell me, you're not interested in your own life experience at all? Shao Chun, who had already turned around and was not going to pay attention to the other party, suddenly turned back and stared at Shao Wanli. What did you say? I say, are you really not interested in your life experience at all? Shao Wanli smiled, looking confident. He was sure that Shao Chun would be interested in this topic. And Xiao Chen's reaction was indeed what he expected. I know your background and all the information about your biological parents and family, Xiao Wanli said lightly. Xiao Chen clenched his fist a few times, then unclenched them. He slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Wanli. Do you know my background? Of course I know. Xiao Wanli smiled and said leisurely, no one in this world knows your life experience better than me. Xiao Chun, you don't have to go with me, but you will definitely regret it. You have worked so hard to find your family. Now, there's finally a result. Don't you want to know? Xiao Chun, go talk to him. Song Zian raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun glanced at Song Zian and did not answer. Song Zian took the flowers from Xiao Chen's hand and said with a smile, I promise you. Are you so careless? Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. He knew that Song Zian didn't want to make things difficult for him. Go quickly, you have been looking for them for so long, and now you finally have the answer. Song Zian said with a smile. Xiao Chun nodded slightly, then left with Xiao Wanli. Do you really know my background? In a secluded box, Xiao Chun said directly to the point. This is the Dahongpo tea from the lone tree in Wui Mountain. The annual output is just that much. Try it. Xiao Wanli did not answer Xiao Chun directly, but made him a cup of tea. I didn't come here with you today just to drink this cup of tea. Xiao Chun didn't answer, but just stared at Xiao Wanli and said, There's no need to be so hostile towards me. Xiao Wanli smiled faintly. He put down the cup in his hand and said calmly, Xiao Chun, do you know the origin of your adoptive father, Xiao Yuanhe? I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Xiao Chun shook his head. Xiao Yuanhe? Ha! Xiao Yuanhe should be in jail now. Xiao Chun has no interest in his affairs. He behaves very positively in prison and is very likely to be released early. Xiao Wanli said lightly. Then I'll send him in again. Xiao Chun sneered. You are very confident, and I also believe that you have the ability. Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Chun and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Yuanhe's grandfather and my father, the old man of the Shao family, are from the same clan. Xiao Wanli said leisurely. So, we are considered as a family. So, what do you want to say? Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Wanli and asked in a questioning tone, Are you trying to get closer to me by doing this? Not really. When the situation was first settled, Xiao Yuanhe's grandfather came to Yinjing to look for my father, but left after failing. We haven't had any contact since then. Xiao Wanli shook his head and said, He was just mentioned. This person himself is an insignificant person. But Xiao Chun, what's going to happen next is related to your life experience and your future, so I hope you listen carefully. Chapter 398, I won't go back to the Shao family. You talk? I'm listening carefully. Xiao Chun nodded. He would definitely listen carefully to matters related to his life experience. After dealing with the Sun family, he showed extraordinary abilities. So it is normal to attract Xiao Wanli's attention. He already vaguely knew the answer, but the answer still had to be spoken by Xiao Wanli himself. I have a son named Xiao Guqing. Xiao Yuanhe looked directly at Xiao Chun and said calmly, He is a very outstanding person. When I was 22, I married the daughter of the one family in Shanghai and gave birth to a child. I know everything you said. There is no need for us to waste time. Let's get straight to the point. Xiao Chun interrupted him. Okay. Xiao Wanli nodded. For some reason, the child is missing. Both the Shao family and the one family have been looking for this child for years. Fortunately, God did not let us down, and we finally found him. Xiao Wanli stared at Xiao Chun. And this child is very good. What does this have to do with me? Xiao Chun interrupted him again. Because you are that child. Xiao Wanli poured another cup of tea and said shockingly, Xiao Chun, I am your grandfather. There was a buzzing sound in Xiao Chen's mind, and he could no longer hear what Xiao Wanli said next. He had thought about this possibility countless times, but when Xiao Wanli said this in person, he still found it hard to accept it for a while. Yes, how can there be so many coincidences in this world? When I first met Wen Yi, I felt that kind of intimacy and the real sense of being connected by blood. When I first met Mr. Wen, I felt the warmth he provided, like that of an elder. And when Wen asked him to call her aunt, he did so sincerely, without any sense of incongruity. So that's how it is. It turns out they're really family. It turns out that when Yi, who was as gentle as water and yet had a melancholy feeling, was really his biological mother. Xiao Chun, I know you can't accept this fact for a while, but what I said is the truth. Xiao Wanli said seriously, We are a family, and you are the blood of our Shao family. In the future, you will return to the Shao family. With the Shao family protecting you, you can go further. Xiao Chen's empty eyes gradually became full. He once longed for the truth, but when the truth was revealed, everything was different from what he had imagined. Why are you telling me this? After calming down, Shao Chun looked at Shao Wanli. Because you are good enough. Your excellence has made me dispel all my previous concerns. You deserve the title of Shao family. Shao Wanli said, so, as the helmsman of the Shao family, I invite you to return to the Shao family. I'm afraid things are not that simple. Shao Chun smiled. He knew Shao Wanli too well. He was the kind of person who only cared about interests and didn't care about family affection at all. The reason why he told me the truth and invited me back to the Shao family must have been after careful consideration. He simply saw the value in himself. However, he has his own legitimate sons and grandsons. If he returns to the Shao family, it will inevitably affect what he calls the Shao family's orthodoxy. So he would invite me home so easily? Shao Chun didn't believe it. Of course, you know what kind of status the Shao family has. Shao Wanli changed his words. You have to get the approval of your family before you can go back with dignity. So before I get their approval, I still have nothing to do with the Shao family? Shao Chun sneered. I will give you everything I have now unconditionally, and then quietly contribute to the Shao family. Just like Shao Guqing, risking his life. It's not that I don't want you to go back, but the Shao family is big and powerful, and there are too many things involved. Shao Wanli agreed with Shao Chen's words. So what can I get? Shao Chen showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. What else do you want? I have already told you the truth, which is equivalent to acknowledging your identity. Shao Wanli felt incredible. We are all family. Isn't it good to contribute to the family? Isn't Shao Chun too difficult to deal with? He had already put aside his identity and came up to him on his own initiative and told him the truth. As long as he works hard, the Shao family will accept him in the future. He wants to make another request. So, I won't ask for anything. I'll let you take whatever you want and use me. When I'm no longer useful, you'll kick me away. Shao Chun sneered. Just like Shao Guqing, who caused his wife and children to be separated for the sake of your so-called contribution to the family. Shao Chun, it's not what you said. Shao Wanli's face changed. You should know the influence of the Shao family in Yanjing. This will be of great help to your future. As long as you contribute enough, the Shao family will not treat you unfairly. Bullshit. Shao Chun couldn't help but swear. You. Shao Wanli's face suddenly darkened. How dare you? I have already told you my identity. I am your grandfather. What tone did you use when you spoke to me? Haha, Grandpa. How dare you say these two words? Shao Chun sneered. Did you raise me? Or did you teach me? Shao Wanli. You are a person who only cares about profit and doesn't care about your relatives. Why do you think I will return to the Shao family? Shao Chun, this is your last chance. If you don't seize it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Then let's wait and see. Will I regret leaving your Shao family? Or will I live a better life than before? Shao Chun sneered. Shao Wanli, if you still have a little conscience, when Shao Guqing comes back, apologize to him. Because the reason why your Shao family is what it is today is inseparable from his risking his life to win credit for your Shao family abroad. He even lost his own son for your Shao family. Shao Chun slammed the table with both hands, turned around, and left. Shao Chun. Shao Wanli called out. If you have to fart, just fart. Shao Chun said coldly. Are you planning to be with a girl from the Song family? Shao Wanli asked. So what? Does it have anything to do with you? Shao Chun asked back. She is not suitable for you. One day when she returns to the Shao family, you'll have a better choice. Shao Wanli shouted. And the status of their Song family is not comparable to that of our Shao family. Shao Chun laughed angrily. He walked to Shao Wanli, took out 500 yuan, and put it on the table. What do you mean? Shao Wanli was confused. I suggest you go get your brain checked. Seriously. Shao Chun said seriously. Because you're seriously ill. Shao Chun you. Shao Wanli was furious. Chapter 399, I'm waiting for you. I haven't even agreed to go back yet, and you're already telling me what to do with my life? Do you have the qualifications? Shao Chun said coldly. I come from a grassroots background. You Shao Wanli don't even look down on me. The reason why I came to talk to you today is simply because you saw the value in me. Not to mention Song Xian's help and my feelings for me. Just Mr. Song was able to lend me 10 billion unconditionally when I had nothing. Do you have the guts? Don't use blood ties to hold me hostage. I won't fall for it. Ha, the Shao family? In my opinion, it's just a joke. How dare you? Shao Wanli slapped the table. He pointed at Shao Chun and said, tremblingly, Shao Chun, I'm giving you a chance. If you don't seize this opportunity, I don't mind using the power of the Shao family to destroy you. Then I'll wait for you to use the power of the Shao family to destroy me. Shao Chun sneered. I advise you that times have changed. Don't take yourself too seriously. No matter when, there will always be a Shao family in Yanjing, but this Shao family may not be your Shao family. Shao Chun stretched out his hand, pointed at Shao Wanli, then he turned and left. When he reached the door, he stopped again, turned around and said, Shao Wanli, there are some things I have never understood. What? Shao Chunwan asked. Even if my father was not in Beijing at the time, the Shao family was still a wealthy family after all. Tell me, why do wealthy families lose their children so easily? Unless someone did it on purpose. Shao Wanli's expression suddenly changed, but he immediately said calmly, what happened back then was just an accident. Is it an accident or a conspiracy? It doesn't really matter. I will get to the bottom of this matter. Shao Chun couldn't help but laugh. You'd better pray that this matter has nothing to do with you, otherwise, I will make you pay the price. After leaving a few words, Shao Chun resolutely turned around and left. Shao Wanli's face gradually turned cold. He thought for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Master, what do you want me to do? An old voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Ching, there are some things that have not been cleaned up from that year. You should go to Jiangcheng, Shao Wanli said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll leave right away and go to Jiangcheng to clean up the mess. Also, your son has good grades. I will recommend him to the aviation college. I will also arrange a job for your wife, and your parents will have the best retirement security. Shao Wanli said. After finishing this matter, you don't have to go back to Beijing. The other party was silent for a moment, then uttered two words, understood. After hanging up the phone, Shao Wanli let out a long sigh. His eyes gradually became more sinister. Shao Chun, you are the blood of the Shao family. But if you can't be used by my Shao family, don't blame me for being cruel. I don't know when the sky turned cloudy and raindrops began to fall, and after a while it turned into a heavy downpour. Shao Chun stepped into the rain, letting the raindrops fall on him and soak his clothes. The mystery that had been lingering in his mind for many days finally had an answer at this moment, but he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He could no longer suppress his inner emotions, and tears mixed with rain fell. Having found them, he was sure that they loved him. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he felt the feeling of being cared for. Suddenly, a rainless sky appeared overhead. Shao Chun raised his head and saw Song Zian coming over with an umbrella. Shao Chun, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Song Zian's face was full of worry. Shao Chun shook his head, crying and laughing. I'm fine, Zian. I found them. I finally found them. Really? That's great. Song Zian was truly happy for Shao Chun. She dropped her umbrella, opened her arms, and hugged Shao Chun tightly. Putting her forehead against Shao Chun's, she could see Shao Chun's strength, but she also knew his fragility. She tried her best to give him warmth and comfort. The next day, Nguyen Guang Entertainment. Nguyen finished the meeting and rushed into the office. Shao Chun was already waiting here. He stood up and called out, Auntie. Compared with before, this time I called her Auntie with more emotion. Nguyen's eyes were a little moist. She walked forward and hugged Shao Chun, who was a head taller than her. Child, you have suffered a lot outside these years. Shao Chun shook his head, his tone a little difficult. You already knew my identity, right? Yes, I already knew your identity. It's not that I don't recognize you, but your Aunt one. No, your mother's eyes are just fine and can't stand too much stimulation. So your grandfather and I have been keeping this a secret from you, planning to wait until your mother fully recovers before telling her. To be honest, we are looking forward to your recognition more than anyone else. Shao Wanli has done something great this time. Shao Chun nodded gently. When Wan and his grandfather's concern for him was real. Therefore, the reason why he concealed it was probably because when he had just recovered from serious illness. I see that my sister has recovered well recently. She has begun to take over the business of the Winds branch again. It's time to tell her about these things. When Wan wiped her eyes and said, I will go to her place today and explain everything to her so that our family can be reunited as soon as possible. There's no rush for these things. Shao Chun said hesitantly. After all, he hasn't come back yet. You mean Shao Guqing? Don't worry. Shao Guqing has been out there in the wild for many years. He has a title in various war zones, the immortal god of war. When Wan smiled and said, I have contacted Wu Ming and learned about the situation over there. He will tell us as soon as there is any news. Now I want you to recognize my sister. She has had a very hard life these years. When Wan couldn't help wiping away tears when she said this. Then, Will it make her too emotional and cause problems with her eyes? Xiaochen was still a little worried. Let your friend come for a follow-up check on her. I'll tell her after confirming that there is no problem. Wenwan thought for a moment. Okay then, I'll contact Lin Fong. In the villa where Wenwan lived, Lin Fong gave her a follow-up visit. Ms. Wen seems to be in a good mood recently. After taking her pulse, Lin Fong said with a smile, I'm in a good mood recently. Wenwan nodded. The heart controls blood and stores the spirit. Keeping a happy mood is the guiding principle of life. Never put yourself in a dilemma due to excessive worry in the future. Lin Fong put away the medicine box. Little Dr. Lin, why don't you prescribe some medicine for my sister's treatment? Wenwan asked from aside. There's nothing wrong with my mind and my body is healthy. I don't need any prescriptions to treat myself anymore. Lin Fong said with a smile. Okay, thank you, little miracle doctor. Wenwan said happily, after seeing Lin Fong off, when he put on her apron and went into the kitchen. Although she has taken over the company again, she still devotes herself to studying recipes in her spare time. I've learned a few new dishes recently, but my skills are not yet fully mastered, so I need to study them carefully. When you have learned enough, call Shao Qian to come along. Chapter 400 Recognition. Sister, you've finally finished your work. Can't you rest at home for a day? When Wan came over, took the dishes from her hand and put them in the sink. Then she put her hair up and helped her wash vegetables in the kitchen. The latest dish, I learned, is very light and refreshing. When I have learned it almost completely, I will call Shao Chun to eat with us. When he had a smile on her face. No wonder you care so much about it. When Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes. I remember that you used to hate cooking. Isn't it good to be a lady who has everything handed to her? Why do you have to force yourself? Why have you changed now? It's different now than it was before. When Wan sighed, raised her head, and said faintly, people always change. You are so good, Shao Chun. I, his sister, am not as lucky as he is. When Wan smiled, can you tell me why? Why? When he stopped washing the vegetables. She was in a daze, muttering, I don't know the reason. If you must ask the reason, it's because he is about the same age as the child, right? When I see him, I think of my child. I can't give him motherly love, so I want to make up for it with Shao Chun. Is this the only reason? Are there any other reasons? When Wan asked, no, other than this, I really can't think of any other reason. When he shook her head gently, then she looked at Wen Wan in confusion. Why are you asking this? Sister, if Shao Chun's your child, would you be very happy? Wen Wan had been paying attention to the changes in Wan Yi's expression. What if? Wen Wan was lost in thought. She murmured, how can there be so many what ifs in this world? Sister, can't you be a little more romantic? Everyone likes Shao Chun. When he said, just imagine him as him, okay? How great would it be if he really was my child? When he shook her head, she felt that she was daydreaming. She lowered her head and continued washing the vegetables. Okay, I understand. When Wan nodded gently. I have important news to tell you. What important news? When he asked. A surprise, it's big news for you. When Wan kept his secret. What is a surprise to me? When Yi sighed. Is it that Shao Guqing doesn't blame me anymore? Or the lost child came back by himself? My sister, I really don't know when you developed this old-fashioned temperament. When Wan was speechless, she put down what she was holding and said solemnly, your child has been found. What? When Wan was holding a plate in her hand and hadn't reacted yet. I said, your child is found. When Wan repeated what she had just said. Bang! The plate in Wen Wan's hand fell heavily to the ground. Her expression was shocked, and she looked at Wen Wan in disbelief. Hey, don't be so excited. Are you hurt? Wen Wan quickly pulled her away. What did you say just now? The child was found. We didn't care about anything else. She held her sister's shoulders tightly. Yes, I found him, and he has been by your side all this time. Wen Wan held her hand and said seriously, Shao Chun is the son of you and Shao Guqing. Tears welled up in Wen Yi's eyes. Her eyes were red and her voice was hoarse. Say it again, Shao Chun. He is my son? Sister, don't get excited. I didn't dare to tell you before because I was afraid that you would be emotionally unstable and something would happen again. When Wan quickly hugged her, my father and I have already known and confirmed his identity. Because you were sick, I didn't dare tell you. Now the time is ripe, so you and your son should recognize each other. When he slowly squatted down, tears falling uncontrollably, she put her finger in her mouth and bit it until a bleeding mark was left on it. The severe pain made her unusually sober, and she believed that this was real. All of this was true. She cried in a low voice. Is this true? He is my son. Sister, it's true. It's all true. I've confirmed it with Dad. Wen squatted down, hugged her, and couldn't stop her tears from falling. He is the child we have been looking for 18 years. After knowing his identity, I immediately went to learn about his past. He has been living with his grandmother for many years. Although they live in poverty, the old lady has never let him suffer any injustice. And he is very good. Although he is still a child, his achievements have reached a height that countless people look up to. Really? Is this true? We didn't know what to say anymore. She kept repeating these words. Even though everything before her eyes was so real, she still couldn't believe it was true. Because she was afraid that if she opened her eyes, she would find that it was all just a dream. Sister, Shao Chun is here. He is outside. When Wan helped her up, go hug him and touch him. You and your son have suffered so much over the years. Has he come yet? I look so ugly like this. When he quickly tidied up her messy hair. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she was a little anxious. How can I face people like this? What should I do? All right, sister. A son will never think his mother is ugly. This is the first time you two have met each other. You look more beautiful than ever before. With her encouragement, when he had no choice but to nod hesitantly, then helped her stand up. The doorbell of the villa rang, and when he was obviously a little panicked. She didn't even dare to open the door. She was really afraid that the moment she opened the door, she would wake up from her sleep again. By then, it will be all in vain, because she had experienced such scenes countless times in her dreams. Go and open the door. When Wan encouraged her, she walked to the door hesitantly and opened it gently. The moment she opened the door, she felt as if she was nailed to the spot, unable to move at all. I saw Shao Chun standing at the door, with his father following behind him. The Shao Chun in front of him looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Elderwin stepped forward, his voice trembling. When the child is back. Look, this is the child. He has grown so tall. When he stared at Shao Chun blankly, not daring to look away for even a second. She was afraid that if she didn't leave anyone behind, Shao Chun would disappear like he did before. Shao Chun looked at Winnie in front of him, his throat rolling, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Call Mom quickly. When Wan on the side stamped her feet anxiously. It took these two people more than 10 years to find each other. But when the two sides really met, they didn't know what to say. Shao Chun took 2 steps forward, hesitated for a moment, and called out softly, Mom. Chapter 4:01 This is not a dream. Child, you are my child. You are the child I've been looking for 18 years. When he could no longer suppress her inner excitement, she opened her arms and hugged Shao Chun tightly. She burst into tears, and even her body shook uncontrollably. After 18 years, she was almost in despair. She woke up from the dream countless times, her whole body soaked in cold sweat. She dreamed of a child, so small, crying at her and laughing at her. He stretched out his little hand to her and told her that he was cold, hungry, and wanted his mother to hug him. Every time she woke up from a nightmare, she felt extremely guilty and even became depressed to the point of committing suicide. It's been 18 years, how many days and nights? With trembling hands, she touched Shao Chen's face, and that was the moment when her hands actually touched Shao Chen's face. That warm feeling was so real that her psychological defenses completely collapsed at that moment. She hugged Shao Chen tightly and burst into tears. Old Man Wan stood quietly aside, not daring to disturb the scene of the mother and son recognizing each other. Their eyes were full of tears. Old Wan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and turned his head away. He couldn't bear to watch the scene before him any longer. I don't know how long it took, but the mother and son sat on the sofa. When he held Shao Chen's hand tightly, as if afraid that he would escape from her again. Shao Chen talked about his past. Of course, he tried his best to talk about things that made him happy. Otherwise, we didn't know how many times she would cry. I have been living in the countryside with my grandmother for these years. Although life is a little poor, it is good to be simple. Shao Chen said, she treated me like her own grandson, so I've lived a good life over the years. She never let me suffer at all. When he felt a little relieved, and she wiped away the tears from her eyes. Child, is the old man in Jiangxing now? Yes, my sister is taking care of her. Shao Chen said. Then find a time to bring her to Yinjing. She has taken care of you for so many years. She is our benefactor. Wen Yi said. She is old and has no one to rely on in Jiangxing. We can take care of her here. I'm afraid Grandma isn't used to it. I'll go back and try to persuade her. Shao Chen said with a smile. Sister, there is one more thing you may not know. When Wan said, Shao Chen's adoptive mother is Qin Yuan, and she knows my brother-in-law. Qin Yuan, It's actually her. When he frowned slightly. Do you know her? Shao Chen asked. I know. Shao Guqing, your father, has had some contact with her. They only dated briefly, but she has been pursuing your father. When he said they met in college, not long after they met, she confessed her love to your father, and your father found that this person's emotions were very extreme, and she was very controlling, so I didn't agree and kept my distance from her. After I met your father, she came to bother me a few times, but after your father made his attitude clear once, she stopped coming. When he recalled what happened 20 years ago, that was a summer. In the afternoon, it rained heavily. After dinner, she and Shao Guqing strolled along the lake with umbrellas. Qin Yuan appeared in a white dress, holding a bag in her hand. She questioned Shao Guqing with a determined look, asking whether he agreed with her pursuit or not. Shao Guqing shook his head. Qin Yuan, I have made it clear that we are not suitable. I also believe that you can find a better home. Sorry, please move aside. Qin Yuan suddenly pulled out a dagger from her bag. Shao Guqing was startled and quickly protected one E behind him. However, Qin Yuan held the dagger against her neck. Shao Guqing, either you stay with me, or I die in front of you. Qin Yuan, calm down. Shao Guqing frowned tightly. Qin Yuan has a split personality. When she is normal, she is a gentle girl like Jade. But when it comes to extremes, it's no different from a madman. The two of them were just dating casually and had not confirmed their relationship at all. But in her opinion, Shao Guqing was already her boyfriend. I'm not calm. How am I inferior to her? Is it just because she is the daughter of one family? Qin Yuan screamed. I like one E because I like her as a person, and it has nothing to do with her identity. And if you use this method, it will only have the opposite effect. Qin Yuan was greatly stimulated and stabbed her neck with the dagger without hesitation. Shao Guqing stepped forward and held one of her arms. Then he snatched the dagger from her hand and threw it aside. Qin Yuan opened her mouth and bit Shao Guqing's arm hard. Shao Guqing frowned slightly and pushed her away. Qin Yuan fell to the ground, and the heavy rain quickly soaked her clothes. One E hurriedly pulled Shao Guqing's arm and looked at the teeth marks on his arm with heartache. Shao Guqing smiled and indicated that he was fine. He turned around, looked at Qin Yuan in the heavy rain, and said coldly, Qin Yuan, there is no point in doing this except making me hate you even more. If you still have a little dignity, please stop what you're doing. After Shao Guqing finished speaking, he took one E and left. When he was kind-hearted and gave her the umbrella before leaving, but she threw it to the ground fiercely. In the rain, Qin Yuan glared fiercely, her face looking hideous and ferocious. Shao Guqing, I swear, I will make you regret it, I will. The picture froze on her hideous face. When he said, from then on, we had no contact. Shao Guqing was specially recruited by the army and made countless contributions. That year, he was 19 years old. 4 years later, he became successful and fulfilled his promise. We got married in Yanjing. Then you were born. But before you were even a month old, he was urgently recalled by the Shao family. Those things happened afterwards, but I didn't expect that you were taken away by Qin Yuan's husband. Wen Yi's face was full of self-blame. She was very regretful. It's okay. I'm back now, right? Shao Chen smiled and comforted her. Shao Yuanhe and his wife have now received the punishment they deserve. Now we're just waiting for my dad to come back so that our family can be reunited. One E nodded gently. You move here to live. I want to see you every day in the future. Okay. Shao Chen nodded with a smile. Well, the family is reunited. There is nothing more important than this. Old One said with a smile. Your uncle is in Shanghai dealing with some matters and can't get away. Your grandma is practicing Buddhism with her hair untied in Wuming Mountain to pray for you. She has already received the news and will bid farewell to the abbot and come to Yanjing in the next few days. Just wait for Shao Guqing to come back, and we will all be happy. Grandpa, you and Aunt kept it a secret from me, and it made me so miserable. Shao Chan smiled bitterly. So you already knew it. The situation was special at that time. I was planning to tell you in the next few days, but that old guy Shao Wanli told you early. Old One said with a smile. Yes, Shao Wanli is a piece of shit. Your dad is his illegitimate son and has always been controlled by him. When Wan said, if Shao Guqing dares not sever his relationship with Shao Wanli when he comes back this time, I will slap him in the face. Chapter 402 Grandma is sick. He should have woken up long ago, don't worry. Shao Chen smiled. Just at this moment, Shao Chen's cell phone rang. It was Shao Yin calling. Shao Chun, Grandma is feeling a little unwell. Can you come back if it's convenient for you? What's wrong with Grandma? Shao Chun was surprised and stood up from the sofa. It's an old problem, not a big deal. She didn't let me tell you, but I can see from the look on her face that she's missing you. Xiao Yin said, okay, I'll go back with Lin Fong right away. Shao Chun said without hesitation. Shao Chun, is the old lady feeling unwell? I'll go with you to see her. When he said, she had a bad heart before. I'll go back with Lin Fong to see her first. Shao Chun put down his phone. Mom, you've just recovered. Don't travel all the way. I'll say hello to Grandma on your behalf. Grandma is ill, and Shao Chun is extremely worried. He took Lin Fong with him and boarded the high-speed train back to Jiangcheng. Finally, 2 hours later, we arrived at the hospital. Grandma! Shao Chun rushed into the ward exhausted. The old lady was in the ward, chatting with people in high spirits. Seeing Shao Chun, she stood up all of a sudden. Hey Shao Chun, why are you back? Why didn't you tell me that you were not feeling well? Shao Chun asked worriedly. How are you now? Are you feeling unwell? Your sister told you? The old lady looked at Xiao Yan on the side with a complaint. Didn't I tell you not to tell Shao Chun? Look, I'm fine now. Why did you ask him to come all the way back? Grandma, before Shao Chun left, he repeatedly told me to take good care of you and that he would blame me if I didn't tell him. Xiao Yan smiled. Lin is outside. Shao Chun pointed outside. Xiao Yan blushed and walked out. These two haven't seen each other for such a long time. It's time to catch up. Chun Chun, sit down quickly. Grandma Wu pulled Shao Chun to sit on the hospital bed. Then peel some fruit for him. An old lady nearby said enviously, Old sister, this is your grandson, a top student from Kyoto University? Yes, look, isn't he a handsome man? Grandma Wu said proudly. Indeed, he is a handsome guy, and he is also very talented. The aunt thought for a moment and said, by the way, I have a daughter who also works in Yinjing. Old sister, how about introducing them to each other? This, Shao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Auntie, I have a girlfriend. A girlfriend is not a wife. My daughter Hua Hua is very beautiful. Come, add her on WeChat and I will introduce you to each other. The old lady took out her cell phone and insisted on adding Shao Chun's WeChat. Shao Chun refused again and again, but the aunt refused to give up and insisted on adding Shao Chun's WeChat. Unable to persuade her, Shao Chun had no choice but to add her on WeChat. This lady is a bit too enthusiastic. I'll delete it later. After adding WeChat, the aunt said happily, Old sister, my daughter's name is Hua Hua. Just wait, this is your grandson-in-law. Grandma Wu responded with an awkward laugh, then pulled Shao Chun aside to ask him about his life. Ask him how he is doing in Yinjing, whether he is used to it, and whether the food is good. Shao Chun answered them one by one and told the old lady some interesting things that happened in Yinjing. The old lady couldn't stop laughing. Grandma, I found my family. Finally, Shao Chun told Grandma Wu. Have you found your family? Your parents? Grandma Wu was slightly stunned. Then she said happily, That's really great. Have you recognized each other? Are they nice to you? Now that we've met, they've been very nice to me. Although I haven't been with them since I was a child, the care they give me is something I've never felt before. Shao Chun nodded. Good, that's great. What kind of stupid thing did that bastard Xiao Yuan do at that time? The old lady wiped her tears. You were so young, and he took you away from your family. He deserves what happened to him. Grandma, it's all over. Shao Chun embraced the old lady. My mother asked you to live in Yinjing. You are old, and we could take care of you there. Grandma is in good health. Grandma Wu smiled and said, Your sister will take good care of me here. When I have time, I will go to Yinjing and meet people's families. That's a must. Grandma will wait for you to get better, and you must go to Yinjing. Shao Chun said happily. Okay, that's great. I'm really happy for you, Shao Chun. After chatting with the old lady for a long time, Shao Chun wished her a good rest. At the door of the ward, Lin Fong and Xiao Yin were still arguing. The two of them were already holding hands, and when Xiao Yin saw Shao Chun coming out, she quickly let go of his hands. You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. Shao Chun waved his hand. You've already come out. Why do you treat me as if you don't exist? Lin Fong was speechless. Then he pulled Shao Chun aside and said, Shao Chun, I just looked at the old lady's medical records and observed her complexion through the window. This time it was just a little bit of chest tightness caused by an irregular heartbeat. Don't be too nervous. People will have some heart problems as they get older. Then can you prescribe some medicine for her to recuperate? Shao Chun asked. No problem. I'll prescribe some medicine for the old lady. It's not a big problem. Don't worry. Lin Fong said with a smile. Shao Chun, let's have dinner together tonight. Xiao Yan looked at the time, and it was almost time for dinner. The three of us. Shao Chun said. Will it be inconvenient? Is there any inconvenience? Xiaoyan glared at Shao Chun and blushed. Just at this moment, her cell phone rang. She answered it and said a few words, then her face changed drastically. She lost her voice and said, "How could this happen? What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked with concern. Xiao Yin was silent for a long time until the other party hung up the phone. Then she came to her senses. Just now, someone in the prison called me and said that Dad had a sudden heart attack and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Where is it? I'll go with you. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Let me come together. Xiao Chun frowned. Xiao Yuanhe has always been in good health and has a good work and rest schedule in prison, so it is unlikely that he would suffer a sudden heart attack. The Third People's Hospital, emergency room. When the three arrived, the rescue was already over. The person was pushed into the intensive care unit and the doctor took off his mask. Doctor, I'm the patient's family member. How's my father now? Xiao Yin asked anxiously. Although Xiao Yin wanted to stay away from her family after learning the truth. But after all, this is her biological father. There was no way she could ignore it. The patient suffered a sudden cerebral infarction and intracranial hemorrhage. His condition is extremely critical. Although he is out of danger for the time being, the next 72 hours are of utmost importance. The doctor said if he can wake up, the best-case scenario is that he will be paralyzed on one side. If he can't wake up, it is recommended that his family arrange his funeral. Xiao Yan's body swayed, and she was about to fall to the ground, and Lin Feng beside her hurriedly supported her. Chapter 4:03 Someone wants Xiao Yuanhe to die. Doctor, can we go in and see him? Lin Feng said. The intensive care unit is not open to casual entry. The doctor shook his head. I'm a cardiovascular expert. My vision is not wrong, so don't come and make trouble. Lin Feng, the Lin family's traditional Chinese medicine doctor, is as good as you in medical skills. Shao Chun said calmly. If your opinion does not represent everything. Are you Lin Feng? The doctor was surprised. Yes, Lin Feng. Mr. Lin from Lin's traditional Chinese medicine is my grandfather. Lin Feng nodded. Excuse me. Well, please arrange for them to go in and take a look. The doctor's attitude immediately changed drastically. Just kidding. Even if he is an expert, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of this person. Lin Feng's reputation is now much greater than his grandfather's. The three put on masks and entered the intensive care unit. In the intensive care unit, Xiao Yuanhe had his eyes closed and fell into a deep coma. The instrument on the side showed that his blood pressure and heartbeat were extremely abnormal. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, placed it on his wrist, then opened Xiao Yuanhe's pupils and took a look. Then he straightened up and frowned tightly. How is it? Xiao Chen asked. Not quite normal. Lin Feng shook his head. From the symptoms, it fits the symptoms of myocardial infarction and cerebral hemorrhage. It's definitely not that simple. He has never had any major health problems. His life in prison is simple and he has daily activities. It's impossible for him to suddenly have such a serious heart attack. Shao Chan frowned slightly. There must be some inducement. Yes, there is an inducement. Lin Feng grabbed Xiao Yuanhe's hand. Look, his nails are yellow and there is blood between his fingers. Just now I saw that his pupils were also congested. If I'm not mistaken, we should be able to detect other components in the blood if we draw blood for testing. I'll ask the doctor to draw blood again for a test right away. Xiao Yan said. No rush. This kind of examination cannot be done in the hospital. It requires a professional institution. First, find out what he ate or who he came into contact with before he became ill. I've already asked. Someone visited the prison yesterday. Xiao Yan said, You mean the reason my dad is like this is because someone poisoned him? Based on my experience, 90% of the time, the disease was caused by poisoning. Lin Feng said seriously, At present, I'm giving him acupuncture to protect his heart meridian. But we need to find out who wants to harm him. Xiao Yuanhe is an honest businessman and has no enemies. Xiao Chun said, If you must say that someone harmed him, there is only one possibility. What's possible? Lin Feng and Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Chun at the same time. He knew some truth, and someone was trying to cover it up. It sounds tricky. Lin Feng touched his chin. Xiao Chun, what do you think? I think this matter is most likely related to me. Xiao Chun smiled. Why? Xiao Yan asked. I just met my family, and something happened to Xiao Yuanhe here. Xiao Chun analyzed. So, someone must be trying to cover up something, right? Cover up what? Lin Feng asked again. I don't know. Maybe it's the truth behind my disappearance. Xiao Chun glanced at Xiao Yuanhe. How can a wealthy family lose a child so easily? How could Shao Yuna take me away by chance under the noses of the driver and my biological mother? If no one helps him, I don't believe it. Then you can only wait until he wakes up and ask him in person. Lin Fong took out the silver needle. How confident are you that you can wake him up? Xiao Chen asked. 60%. Lin Fong said, but he may rely on a wheelchair or crutches in the future and will never be able to recover to normal. Lin Fong, you must make him wake up. Xiao Yan's eyes were slightly red. With what you said, I have to be at least 70% sure. Lin Fong comforted, don't worry, it's okay. Just wait for me outside. Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin left the ward, and Xiao Yin stayed outside. Xiao Chun left the hospital and called Zhou Jun. Brother, are you used to living in Yinjing? As soon as the call was connected, Zhou Jun's hearty laughter came from the other side. It's okay, Brother Zhou. I'm back in Jiangxing. Xiao Chun said with a smile. When did you come back? Where are you? I'll pick you up now. Zhou Jun said excitedly. Brother Zhou, don't rush over. I'm looking for you because I want to ask you for a favor. Xiao Chun said a little embarrassedly. I just returned to Jiangxing, and I should have gone to have a meal with Zhou Jun, but he asked others for help as soon as he opened his mouth, which was really embarrassing. You say, Zhou Jun asked. It's like this, something happened to Xiao Yuanha. Xiao Chun briefly recounted what happened. Brother Zhou, I would like you to check the identity of the person Xiao Yuanha met yesterday. This is nothing. I'll have someone check it out and get back to you right away. Zhou Jun said and hung up the phone. Xiao Chun put away his phone, frowned, and thought seriously. He still clearly remembered the threatening words Shao Wanli said to him. He also told Shao Wanli that it would be best not to let him find out that the incident that year was related to Shao Wanli, otherwise he would regret it. Therefore, Xiao Chun vaguely felt that Xiao Yuanha was poisoned, and it might be related to Shao Wanli. He first figured out who Xiao Yuanha met yesterday. There must be something wrong with this person. In the early morning, a young couple who couldn't sleep at night were walking by the river when they found a man lying motionless on the side of the road. The girl who was studying medicine soon noticed that the man's face looked strange, so she called the police. Police and ambulance arrived at the scene and confirmed the man dead. The police then confirmed the man's identity. The next day, Xiao Chun met Zhou Jun at the police station. Without any time to exchange pleasantries, Zhou Jun brought Xiao Chun to the morgue. Xiao Chun, the identity of the man who met Xiao Yuanha has been confirmed. Zhou Jun lifted a bed sheet. I saw a man lying on the bed. He had been dead for a long time, and his face had turned gray. Zhao Qing, male, 40 years old, from Yinjing. The day before yesterday, he visited Xiao Yuanha at Shaozhen. From the surveillance, the two did not have any physical contact, and Xiao Yuanha did not take anything from him. What was the cause of death of this man? Xiaoqing glanced at Zhao Qing's body. He did not know this man, but he was not sure whether Xiao Yuanha knew this person, because from the surveillance footage, the two people did know each other and were talking about some old things. From a conversation between the two, nothing could be seen, but this person ran here from Yinjing to visit Xiao Yuanha, and he even went to great lengths to get an identity as Xiao Yuanha's relative. There is something abnormal about this matter. According to the autopsy, it was sudden death. A female forensic doctor took off her mask. Sudden death caused by massive cerebral hemorrhage in a short period of time. Sudden death. Xiao Chun shook his head. This person did not die suddenly. Chapter 4:0 for this person did not die suddenly. A large amount of fluid was found in the deceased brain, and there were lesions in the liver, which were caused by heavy smoking and drinking. The forensic doctor's tone was a little inconsistent, so we preliminarily concluded that it was the hidden dangers caused by bad living habits that led to the sudden brain stem hemorrhage. Besides, I've been doing forensic work for more than 10 years and have never made a mistake. I will never make a mistake with this kind of common sense. Sorry, no offense. Xiao Chun took out a silver needle and put on a glove. He grabbed Zhao Qing's right hand with his gloved hand, and then inserted the silver needle in his hand into the gap between the nails of Zhao Qing's middle finger on his right hand. What are you doing? The forensic doctor frowned and stepped forward to stop Xiao Chun, but he was stopped by Zhou Jun beside him. Zhou Jun shook his head and motioned Xiao Chun to continue. Director Zhou, this is against the rules. The forensic doctor said dissatisfiedly. Isn't this a mess? My little brother knows his limits and won't do anything rash. Zhou Jun said with a smile. Due to Zhou Jun's rank, the female forensic doctor didn't say anything, but she did not hide her displeasure at all. At the same time, she stared at Xiao Chen closely. She wanted to see what Xiao Chen could do with the needle. The silver needle in Xiao Chen's hand was about 8 inches long. He inserted the silver needle in his hand into the dead man's fingers. When he pulled out the needle, The tip of the needle, strangely, turned dark brown. What's going on? The female forensic doctor was stunned. The deceased had been dead for more than 20 hours, and the blood in his body had already coagulated. When Shao Chun gave the injection, there was indeed no blood. But the needle will never turn black. There is silver ion on the silver needle, which reacts with sulfide to form black oxide. It's a very simple principle. Shao Chun wiped the silver needle clean. So from the side, it could be proved that the deceased died of poisoning, not sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Shao Chun glanced at the female medical examiner and said, "So, without conducting an autopsy, you hastily concluded that the patient died of cerebral hemorrhage. Isn't this dereliction of duty?" The female forensic doctor was stunned, and the arrogance she had just shown had disappeared without a trace. "Director Su, look at what has happened." Zhou Jun was secretly pleased. He said with a straight face, "This is a serious dereliction of duty. Death from poisoning and sudden death from cerebral hemorrhage are not the same thing. This is very likely to be classified as a criminal case. Go get the report back and do another autopsy and write another report." Yes, Director Zhou. I will apply for a re-autopsy right away." The female forensic doctor was scared. This was a serious dereliction of duty. She quickly ran out to write a report. "Brother, we are investigating the relationship between this man and Shao Yuanhe. According to what you said, the reason why Shao Yuanhe suffered a sudden myocardial infarction accompanied by cerebral hemorrhage was also poisoning. This matter is worth pondering." "Yes, Brother Zhou, there is some progress on this matter. Please tell me. It is very important to me," Shao Chun said. "Okay, contact me anytime if you remember anything, and I'll urge you to sort it out as soon as possible." "So you noted." "Brother Zhou, thank you." Shao Chun stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhou Jun. "You're welcome." "So Yun clinked." In the evening, Shao Chun returned to the villa and reviewed today's situation with Lin Fong and Xiao Yan. "Uncle Xiao is fine. He's awake, but he may not be very clear-headed in the next few days." Lin Fong said, "He can't speak, and his upper body hasn't recovered yet." "How long will it take to recover?" Shao Chun asked. "It's hard to say. At the fastest, it may take 10 days or half a month. At the slowest, it may take a year or two. It depends on his personal situation." Lin Fong shook his head. "He was indeed poisoned, and the person who poisoned him reminded me of someone." "Who?" Shao Chun asked. "Poison doctor, Chun Qingshan." Lin Fong said, "Many years ago, a major poisoning case that shocked the whole country was committed by him." "Chun Qingshan? Is he the one who uses medicine in an unconventional way and is good at treating diseases with the concept of fighting poison with poison?" Xiao Yan asked in surprise. "Yes, you know him?" Lin Fong asked. "I know him. Xiao Ming had a very poor physical condition when he was a child. My parents once took him to see Chun Qingshan for treatment." Xiao Yan recalled. "I don't know what medicine they prescribed at that time, but after returning from that time, Xiao Ming's physical condition gradually improved. This guy is quite capable, but later on, because of the divorce, he failed to get remarried, so he poured boiling powder in his wife's house." Lin Fong shook his head. "Because of the tap water circulation, hundreds of people died. He then disappeared and was sought by the police for many years without any result. He is quite a tough guy." Shao Chun nodded thoughtfully. "So it seems that he and Shao Yuanhe should know each other. And he's an expert at using poison. He can poison people through their breath from a distance of several meters without having to touch them." "That's right. Now that you put it that way, it makes sense," Lin Fong said. "Why did he attack Shao Yuanhe? And why did he commit suicide afterwards? Where has he been hiding all these years? Or who has he been working for? Murder and suicide must be to hide something." Shao Chun sneered. "Everything can only be understood after my dad wakes up." Xiao Yan sighed. "How is your mother now?" Shao Chun asked. "She is gradually recovering and is much more normal than before." Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to see her?" "See, there are some things that need to be confirmed with her." Shao Chun nodded. "Then I'll make the arrangements." Xiao Yan looked at Shao Chun. "But I think her condition will get worse after you see her. People like her should stay in there for the rest of her life and never come out. What do you think?" Shao Chun asked back. Xiao Yan didn't know what to say, but she thought about the fire in her memory and the pain of being burned by the flames. And since Qin Yuan kept roaring until her death that she would never regret it, she also felt that it would be better for Qin Yuan to stay in prison for the rest of her life. "I'll go contact the mental hospital." Xiao Yan said nothing more. She took her cell phone and walked out. "Shao Chun, what do you think Chun Qingshan is trying to do?" Lin Fong turned his head and asked Shao Chun. "To get rid of Shao Yuanhe, It must be that Shao Yuanhe knows some secrets. Shao Chen said. Moreover, Chun Qing is just a pawn in the hands of others. The person behind him probably doesn't want this matter to be leaked. And the best way to keep a secret is with death. Then I just can't figure out, how powerful does the person behind the scenes have to make Chun Qingshan willing to die? Lin Fong shook his head. He didn't quite understand. Chun Qingshan has so many murders on his hands, and the police have been unable to find him for so many years. The person behind him must be someone extraordinary, Shao Chan said, since he has owed the other party such a big favor. If the other party asks him to hand over his life, he will definitely hand it over without hesitation. This society is much more complicated than I imagined. Lin Fong sighed. Chapter 405, a very important clue. Shao Chen took out his cell phone and called Zhou Jun. Brother Zhou, I have figured out something. What's going on? So Yun asks. The person who died is most likely Chun Qingshan. Shao Chen said. Chun Qingshan? Zhou Jun was surprised. The Chun Qingshan who poisoned hundreds of people back then? That's right, this is just a guess. But looking at his method, no one except the poison doctor Chun Qingshan can have such means. Shao Chen said. Brother, the information you gave me is very important. The case back then has never been solved, and Chun Qingshan disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Jun's tone was very serious. The police database has his DNA. I'll have someone do a comparison right away. Okay, Brother Zhou, if you confirm your identity, please tell me. This is very important to me. Don't worry, I'll be the first to tell you when there's a result. The clue you provided is really important, brother. Zhou Jun's tone was a little excited. In the murder of 100 people 15 years ago, the official report stated that 20 people died of poisoning. But the truth is that it is more than 5 times stronger. The poison used by the other party is no less potent than a deadly poison that kills instantly upon contact with blood, which caused great panic. To this day, relatives of the deceased are still wandering outside the Public Security Bureau, begging the police for an explanation. Finding the person is not only a great achievement, but also an explanation to the people who died that year. After hanging up Zhou Jun's phone, Shao Yin walked in. Shao Chun, let's go together this afternoon. Okay. Shao Chun nodded. I'll go with you. Lin Fong said, we'll go home to see the old man in the evening. In the afternoon, Shao Chun and the other two went to the mental hospital together. Shao Yin first met Qin Yuan alone and told her the purpose of her visit. When Qin Yuan heard Shao Chen's name, her originally calm eyes turned fierce. If you really don't want to see Shao Chun, I will let him go now. Shao Yin sighed. No, why not? Qin Yuan raised her head, her neck twitching slightly. It can be seen that she is trying her best to suppress her inner emotions. Shao Yin nodded, turned, and went out. A moment later, Shao Chen walked in. Qin Yuan lived in a single room. After all, his own son Xiao Ming was now a big star and made a lot of money. It is still a conscience-filled act to create a good living environment for your mother in a mental hospital. When Shao Chun came in, Qin Yuan was reading a book. Hearing the noise, she slowly raised her head. Under the light, her face looked gloomy and somewhat scary. Her eyes were like a poisonous snake staring at you in the darkness. Shao Chun, you're here? Qin Yuan smiled, but her words came out from between her teeth, almost gritting them. Yes, come to see you. Thank you for remembering me. I came to see if you were dead. The two men stared at each other, neither of them willing to lower their heads. You are really different now. Qin Yuan smiled. It's a pity that you will never meet your biological parents. Thanks to you, I found my biological parents. Shao Chen smiled. What did you say? Qin Yuan's smile froze on her face, and she blurted out, impossible. How is it impossible? My father is Shao Guqing, and my mother is one. Shao Chun said leisurely. Their marriage in Yinjing was a match made in heaven. You know my dad, right? He was admitted to the same university as you, and was later recruited by the army. I know him. How could I not know him? Qin Yuan's hatred was written all over her face. He is a bastard, a scumbag, a fickle and unfaithful man. Haha, your mother is also a scumbag. She fights for the things I don't want. Don't insult my mother, or I'll slap you in the face. Shao Chen pointed at Qin Yuan. Also, you don't need to distort the facts. My dad has never dated you. It was you who tried to force him to commit suicide by crying, making a scene, and then hanging yourself. Qin Yuan clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. But in terms of cruelty, you too are the most vicious. You couldn't get the love you wanted, so you stole me away and tried to break them up. Shao Chun, I should have strangled you to death back then. Qin Yuan's hands trembled. Strangled to death? You must have had this thought more than once. But if it wasn't for Xiao Ming, you would have been unable to resist doing it a long time ago, right? Xiao, Qin sneered. What did you say? I don't understand. Qin Yuan turned her head away and didn't look at Xiao Chun. But Xiao Chun clearly saw a hint of guilt in her eyes. There really is a ghost. Xiao Chun continued. Xiao Yuanhe was poisoned. He suffered a heart attack and a cerebral infarction. He is now paralyzed in bed. You're talking nonsense. He's in good health. How is that possible? Qin Yuan couldn't believe it. He is healthy, but someone may have poisoned him. Xiao Chun put his hands on the table, putting pressure on her. Do you know who that person is? Qin Qing Shan. When the name Qin Qing Shan was mentioned, Qin Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Sure enough, you know him. Xiao Chen's expression was a little amused. The more he investigated, the more interesting things became. There is an unusual relationship between Qin Qing Shan, Xiao Yuanhe, and Qin Yuan. What exactly do you want to say? Qin Yuan raised her eyes and stared at Xiao Chun. Her eyes were a little cold. Let's make a deal. Xiao Chun sat down opposite her. What deal? In my current condition, what else do you want? Qin Yuan said coldly. Don't you want to go out? Don't you want to know Xiao Ming's current situation? Every word Xiao Chun said hit the heart. Do you really want to stay in this mental hospital forever? I want to go out, but will you let me go? Qin Yuan said coldly. As long as you cooperate, it won't be difficult to get out. Xiao Chun said, as long as you answer a few questions for me and promise that we won't have any contact with each other after we get out, I will help you get out. That help me out? I don't believe that you, a ruthless person like you, would be so kind. Qin Yuan sneered. How do you know if you don't try? Shouldn't people trust each other? Xiao Chun spread his hands. I can say that now. Except for me. No one can help you. And you don't want to stay here forever, right? What do you want to know? Qin Yuan thought about it, weighed the pros and cons, and decided to take a step back and talk to Xiao Chun. The truth. Xiao Chun said calmly. The relationship between you and Qin Qing Shan, and the reason why Qin Qing Shan killed Xiao Yuanhe and then committed suicide. There's another reason. Xiao Chun crossed his arms and said, sometimes there's a strange mark on my arm. You want to know too much, and you don't have enough chips. Qin Yuan smiled. You can make conditions. Xiao Chun took another step back. Conditions? Qin Yuan looked at Xiao Chun, her fierce expression showing a hint of amusement. The condition I'm looking forward to most is actually your death. Can you do it? Xiao Chun stared at Qin Yuan, then put down his sleeves. He smiled and said, okay, since you won't cooperate, I can only stop Xiao Yuan's treatment. Without the acupuncture and prescriptions of Lin's Chinese medicine, he will be paralyzed forever. What a joke. Do you think I care about this? Qin Yuan said with a chuckle. Chapter 406, I don't care. Xiao Yuanhe is just someone I found to live with. I told you when we got married that my heart is not with you. Over the years, I have given him 2 daughters and a son. I have done him justice. Then what is Xiao Yuanhe in your eyes? A spare tire? A bootlicker? A disposable breeding tool? Xiao Chen's words were somewhat venomous. He's not even a tool. If your biological father hadn't abandoned me, he wouldn't have had a chance. Qin Yuan sneered. Use him to threaten me? How funny. Xiao Yuanhe, you give so much for others, but what do others think of you? Xiao Chun sighed slightly. This has nothing to do with you. Qin Yuan growled. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. Let me guess. Xiao Chun said leisurely. You like my biological dad, but my biological dad doesn't like you. After that failed suicide attempt and being clearly rejected, you began to think about taking revenge on him. You find someone to marry, get pregnant, and give birth to a child, just to see him regret it? Xiao Chun, shut up. Qin Yuan pinched her palms tightly. Her spirit was extremely tense, almost reaching the limit. However, my biological father did not take it seriously at all. He joined the army, made achievements, and returned to Beijing. I proposed to my mother in the peach forest where I first met her, and then we got married. And you, even though you extremely hate and look down upon your husband Xiao Yuanhe, the die is cast, so you can only grit your teeth and live with him, right? Shut up. Qin Yuan screamed and stood up suddenly. Xiao Chen took 2 steps back and distanced himself from her. Are you kidding? This woman is crazy. If she really explodes, it will hurt people. Qin Yuan, you are so pitiful. Xiao Chun shook his head gently. You are an extremely paranoid and crazy lunatic. You shine so brightly that you even sacrifice your own life. Just to get my dad's attention, but you never dreamed that he never even looked at you. Because in his heart, there is no place for you at all. Xiao Chun, I swear, sooner or later, I will tear your mouth apart. You deserve to die, just like your own father. Qin Yuan's eyes were red, and she was gasping violently. Qin Yuan, there's one thing I seem to have figured out. Shao Chun stared at her. Xiao Ming was very weak when he was young, but after you and Xiao Yuanhe took him to find Chen Qingshan, his health gradually improved. I don't know what methods Chen Qingshan used to make his body better, but since then, everyone around him seems to have had worse luck. What do you think is the reason? Qin Yuan raised her head suddenly, staring at Xiao Chun without saying a word. Looking at her performance, Xiao Chun nodded gently. Okay, I understand it is true. Okay, I already know the result. I don't need your answer. What do you know? Haha, Xiao Chun, you are a self-righteous person. You don't understand anything. Qin Yuan sneered. Now I just need to verify one thing, and then I will know whether my guess is right or not. Xiao Chun said slowly. That is, to verify whether Chen Qingshan is a member of Tong Shenghui. When Qin Yuan heard the word Tong Shenghui, her expression suddenly changed. It seems that my guess was correct. Xiao Chun grinned. Xiao Ming was originally going to die. Okay, although I don't like Xiao Yuanhe and am ashamed to have given birth to several children for him. But you really love Xiao Ming. Xiao Chun laughed loudly, no longer paying attention to Qin Yuan. He turned around and walked out. Qin Yuan in the room had her eyes wide open and was shaking constantly. A moment later, the door creaked and Xiao Yan walked in slowly. She closed the door and walked up to Qin Yuan. What are you doing here? Qin Yuan did not hide the disgust in her eyes at all. This is the daughter she and Xiao Yuanhe gave birth to, so she felt annoyed when she saw Xiao Yan. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to see you. I just want to confirm something with you. Xiao Yan put down a photo. In the photo, there's a pattern of Tongsheng lines. This pattern would appear on Xiao Ming's body from time to time, and every time it appeared, I would feel the magnetic field around me change. And Xiao Yan paused. I had a dream that my family of four was burned to death by Xiao Ming. What do you want to ask? Qin Yuan leaned back in her chair, her eyes full of sneers. The truth, I don't think this dream would come for no reason. Xiao Yan said, I am your biological daughter. Even if you want me to die, I have to know the reason. The reason? Hasn't Xiao Chen already guessed it? Qin Yuan sat up straight. Her face was distorted, and her eyes were full of ferocity. If you don't die, Xiao Ming can't live. Like his unborn twin brother was supposed to die. Xiao Yuanhe and I took him to find Chen Qingshan, where we met my sister. If Xiao Ming wants to survive, he must deprive all his relatives of their chance of survival. Xiao Yan's face was filled with shock, and it seemed as if a raging fire was burning before her eyes again. The tearing pain and burning sensation seemed to burn her body again. She finally understood why her whole family had suffered a devastating disaster in her previous life. It turns out that all this was planned. Qin Yuan, her own biological mother, actually deprived everyone of their chance of life just for Xiao Ming. Is this the truth? Is this her biological mother? This time it's different. Qin Yuan giggled, her face flushed and a little sick. Why are you doing this? Aren't our lives? Aren't we your children? Xiao Yan pointed at Qin Yuan with trembling hands. Except Mingming, I don't care about anyone. Although he's also Xiao Yuan's son, he is different. Qin Yuan slammed the table and roared, a little hysterical. Her messy hair and red eyes made her look even more ferocious. Staring blankly at Qin Yuan in front of her, the last bit of expectation in Xiao Yan's heart completely sank. No one in this family is normal. She clenched her fists tightly and her chest heaved. The person in front of her, whom she had called mother for more than 20 years, now looked so strange. Maybe she was wrong from the beginning. She should have hardened her heart and severed ties with the Shao couple. A bootlicker stole Xiao Chen away for the hatred of another person, separating Xiao Chen from his biological parents for 18 years. The other one is even more crazy. She even wants to kill everyone for her own son's life. Xiao Yan, whether you believe it or not, the gears of fate have begun to turn. Chapter 407, I don't understand what you are insisting on. Qin Yuan raised her head, her eyes full of resentment, and her pupils, like those of a poisonous snake, emitted a terrifying light. She stared at Xiao Yan and said word by word, None of you can escape. In that case, Qin Yuan, I can also tell you clearly. Xiao Yan said coldly, From today on, I, Xiao Yan, officially end my parent-child relationship with you. From today on, we have no gratitude or resentment. No matter life, old age, sickness or death, or wealth or poverty, we will no longer have any connection with each other. Shao Yin knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times respectfully, then turned and left. The moment she pushed the door open, tears welled up in her eyes. Go, go, get out of here. Behind him, Qin Yuan's hysterical roar came. None of you can escape. You all have to die. You all have to die. After walking out of the ward building, Xiaoyan leaned against the wall and burst into tears. Showdown. Xiaochen walked up to her and handed her a piece of paper. Xiaoyan took the tissue, wiped her tears, and then calmed down and said, I have severed ties with her. I don't want to repeat the same mistake, so this is the only way. Xiaochun comforted her. Besides, someone like her is not worthy of you calling her mother again. Xiaochun, I have asked clearly just now. Xiaoyan said after calming down. I don't know what method they used to borrow Xiaoming's life, but the price is that all of Xiaoming's loved ones will die. Our death in exchange for Xiaoming's chance to live, that's about it. It's almost what I expected. Xiaochen nodded slightly. This is a relationship between Chen Qingshan and Shao Yuanhe. But why did Chen Qingshan want to kill Shao Yuanhe? I'm afraid this matter can only be clarified after he wakes up, Xiaoyan said. Besides, he may not tell you. I have a way to make him speak. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Now it depends on Lin Fong, whether he can wake him up. Xiao Chun, Shao Yuanhe can speak and is conscious again. Just at this moment, Lin Fong's message came. Let's go to the hospital. Xiao Chun put away his phone. Hospital. Intensive care unit. Half of Shao Yuanhe's body was unable to move, and various tubes were inserted into his body. Seeing Xiao Chun coming in, Lin Fong pulled him aside. What happened? Xiao Chun asked in a low voice. The recovery is good. One hand can move, but half of the body is still paralyzed. Lin Fong said, I will think of a way. Recovery is just a matter of time. Is he conscious? Xiao Chun asked. The main thing is that he can speak. He's conscious now. You can ask whatever you want. But one thing, you must not provoke him. Otherwise, the situation may get worse. Lin Fong said, I'll try my best. Xiao Chun thought for a moment. Would it not irritate Shao Yuanhe? Xiao Chun couldn't guarantee that. But it's hard to say whether Shao Yuanhe can get anything out of this. Okay. Lin Fong patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder and walked out. Xiao Chun moved a chair, dragged it to Shao Yuanhe's bed, and sat down. Shao Yuanhe's neck was stiff, and he couldn't move it at will. He glanced at Xiao Chun with his eyes slanted, then closed his eyes. I know you don't want to see me now. Xiao Chun said, Actually, I don't want to see you either. But there are some things I still need to figure out. Shao Yuanhe still had his eyes closed and said nothing. It was obvious that he didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Chun. Chen Qingshan came here to take your life. Xiao Chun continued, but you were lucky and you survived. But he committed suicide. When the police found him, he had been dead for 20 hours. Shao Yuanhe's eyes suddenly opened, and he asked in an unclear tone, Suicide? Why? Because the people behind him don't want some things to be leaked, and Chen Qingshan, as the other party's dog, knows too much about the other party. Xiao Chun looked directly at Shao Yuanhe. It's the same with you. He wanted you to die because he wanted to cover up something. So, tell me, what is he trying to cover up? No. Shao Yuanhe closed his eyes again. He didn't want to say it. Even if you don't tell me, I can actually guess the general idea. Xiao Chun smiled, and his voice gradually became cold. Because of me, right? What he wants to cover up is the truth about my disappearance that year, right? Shao Yuanhe's lips twitched, and he laughed. Xiao Chun, don't try again. You can't learn anything from me. Who are you doing all this for? Xiao Chun approached Shao Yuanhe. For your wife, Qin Yuan? That psychopath. Shut up. She is your adoptive mother after all. Shao Yuanhe glared at Xiao Chun. She is really important in your heart. Xiao Chun smiled. In fact, there are some things you should know. She has always been arrogant and should have looked down on you. But she still married you. I don't need to tell you the reason. She did to piss off my dad, Shao Guqing. Unfortunately, my father doesn't care about her at all. She gave birth to 3 children for you in a fit of anger, but my father didn't even look at her, let alone get angry. Shut up. Shao Yuanhe's lips twitched. He was very angry. Don't get excited. Look, your heart rate has increased and your blood pressure has risen. Your condition is still unstable. If you don't want to lie in bed for the rest of your life, control your emotions. Shao Yuanhe took a deep breath and lay back down on the bed. You stole me away, which means you were helping Qin Yuan to take revenge on my dad, right? Xiao Chun said again. Shao Yuanhe closed his eyes again and ignored Xiao Chun. Want to retreat in order to advance? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Xiao Chun sat back down and said with a smile, You really gave your heart to Qin Yuan. If she were a normal woman, she would definitely be moved to death. Unfortunately, she is not a normal woman. She even thinks being with you is disgusting. The child she gave birth to for you is a stain that she will never be able to wash away in her lifetime. Of course, except Xiao Ming. She only has Xiao Ming in her heart. Xiao Chen took out his cell phone and played a recording, which was the conversation between him and Qin Yuan. As Xiao Yuanhe listened, his eyes suddenly widened. A dog licker? Disgusting? A disposable reproductive tool? He became excited and trembled all over at these remarks. Only then did he realize that everything he had done for her over the years was nothing more than self-satisfaction. That selfish and self-centered woman has never looked down upon herself. Everything he had done for her over the years was just self-satisfaction. In her eyes, he was just a tool. No, not even a tool. Seeing that his eyes were red, his breathing was heavy, and he was even out of breath, Xiao Chun thought that he couldn't stimulate him like this. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun said with a sympathetic look, "What I just sent is her true inner thoughts." Chapter 4:08 You are also a tragedy. So, I want to ask you, is it really worth it for you to pay so much for her? It's not worth it, so why bother? You committed a crime for her, and even got chased by people in prison. Doesn't your life count as a life? Seeing Xiao Yuanhe trembling with excitement, Xiao Chun sighed. Okay, think about it carefully. I'll come back another day. Haha, Xiao Chun, do you think your life is not a tragedy? Xiao Yuanhe sneered. So, you know something? Xiao Chun glanced at Xiao Yuanhe, his eyes full of interest. You just want to know why I stole you back then? Xiao Yuanhe closed his eyes, then opened them as if he had made up his mind. That's right. And I think given my background and family, even if my biological father is not around, it won't be that easy for you to take me away from my mother. Yes, your guess is right. You come from a wealthy family. If someone didn't instigate it and someone didn't collude with me, I would never have taken you away. Xiao Yuanhe smiled neurotically. Go on, Xiao Chun waved his hand. Do you know who that person is? Xiao Yuanhe laughed, even harder. Your grandpa, Shao Wanli, the patriarch of the Shao family, haha. It is true. Xiao Chun nodded heavily. Haha. Then can you tell me, what is he planning? What is he planning? Your father is an illegitimate child. Xiao Yuanhe stared with bloodshot eyes. What kind of existence is the Shao family? They are a famous family in Yinjing, blessed by the glory of their ancestors, and Shao Wanli is a person who values face very much. Shao Guqing, your biological father, is so outstanding. If his brilliance overshadows Shao Wanli's biological son, and if your biological father Shao Guqing has second thoughts in the future, then what will happen to his biological, legitimate son? Are we going to watch the Shao family's foundation fall into the hands of an illegitimate child? After saying so much in one breath, Xiao Yuanhe seemed to have used up all his strength. He lay back heavily on the bed, breathing heavily. Good, good, good. Xiao Chen applauded and said 3 good words in a row. He suddenly laughed, and as he laughed, tears flowed out. It turns out that the culprit behind all this was Shao Wanli. How could that self-righteous, arrogant old man have the heart to collude with outsiders and steal his own grandson? 2 lives, 18 years of separation from family members, and even a tragic death in the previous life. The root of everything is actually here. Xiao Chun, you didn't expect it, did you? Xiao Yuanhe sighed. In fact, when he found me, I didn't expect it either. But this world is so strange. The people who stab you in the back are often the ones closest to you. I swore never to tell these truths, but now. Looking at the densely packed tubes inserted into his body, Xiao Yuanhe laughed at himself. I am already in this state. How can I care so much? I didn't expect Shao Wanli to be so cruel. In order to cover up these things, he actually wanted to eliminate all those who knew the truth. He didn't keep his promise, so I can only speak out about these things. Is that all? Is there anything else I don't know? Xiao Chen asked. No, there are only these things. Shao Wanli looks down on your father because he is an illegitimate child. Xiao Yuanhe shook his head. He is a person who values clan and family traditions very much and is very concerned about his reputation. He regards your father as a shame. If your father wasn't outstanding enough, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be in Shao Wanli's eyes. But he couldn't let your father's fame overshadow Shao Yuecheng, your second uncle. So these things happened. Good move. Xiao Chan gave a thumbs up. As he wished, my father has lost his fighting spirit in these years. He has been out there all year round, risking his life and striving for military merit just to avoid having any free time. Once he has some free time, he will fall into guilt. Who said it wasn't true? Xiao Yuanhe nodded, but he missed one point. He never expected that you would be so outstanding. Haha, Maybe within 10 years, your brilliance will be able to overtake the Shao family. Didn't he look for you? To ask you to return to the Shao family. Of course I have looked for it. But why should I go back? Shao Chun sneered. From now on, there can only be one Shao family in Yanjing. You want to compete with Shao Wanli? Shao Yuna looked at Shao Chun deeply and nodded with deep feeling. Yes, you have the ability. There is one more thing. I think there is no need for you to hide it. Shao Chun took out a photo. Above is a Tongsheng pattern. Do you recognize this pattern? Shao Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and then he shook his head. I don't know him. But how could such a subtle expression of his escape Shao Chen's eyes? Shao Chen smiled. He sat opposite Shao Yuanhe with a playful expression. It's meaningless to deny it now. Some things can't be hidden just because you want to. I believe Xiao Ming must have this thing. Under certain conditions, it will show up. And I have that same thing in me, and it shows when I'm hurt or weak. As far as I know, when Xiao Ming was a child, he was so weak that he couldn't even be raised. But after you found Chun Qing Shan, his health got better. Shao Yuanhe, don't tell me there's no connection between the two. I don't believe it. Shao Yuanhe stared at the photo, his lips moving with difficulty. He knew that he could not hide anything in front of Shao Chun. I don't know what this thing is called, but this pattern comes from an organization called Tong Shenghui. In order to save his life, Shao Yuanhe had to grit his teeth and tell everything he knew. When Mingming was a child, he was weak, and we took him to many hospitals, big and small, but nothing worked. Later, a fortune teller told us that Xiao Ming should have died in the womb like his twin brother. Even if he is born, it will be difficult for him to survive. And then, Shao Chen looked at him with interest. Afterwards, we met Chun Qing Shan through connections. He is a famous local doctor who advocates the concept of fighting poison with poison. Locals call him the Poison Doctor. He is a member of the Tongsheng Society. Coincidentally, Qin Yuan's sister Qin Yoxin, who has disappeared for a long time, is actually a senior member of the Tongsheng Society. And she has learned some special abilities from somewhere that can extend the lives of others. But the price is that everyone around Xiao Ming will suffer backlash. In other words, at the cost of the lives of all the people close to Xiao Ming. We want to save him alone? Shao Chen asked. Chapter 409, Will You Blame Me? That's probably what it means. She took Xiao Ming away and stayed in a sealed room for 3 days and 3 nights before coming out. Then he gave us a piece of talisman paper containing Xiao Ming's life essence and blood, and asked us to find a strong person, dissolve it in water, and feed it to him. So you found me? Xiao Ming stroked his arm. Is this the reason why the lines of life appeared on my arm when I was weak? I originally wanted to find someone else, but Qin Yuan took a fancy to you. Shao Chunha avoided Shao Chen's gaze. In her words, Shao Guqing's son doesn't deserve to live so healthily. Yes, it fits her vicious character. Shao Chen nodded, but this so-called borrowing of life doesn't seem to be very successful. Although Xiao Ming's health is better than before, it's still not that good, eh? That's because your fate is too tough. Shao Yunhe shook his head. Qin Yoxin said that for people with too tough a fate, borrowing the fate talisman will not have a very good effect. So it was all in vain. Shao Chun smiled, and he slowly stood up. Okay, thank you for telling me this. Lin Fong will heal you next. After that, you will return to prison. After serving your sentence, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't care about you. But if you want to cause trouble for me, I'm sorry, but I will send you back the same way you got out. Shao Chun. Shao Yuan's voice trembled a little. Just tell me if you have something to say. Shao Chen stopped. Do you hate me? Shao Yuan murmured. Hate. Shao Chen raised his head, revealing a thoughtful look. He murmured, maybe I hated you. After all, I used to think you were my biological father. I don't understand. We are both your children, so why are Xiao Ming and I treated so differently? But now I understand all the reasons, and I can't hate you anymore, because you are not worthy of my hatred. Shao Chen slowly turned around and looked directly into Shao Yuan's eyes. But do you feel any regret or guilt for what you did? I've regretted it since I took you away. Shao Yuan's eyes were a little moist. I have also sent you back quietly before. But because of Qin Yuan, I had to bite my teeth and suppress this thought. Confine your biological parents and reunite as a family. I'm actually happy for you. Shao Yuan murmured. Your ending shouldn't be like that. What Shao Yuan said might be true, or it might just be a hypocritical act. But these are no longer important to Shao Chun. All the grievances and grudges of the previous life were completely wiped out at this moment. From now on, whether Shao Yuanhe lived or died, was poor or rich, it had nothing to do with Shao Chun. Shao Yuanhe, you don't want to die again, right? Shao Chun asked. He was curious whether Shao Yuanhe had awakened to the things in his previous life. No, I don't want to die again. That feeling is too painful. Shao Yuanhe closed his eyes in pain. Then stay away from your biological son and your wife. Shao Chun reminded coldly, then turned and left. When I went out, Lin Fong and Shao Yin just happened to come over. He was holding a medical kit in his hand. Apparently, he was there to treat Shao Yuanhe. Shao Chun, how is it? Shao Yin asked. I've figured out what I wanted to understand. Shao Chun nodded gently, then looked at Lin Fong. What is the chance of his recovery? He is conscious, but a complete recovery is unlikely. Lin Fong shook his head. Chun Qingshan's medicine was too toxic and damaged his nerves. So for now on, he can only walk slowly with crutches, and that's the limit. But because of this poisoning, his body has been severely damaged, and his original lifespan will be greatly reduced. Shao Chun nodded slightly. This was the best ending for Shao Yuanhe. I contacted a nursing home and will send him there when he is almost fully recovered and let him spend the rest of his life there. Shao Yin sighed. In name, he is still my father, so I can't just leave him alone. This is as I should. He and I have settled our grievances. What happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me. Shao Chun said. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Jun called and said that there was some clue about Chun Qingshan's identity and asked Shao Chun to go to the Public Security Bureau. Shao Chun arrived at Zhou Jun's office. Zhou Jun poured him a glass of water and then sat down. Brother, I asked you to come here today mainly to tell you that Zhao Qing's identity has been confirmed. He is Chun Qingshan who committed a major crime back then. It's really him. Shao Chun clenched his fists. Where has he been all these years? Who's he working for? We don't have much information at the moment. We only know that after he escaped, he met an important figure who changed his name and identity for him. Zhou Jun took out a document from the drawer. This is the address on Zhao Qing's ID card. But our people checked the address and found no such person. And according to some clues, he should have a wife and a child after changing his name to Zhao Qing. But there is no clue about his wife and child yet. If we find his wife and children, we can figure out who he has been working for all these years. Shao Chun fell into deep thought. Yes, but this matter may be a bit difficult. His identity is an illegal resident, and there is no way to check his wife and children. Zhou Jun took a sip of water and said, but it is speculated that he came from Yinjing, so his wife and children should also be in Yinjing. Also, he went to Shao Yuanhe to kill him to silence him. Who ordered him to do so is also a mystery. Thank you, Brother Zhou. These things are all directed at me. Shao Chun closed his eyes and digested the information he had mastered. The person behind Chun Qingshan must be Shao Wanli. Shao Wanli saved Chun Qingshan's life and even changed his name and gave him a brand new identity. And it gave him a new family, so he was extremely grateful to Shao Wanli. He must have done a lot of dirty work for Shao Wanli over the years. As long as we find his family and children, we will be able to obtain some evidence. Although these evidences cannot directly bring down Shao Wanli, they can become the last straw that breaks the camel's back for the Shao family at a critical moment. Brother, your situation is a bit complicated. Zhou Jun sighed. Then he smiled and said, but congratulations, no matter what, you have found your biological parents. There is nothing more fortunate than this. Yes, Brother Zhou, everything is going in a good direction after all. Shao Chun nodded. Okay, Brother Shao, I will inform you as soon as I have any new clues, but you must also pay attention to your own safety in Yinjing. Zhou Jun gave a few more instructions. Chapter 410, is this Pu Xinu? Okay, thank you, Brother Zhou, I understand. Shao Chun nodded slightly. If you have any questions over there, please feel free to contact me. I have comrades over there who can help. Zhou Jun patted Shao Chun on the shoulder. His concern for Shao Chun came from the bottom of his heart. Shao Chun nodded and left the police station. After staying in Jiangsheng for a few days and seeing that the old lady was indeed in good health, Shao Chun returned to Yanjing. After arriving in Yinjing, I had a meal with my family. When he was concerned about the old lady's health, and Shao Chun told her that the old lady was fine and that he would take her to Yinjing after a while. After finally reuniting with her son, when Yi really held Shao Chun in the palm of her hand, she accompanied Shao Chun to eat and go shopping, and brought all kinds of brand-name clothes and watches into his home as if they were free. Shao Chun was really worried that she would empty the shopping mall, so he told her that she was a student now and should dress as low-key as possible. Only then did when he give up. Now we're just waiting for my father to come home so that our family can be truly reunited. But before that, Shao Chun had to settle accounts with Shao Wanli. After all, the pain of separation from family members for 18 years cannot be forgotten like this. But before that, he had to collect some dirty information that could bring down Shao Wanli. Chun Qingshan has a family. The most important thing now is to find Chun Qingshan's family. When it comes to finding someone, there is no one more suitable than Tao Ming. The two of them worked together to bring down the Sun family, and their cooperation was pretty good, so Xiao Chen's request was naturally nothing. Xiao Chen had made an appointment to meet Tao Ming downstairs in his company. While he was waiting, he received a call. "Is this Xiao Chen? I am Hua Hua. My mother gave me your contact information and wants us to meet." A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hua Hua. Xiao Chen's brain nearly crashed. After working for a long time, he finally remembered that this was the daughter of his grandmother's hospitalized roommate. The old lady was very optimistic about Xiao Chun and insisted on getting his contact information. She insisted on introducing her daughter to Xiao Chun. "I thought she was just talking, but I didn't expect that this aunt was serious. She has a daughter, and she really introduced it. Yes, I'm very busy now. I have an interview soon. After the interview, I have to work out, do beauty treatments, and go to a high-end club." The other party's tone was a little impatient. "So hurry up. I'll send you a location." Xiao Chun thought about it and decided to make things clear. Otherwise, who knows what troubles may arise later. "Okay, send me the location," the other party said and hung up the phone. Xiao Chun added the other party's WeChat and sent a location. In less than 20 minutes, the other party arrived. A girl less than 160 centimeters tall, with average looks and an average figure. She was just wearing a set of designer clothes and carrying a bag that seemed to be a new model of Hermes. Judging from her clothes, she seems like a girl who pursues refinement. But since it was their first meeting, Xiao Chun was not in a position to comment. He just stood up and nodded politely to the girl. "Hello, I'm Xiao Chun. This girl is Hua Hua." She put her Hermes bag on the table and tied her hair. She took a look around and said disdainfully, "Who meets in Starbucks nowadays? My bestie and I went to M Stand." Xiao Chun touched his nose, and his curiosity about the girl in front of him disappeared instantly. After complaining about the environment, she raised her head and looked at Xiao Chun. She looked at him carefully and felt that he was quite handsome, so she planned to chat with him. "My mom said you were studying at Beijing University?" "Yes, I'm a freshman in the physics department. I've only met my aunt once, so my mother likes to arrange these things with me." The girl said very unhappily. "I live in a big city and have no shortage of suitors." She has never seen the world and thinks that Beijing University students are very impressive. But in fact, my former company had a lot of university graduates from Peking University and 985 universities. This sentence stopped Xiao Chun from talking. He frowned and said, "There are indeed a lot of university students in Beijing, and there are indeed many top students from 985 universities. But I'd like to ask, which school did you graduate from?" "I graduated from Jiangxing University of Media and Communications and have been working for a year." For girls, academic qualifications are not important. The girl perfectly demonstrated what double standards mean. She waved her hand and said, "You left a good impression on me. You can add me on WeChat. But please don't send me WeChat messages all the time. I have to work out and meet friends at night and catch up on sleep during the day. We only have 1 hour to chat at 11 o'clock every day. Also, don't call me or send me voice messages casually, and don't joke with me casually, otherwise I will block you." Xiao Chen looked at Hua Hua, wondering how to tell her tactfully that he didn't want to add her on WeChat. Moreover, her attitude of, "I'm giving you a chance, you must cherish it," made Xiao Chun very uncomfortable. "I think some things still need to be made clear." Xiao Chun tried to explain, but he was interrupted by her again. "Do you have a plan for your future? After you graduate, are you confident that you can earn $1 million a year?" "If there's no plan for the career, if the salary requirement for my partner cannot be met, I think there is no need for us to waste our time." "So what are your salary requirements for your other half?" Xiao Chun couldn't help but become interested. He didn't know how this girl who graduated from a second-tier university in Jiangxing had such confidence. He was also more curious about what she wanted in her other half. "Let me tell you what I want in my other half. Height should be at least 180 centimeters, and the minimum education level should be 211. She glanced at Xiao Chun and said, "For now, these two conditions are met. Also, the other half of the family must have parents of normal physique and no siblings." "What else?" Xiao Chun nodded. "My goodness, I've seen her mother. She's a big and strong aunt from the countryside. How does her family give her the confidence to offer such high-end blind date conditions? In that case, Shao Chan might as well ask her if she has any other weird conditions. The annual salary starts at least 1 million, and the income will increase by 10% every year thereafter. And at least a 150 square meter house in first-tier city, and a car worth no less than 500,000 yuan for me. You pause for a moment. Shao Chan interrupted her. Then he asked, "Do you have a younger brother?" "Yes," she said as a matter of course. "Do I have to buy a house for your brother? And since you don't live with my parents, do I have to take time out every year to take your parents on a trip and give them money every month?" Shao Chen looked at her with a depressed look on his face. He was thinking, as a human being, there should always be some bottom line, right? The conditions he mentioned are already too excessive. She wouldn't do that, right? Chapter 411, if you can't afford to offend, you can always avoid it. You are a top student at Kyoto University, and you are smart. It's easier to talk to smart people. Hua said, as if it was a matter of course. And that's not all. I'll charge you 300,000 yuan a year for my travel, beauty treatments, and cosmetics. Besides that, there's also the betrothal gift. Do you think I look like a turtle in a wishing well? Shao Chun held his head and interrupted her in an unbearable manner. This is getting married. How could it be called finding a wife? It is simply finding a living ancestor. Moreover, Shao Chun just wanted to meet her, but she dared to put forward so many conditions? Is it the turtle in the wishing well that effective? What do you mean? Hua looked suspicious. Then she reacted and couldn't help but angrily said, "Do you mean that what I said is unrealistic?" "What else?" Shao Chun spread his hands and said, "But I can meet all the conditions you mentioned. But why should I meet you?" Yes, some girls with low cultural level have been brainwashed by self-media and public accounts. You're making a wish here. You're 55 centimeters tall, with a thick neck and head. Where do you get the confidence to put forward so many conditions? Why are you like this? Hua was angry. I've already given you the opportunity to add me on WeChat. Why don't you know how to cherish it? I'm sorry, I didn't plan to add you on WeChat. Shaochen stood up and straightened his clothes. I won't waste your time. See you later. No, let's not meet again. A man like you deserves to never find a girlfriend in your life. Hua was angry. She pointed at Shao Chen's nose and yelled, "With your poor appearance, what good is it for you to get into Peking University by sheer luck? You'll still be a lousy worker when you come out. You still meet my conditions? Why don't you look in the mirror? You don't have to work? Then why are you interviewing?" Shao Chen glanced at her. Is it wrong for me to be self-reliant? Let me tell you, I had an interview at a high-tech company today, and the starting salary is over 10,000. Huahua Koptiapake. He said angrily, "My mother's taste is getting worse and worse. She introduces all kinds of garbage to me. And men like you deserve to be single for the rest of your life." Yes, I should be single for the rest of my life. Thank you for your concern. You can go for the interview soon. Shao Chen nodded. He grabbed the Hermes bag that he had bought for who knows how many times and left angrily. Shao Chen didn't know how this woman would plot against him later, but it was most likely that she was his mistress. But it doesn't matter. There are many such fake and sophisticated women in this society. Instead, Shao Chen felt that he had solved the problem, which was a great joy. After a while, Tao Ming woke up. She took out a few photos and handed them to Shao Chen. Is he the person you want to ask about? Shao Chen took the photo and found that it was a photo of Qin Shan when he was young. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's him, or to be more precise, his family." Qin Shan is a very cunning man. He's been hiding his identity for more than 10 years, and the police have no news about him at all. Tao Ming said. Besides, he has also appeared as Zhao Qing, Xiao Zhen, etc. It is a bit difficult to check his family now. If it wasn't difficult, I wouldn't have come to you. Shao Chun sighed and said, "According to my guess, after Qin Shan poisoned someone, he escaped from the police. He's been working for that man all these years, doing his dirty work. Besides, he got married and had children over the years. Now he is dead. Only by finding his wife and children can we figure out what he did for that person over the years. Are these things important to you?" Tao Ming said after a moment's silence. "Very important." Shao Chen nodded. Tao Ming took a sip of coffee, took the photos from Shao Chen's hand, sorted them out, and put them in the file bag. "Then wait for my news." "Thank you." Shao Chen said these 3 words sincerely. He and Tao Ming, it can be said that they became acquainted through fighting. From being disgusted with each other at the beginning to becoming friends later. He knew that Tao Ming would definitely use her connections to help him this time. And it still involves great risks, but she is willing to help herself. "If you want to thank me, please treat me to a drink. Tao Ming glared at Shao Chun and said in a nonchalant manner, that's no problem. You choose where to drink and what to drink. Shao Chun said with a smile. You help me avenge my senior brother and help me deal with the Sun family. It's only right that I help you this time. Tao Ming said quietly. Thank you. Don't say it again. When you think of a way to deal with Sun Lao heir abroad, remember to count me in. Don't worry, it will be quick. Shao Chun said seriously. Okay, wait for my news. I have to look for my seniors who graduated from the police academy. Grabbing the file bag, Tao Ming stood up and left. Since they were already downstairs of the company, it would be unreasonable for Shao Chun not to go up and take a look. Passing by the front desk, the girl at the front desk saw Shao Chun walk in carelessly and hurriedly caught up with him. Hey, sir, who are you looking for? Me? Looking for Ren Yuan. Shao Chun was a little surprised. He is the boss here, but it seems that he rarely comes to the company. Because of this incident, the company's front desk clerk didn't even recognize me. Mr. Run is in a meeting. Do you have an appointment? The girl asked. No appointment. Shao Chun shook his head. Are you kidding? He needs to make an appointment to come to the company? I'm sorry. You can't go in without an appointment. The girl said with some regret. I have to go in today. Shao Chun said seriously. Security. The little girl waved to the side, and immediately 2 guys in security uniforms came over. The company's security is still acceptable. At least these 2 security guards were specially trained by our own security company, and they are in good spirits. Shao Chun kept nodding his head. The company was getting more and more on track. How about this? I can give your CEO a call, right? Shao Chun asked. Of course you can, but you can't stand here to play. This is the entrance. Please go to the lounge over here, said the girl at the front desk. Mr. Run, what are you busy with? Shao Chun asked while walking on the phone. Mr. Shao, please stop joking with me. Do you have any instructions? Fei Yuan smiled bitterly. It's okay. I was just stopped by the front desk at the entrance of my company. Shao Chun smiled and said, didn't I call you to make an appointment? This. Ren Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Shao, wait a moment. I'll be there soon. After finishing the call, Shao Chun looked around the front desk. He let Ren Yuan run the company, and Ren Yuan also demonstrated his management ability. Just from the front desk, you can tell that the company's corporate culture is very well organized. How long have you been working here? Shao Chun asked the front desk clerk. I've only been here for 2 months, and I'm still doing my internship, the girl at the front desk replied. How does it feel to work here? Shao Chun asked with a smile. Very good. Hey, why do you have so many questions? Have you called our general manager, Run? The girl rolled her eyes. Hit him, he will come out soon. Shao Chun nodded. I don't believe it. The girl continued to lower her head and busy herself with her work. Chapter 412, Is This the Boss? Mr. Shao. At this moment, Ren Yuan ran out in a hurry. He is followed by a large group of managers. Hey, are you done with the meeting? Shao Chun half-jokingly asked. Did I interrupt your meeting? No, Mr. Shao. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to the company? Fei Yuan smiled bitterly. I was just passing by, so I came to take a look. The girl at the front desk is quite responsible. Shao Chun smiled. Hey, you see carefully. Ren Yuan frowned and looked at the girl at the front desk. The girl at the front desk was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Who would have known that this young man in front of him, who looked like a college student, was actually Mr. Shao from their company? This is our CEO, Shao. He founded the company. When will the boss be unable to return to his own company? I'm sorry, Mr. Shao. I didn't know it was you. The girl was almost crying. It's okay. She is also conscientious in fulfilling her duties and doing a good job. Don't blame her. Shao Chun laughed and said, Everyone, the hands-off boss, came to the company to take a look. Don't worry about me. Just do what you need to do. Everyone has met President Shao, and we've become familiar with each other. So let's go. Ren Yuan turned his head. The management of these companies then greeted Shao Chun and left. Wang Guangya and the people from the technical department stayed in the laboratory every day. Shao Chun took a look at it through the surveillance camera, but did not disturb him. Boss Shao, you don't come to the company often. I have a lot of things to report to you. When I turned around, I found that Ren Yuan had already brought over a thick stack of information. No, as long as it's not a funding gap, you can decide the other matters yourself. Shao Chun felt a headache when he saw these things. Boss Shao, how can you be a boss like this? Ren Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you afraid that I will quit and shut down the company? If you have this ability, I will admire you even more. Shao Chun laughed and patted Ren Yuan on the shoulder. It's okay. I trust you. You don't have to report to me. Come to me if there is anything you can't decide. Okay then. Rin Yuan had no choice but to give up. You haven't come to the company since it opened. Now that it's on the right track, shall I show you around? Okay, it's time to look around. Shao Chen nodded, stood up, and went out with Wang Guangya. The company now rents an entire floor of office space, which is 6,000 square meters. Marketing, public relations, RD, finance, and human resources. There are also employee activity rooms, lounges, etc., and it now has the appearance of a large company. Rin Yuan is indeed the top executive in charge. The company is managed in an orderly manner by him, and Shao Chun is very satisfied with him. It seems that Rin Yuan's shares need to be increased again. When I passed the human resources department, an angry voice came over. Take a closer look. I graduated from Jiangsu Media University. I'm very organized. If you don't hire me, it will be a big loss for your company. Hey, this voice sounds familiar? Shao Chen turned his head and looked towards the HR office. Through the glass, he saw a girl holding a resume and angrily questioning the interviewer. Isn't this the little fairy he just met? Oh, by the way, she said she was going to have an interview, but unexpectedly she got the interview at her own company. I'm sorry, we are recruiting for administrative positions this time, and we have requirements for work experience. The interviewer was quite patient. Your resume says you graduated 1 year ago. Except for a few days of working in logistics for an unknown small company after graduation, the rest is almost blank. So I'm sorry, you don't meet our interview requirements this time. Sorry. Experience can be learned, and I have a strong learning ability. Paul was a little excited. Your company is just a small one that has been established for less than half a year. I am already lowering my standards by coming for an interview. How dare you refuse to hire me? The interviewer looked at her, speechless. Please, anyone with a little bit of common sense would not say such stupid things. Chenhai Group was established not long ago, but does she have any misunderstandings about small companies? Doesn't she watch the news? Chenhai Group has been linked to defense industries such as military industry and aerospace, and especially approved office building is already under renovation. The company has no plans to go public yet, but its valuation is already astronomical. How many investors are trying their best to invest in small companies with money but can't find a way? Are you crazy? I'm sorry. You really don't meet our requirements. The interviewer returned her resume and said, I hope you can find a satisfactory job and have a happy life. Shao Chen couldn't help but nod. The interviewer was a young college student with good overall qualities. It's not like the human resources departments in most companies that seem to be high and mighty and can judge life. For this reason alone, the company's management is absolutely ahead of the industry. Mr. Shao, do you know him? Rin Yuan looked at Shao Chen in surprise. I know her, a very confident little fairy. Shao Chen emphasized the word little fairy on purpose. I see. Rin Yuan suddenly realized. Looking at Shao Chen's expression, he knew that he was not an important person. When she was about to leave with Rin Yuan, the little fairy happened to go out and ran into Shao Chen. What are you doing here? She looked at Shao Chen in surprise and was about to say, stop bothering me. But thinking about it, Shao Chen didn't even bother to add her on WeChat just now. So he definitely wasn't here to pester her. What a coincidence. Shao Chen smiled. I asked you what you're doing here. She stared at Shao Chen with a somewhat unfriendly tone. This is our president Shao, the company's boss. Chenhai Technology was founded by him. Rin Yuan on the side gave an explanation. Also, let me give you some general knowledge. Chenhai Technology is not a small company. We have signed orders with aerospace, military industry, and national defense. We have now been specially approved for a building, which is directly opposite the China Science and Technology Research Institute. And some professors from the Research Institute will also come to our company. Although Chenhai Technology has no plans to go public, you can also learn about our company's valuation. If you don't know how to find out, Baidu will always use it, right? Okay. Shao Chun smiled and said, take me to the front to have a look. Okay, Mr. Shao. Rin Yuan and Shao Chun left together, leaving only the stunned little fairy. Only after the two of them walked away did she quickly open her cell phone and look through the information about Chenhai Technology. Although the popularity has passed, a quick search will still reveal a lot of news. She was even more stunned when she saw the company's valuation. My God, the valuation of the last listed company where she interned and worked for only a few days was not that high. She also found the encyclopedia of the company's boss Shao Chun. Started a business in high school, was admitted to Yanjing without taking an entrance exam, and has a net worth of 10 billion. Her eyes were fixed on the last four words, and her whole body was numb. Then she responded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 413, if you're sick, go get treatment. If nothing unexpected happened, she would never have any intersection with someone of Shao Chen's level in her life. But now that they have an intersection, she can't miss the opportunity to enter a wealthy family. Boss Shao, there's a problem now. I'm afraid you have to step in. Ren Yuan said, at present, all aspects of the company have been perfected, but it lacks a core. AI's smart chip. Shao Chun quickly thought of the crux of the problem. Yes, we don't need to worry about those that cooperate with the national strategy, but there's a big gap in commercial chips. Ren Yuan said, I have screened several chip companies, but their performance is relatively weak. The chips we are currently using are all from Blue Ocean Technology, right? Shao Chen asked. Yes, Blue Ocean Technology started late, and its chip computing power is somewhat lacking. But fortunately, the price is affordable and can be supplied in large quantities. Ren Yuan nodded. I remember that a chip was recently released in the laboratory of Yinjing University of Science and Technology. It's called Juquan 01. Shao Chan pondered. This chip is very powerful both in terms of computing power and craftsmanship, and they have already achieved mass production. This chip is just right for our products. This is the chip I'm screening for, and I've tried to contact the other party, but they said I have to go in person to talk to them. Ren Yuan smiled bitterly. I go and talk in person? That's no problem. Who is the other party? Shao Chen asked. Shao Ting, chief engineer of the laboratory of Yinjing University of Science and Technology. Ren Yuan handed over a business card. This is her business card. When you were not in Yinjing before, she said you could contact her anytime after you come back. Okay, I understand. Shao Chun took the business card, took a look at it, and then put it away. After walking around the company, Shao Chun left. The specially approved office building is already being renovated, but it will probably take another 3 or 4 months before we can move in. By then, Chunhai Group will have fully grown in scale. Now, Shao Chun has to go and meet Shao Ting. He knew that since the other party wanted to talk to him in person, the conditions he proposed must be extraordinary. But there is no way. This is the company's shortcoming, and finding a long-term partner is the best way to solve the problem. Shao Chun. As soon as he went out, a man rushed out from the side and scared Shao Chun. When he turned his head, he saw the other person rushing towards him excitedly. The other person was of 55 centimeters build and was the conceited little fairy from before. What are you doing? Do you have anything else to do? Shao Chun looked at her warily. I've decided to give you the chance to date me. I hope you can seize it. The little fairy said seriously. No, you give me a chance to date you? What do you mean? Shao Chun didn't react for a moment. I just promised you to pursue me. Didn't we go on a blind date before? The fairy chattered. You can show your performance well. You could treat me to dinner, shopping, or a movie tonight, and I won't refuse. When did I say I wanted to pursue you? Shao Chun looked at her with a caring look for a mentally retarded person. No, this little fairy had previously vowed that people like her deserved to be single for the rest of their lives. How come you change your mind in the blink of an eye? Oh, you change your mind after seeing that he is the boss of Chunhai Technology? You, Shao Chun, I have a lot of people chasing me. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Shao Chun clasped his hands together and said, please, give the opportunity to someone else. What do you mean? You look down on me. The little fairy finally reacted. It seems you are not too stupid. Shao Chun said with a smile. Why do you look down on me? I tell you, the boys chasing me are lining up all the way to the street. The little fairy said angrily. Don't think that just because you're a big boss, girls have to pay for you. If you don't cherish me, you will still be single. Since so many people are pursuing you, why don't you pick one? Shao Chun said jokingly. The little fairy was speechless. Why, you don't like them? Are those guys either someone you met in a bar or someone from the lower class of society? Only a phoenix can be attracted to a phoenix, but stinking blood can only attract flies. Shao Chun said bluntly. You should know what kind of person you are. She was speechless after hearing these words, and Shao Chun then turned and left. In the evening, Shao Chun picked up the business card, thought for a moment, and dialed the number. The phone rang only a few times before the other party hung up. Looking at the time, it should be time to get off work, but people who are engaged in research and development should be very busy. So Shao Chun planned to call back later. But after a while, the other party called back. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Hello, Dr. Shao. I'm Shao Chen. Shao Chun said with a smile. I just came back from abroad. Is it convenient for us to meet and chat? Shao Chun. Shao Ting paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, Okay, I'll send you a location, and we'll see you later. Okay then, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun went to clean up. When he came back from outside and saw Xiao Chun, who seemed to be going out again, then he walked up to her and said with concern, Chun Chun, are you going out? Yes, Mom. I have made an appointment with someone to discuss cooperation. Xiao Chun put on his coat. You're not eating at home again tonight? I've already bought the food. Wenyi smiled. I'll heat it up for you when you come back. Okay, then I'll save it for later and eat when I come back. Xiao Chun said with a smile. The reunion with my mother was not long, but the care he felt was something he had never felt before. That kind of kindness and care comes from the bottom of our hearts. After saying goodbye to my mother, I went out and arrived at the agreed place. At a booth in a nice restaurant, a woman in a light-colored coat was already waiting. The woman was in her 30s, had a very charming appearance, and her every move revealed the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Even though she was holding a cup of ordinary black tea in her hand, she drank it with great elegance. She is Shao Ting, and Xiao Chen had learned about her information before coming. He holds a master's degree in chemistry from Yankee University and owns several companies in the electronics and semiconductor industry. After graduation, she gave back to her alma mater and invested hundreds of millions to establish a laboratory at Yankee University. The Juquin-01 chip she developed is leading the industry. Hello, Miss Shao. I'm Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun walked to the booth and nodded slightly. Sit down. Xiao Ting put down the tea in her hand and raised her head. Xiao Chun nodded, sat down opposite her, and said straight to the point, Miss Shao, I came here today mainly to talk to you about the cooperation with Juquin chip. Are you so straightforward? Xiao Ting smiled lightly, her tone full of tenderness. For business cooperation, it's better to be direct without mixing in personal relationships. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Chapter 414, what do you think? Yes, he's a businessman. Xiao Ting nodded gently. She poured a cup of black tea for Xiao Chun and pushed it next to Xiao Chun. Thank you. Xiao Chun nodded gently. I have been in contact with your Vice President Ren Yuan before, but I feel that there are some things I still need to discuss with you. Xiao Ting raised her eyes, held her chin with both hands, and smiled. What do you think about this cooperation? My opinion depends on your request. Xiao Chun looked at her with a playful expression. Although the woman in front of me speaks softly, she always gives people a feeling of being unpredictable. This kind of woman is not easy to deal with. Hee hee, Xiao Chun, can I call you Xiao Chun? Xiao Ting smiled and said, After all, you are still a student. I'm so much older than you. I can't put myself in your shoes if I call you Mr. Shao. Okay. Xiao Chun nodded. You are a few years older than me, so I will call you Sister Ting. Okay. Personally, I actually quite like dealing with you young people. Xiao Ting smiled slightly. But friendship is friendship, and business is business. I understand. Sister Ting, just tell me what you want. Xiao Chun said. First of all, I have read your product introduction and have also learned in depth that Chunhai Technology's commercial AI bionic product have certain requirements for chip computing and processing. Xiao Ting took a sip of black tea and said, At present, there are no more than 3 manufacturers in China that meet your standards. Due to the limitations of production capacity, volume, and computing power, your best choice is my Shirkwin chip. Yes, that's why I came to see my sister, hoping for cooperation. Xiao Chun nodded. We can cooperate, and we can also supply our chips to your Chunhai Technology without limit. Xiao Ting looked at Xiao Chun with a playful expression. There must be conditions, right? Xiao Chun asked. Of course, there are some conditions. Xiao Ting smiled and said, I want to invest in Chunhai Technology, or I can be the marketing director of Chunhai Technology. You have your own company, and you are also the chief consultant of the laboratory of the University of Science and Technology. Can you handle the work in my company? Xiao Chun couldn't help but look at her. To be honest, Xiao Chun was a little confused about Xiao Ting. Although she gave 2 conditions, Xiao Chun felt that her ultimate goal was to join his company. As for what the job entailed, that was not something Xiao Chun could figure out. And Xiao Chun didn't understand yet whether she had other purposes. It's okay. I'm a workaholic. I'm usually too idle, so I still want to find something to do. Xiao Ting said leisurely, and I attach great importance to the future development of Chunhai. Or, why don't you propose other conditions? Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Although the marketing department is not as important as the technical department, but he also has a firm grasp on the company's vital points. He recognized Xiao Ting's abilities and had some impression of this woman in his previous life. But before figuring out the other party's purpose, Xiao Chun felt it would be better to be cautious. People are evil. If that's the case, then we can only look forward to a pleasant cooperation next time. Xiao Ting stood up and glanced at Shao Chun. Although our chip production capacity can keep up, there are also many companies cooperating with us. If Xiao Chun takes too long to consider, maybe there will be no supply. Xiao Ting picked up her bag and walked away with her long legs. Listening to the sound of high heels gradually fading away, Xiao Chen's brows furrowed. Boy, that's hard to do. He thought seriously for a while, then picked up his phone and made a call. Help me find someone. After going out, the smile on Xiao Ting's face slowly disappeared. She glanced back and pulled out her phone as well. Did he agree? An old voice came from the other side. Not yet, but he will agree, but it will take some time. Xiao Ting said lightly. I don't care what method you use. You must enter Qinghai technology. The other party said coldly. Xiao Chan dares to reject me? In Yanjing, no one can reject the Shao family. Xiao Ting was silent for a moment, then said, I think you should have a good talk with Xiao Chun. After all, you are relatives and have a blood relationship. The reason why Xiao Chan didn't return to the Shao family is because you didn't give him a decent way. Shut up. When did you ever need to question me? Xiao Wanli interrupted her coldly. Xiao Ting stopped talking. She held the phone and said after a moment of silence, I still think your approach is wrong. I reserve my opinion on this. You reserve your opinion? What qualifications do you have to say such things? Xiao Wanli sneered. If it weren't for me, would you be where you are today? You will live your whole life with the infamy left by your biological father. Xiao Wei, remember, all your fame, honor, and status today were given to you by me. If you have any small thoughts, I can take back everything you have today at any time and send you to hell. I know, Xiao Ting responded softly. I will get into Xiao Chen's company as soon as possible. Xiao Wanli was quite satisfied with Xiao Ting's performance, so he hung up the phone. Xiao Wei put away her phone and sighed softly. We have some clues about the person you're investigating. Wenwan invited Xiao Chun to her company. He took out a document with a photo of Xiao Ting on it. Xiao Ting's original name was Shao Ruyu, and her father was the former chairman of Shanghai Biological. Chairman of Shanghai Bio, Xiao Yojia. Xiao Chen's pupils shrank slightly. More than 20 years ago, the instigator of the fake vaccine? Yes, 23 years ago, there was a problem with a batch of new meningococcal vaccines developed by Shanghai Biotechnology under Xiao Yojia's name. Wenwan lit up a lady's cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. At that time, nearly 10,000 3-year-old children across the country had allergic reactions after being vaccinated. Nearly 100 children were left with lifelong disabilities. Xiao Yojia was arrested and sentenced to death. His wife committed suicide after leaving a blood letter, leaving only Xiao Ruyu, also known as Xiao Ting. Who funded her? Xiao Chun thought of the key to the problem. He and Xiao Ting didn't know each other, and she joined his company with a purpose. For money? Optimistic about the company's prospects? Xiao Chun didn't believe such nonsense. So there's only one possibility, that is, someone behind her instructed her to join her company. If he could find the person who sponsored her, Xiao Chun will be able to roughly guess her purpose. The person who sponsored her is a group boss named Wu Xiangdong, who has sponsored many college students. When Wan said, he is also keen on charity. So far, I can't see what's wrong with him. But I don't know if he has someone behind the scenes. What was the content of the blood letter left behind by Xiao Yojia's wife after she committed suicide? Xiao Chen asked. Chapter 415 Xiao Ting's past. The blood letter only had a cover, and the contents were taken away. Wan took out a photo. Is this a letter to Xiao Ting? Who took away the contents? Xiao Chen's heart moved, and he took the photo. Above the photo was a yellow envelope with 4 words written in blood. From Ru. I don't know. It's been too long. I only found this clue after using Wu Ming's connections, when Wan said, You have a good relationship with Director Wu. Xiao Chun smiled maliciously. I asked for help for your sake. You have to be filial to me in the future. When Wan glared at Xiao Chun. Of course, of course. Xiao Chun nodded repeatedly, and then he asked doubtfully, But Aunt, is there really a problem with Shanghai Bio's vaccine? So what happened to Shanghai Bio after Xiao Yojia committed suicide? Bankruptcy, reorganization, and being acquired by someone. When Wan said, back then, Shanghai Biotech developed a lot of vaccines that really benefited a lot of people. Xiao Chun said, wouldn't the person who acquired it have made a lot of money? Yes, Shanghai Bio's equity has been transferred several times over the years, and it has long been completely wiped out. When Wan nodded, and no one knows the details of the ironclad case back then. After all, Shanghai Biotechnology was about to go public at the time and was in the limelight. It's possible that someone deliberately messed with them. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly. Shao Chun put away the photo of the bloodletter and said, I'll find a chance to have a good chat with Shao Ting later. So are you planning to use her? When Wan asked, supporting her chin. Of course I will use it. Shao Chun nodded. Her giant Kuan chip is really good. Then you better think it over. She came here with a purpose. When Wan said seriously, by inviting her in, you are inviting a wolf into the house. Just for her giant Kuan, I will accept her even if she is a cobra. Shao Chun smiled. Actually, you're quite popular with women. When Wan chuckled and said, maybe you can convince her with your charm. Aunt still understands me. Shao Chun nodded seriously. Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. Your grandfather's going back to Shanghai, so come back and see him off. When Wan rolled her eyes at him, wasn't Grandma supposed to come? Why is there no movement? Shao Chun was puzzled. Your grandmother has become a bit superstitious in her belief in Buddhism over the years. She said that cause and effect have not been resolved, and the world is still undetermined. She needs to stay in the mountains to practice and pray for you. When Wan sighed, we haven't seen her for 5 years. This old lady is really weird. Cause and effect have not been solved. The world is not settled? Shao Chun murmured. What does this mean? Who knows? When Wan sighed. The next day, Shanghai Technology Group. Shao Chun came to the company rarely and organized a meeting. Although he is just a college student, Shao Chun gives people the impression of being a successful person who is mature beyond his years. The meeting also focused on the key points, and no nonsense was spoken. The meeting ended and Shao Chun put down the pen. I'm very sorry. I don't have much time to come to the company, so all the company's business will be handled by General Agent Run. Considering that Mr. Run is under too much pressure and has to take care of too many departments, I would like to introduce our new colleague, Shao Ting. After Shao Chun finished speaking, he was the first to applaud, and applause broke out in the conference room. Shao Ting had been sitting here early in the morning. She stood up, nodded to everyone, and then briefly introduced herself. Vice President Shao Ting will be in charge of the marketing department and will take over the company's high-precision component procurement business. Shao Chun said, I hope you and President Shao will work together to build a better company. Everyone in the company looked at each other, wondering how Vice President suddenly appeared. But the atmosphere has been set up here, and the enthusiasm that should be shown is still there. After the meeting, Shao Chun and Ren Yuan walked out together. Mr. Run, what do you think about this newly added deputy general manager position? Shao Chun sat down in the office. He wanted to see Ren Yuan's attitude. After all, he was a hands-off boss. Ren Yuan holds great power in the company, and now, with the addition of a vice president, he seems to be restraining him. Boss Shao, no matter what, I support your decision. Hey, Yuan smiled. Besides, since the establishment of the company, I have been handling all the big and small matters. I am indeed exhausted. Now that we have a new vice president in charge of the marketing department and high-precision component procurement, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm not asking you to show your loyalty. Just tell me what you think. Shao Chun poured him a cup of tea. Ren Yuan quickly took over and said, Boss Shao, did Shao Ting take the initiative to ask to join our company? Yes, she asked for it on her own initiative. This is the first condition if you want to use her giant Kuan chip. If I don't agree, there's no point in cooperating. Shao Chun nodded slightly. Then, Ren Yuan hesitated whether he should say the next words. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't be shy. Shao Chun said with a smile. Mr. Shao, if I were to say these words, it would seem like I was trying to sow discord. Ren Yuan said with a wry smile. Yes, he thought that Shao Ting must have other purposes for coming here. But can he say it? He has just been asked for power, and if he says such words, others will think he is trying to instigate. Just tell me directly, it's okay. Shao Chun took a sip of tea. I trust you 100%. Okay, I'll just say it straight. Ren Yuan sorted out his thoughts. Shao Ting has several companies under her name that specialize in serving the Juquan processor. Besides, he is also a laboratory consultant at the University of Science and Technology, so he is quite busy. But she asked to work in our company's marketing department. Her motives must not be pure. After Ren Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Shao Chun with some concern. Although the boss was just a college student, he never dared to really treat Shao Chun as an ordinary college student. After all, which college student has a net worth of 10 billion before the age of 20? What's more, the company is now developing at a rapid pace, and its valuation has reached an astronomical figure. As long as Shao Chun is willing, his net worth can exceed 100 billion at any time. Your analysis is similar to what I thought. Shao Chun put down the teacup, nodded gently, and said, Vice President Zhao's purpose for coming to our company must not be simple. Either someone with the capital is instructing her to control or even erode our company. In short, she is an outsider who has planted a spy in our company. Mr. Shao, so you know everything. Rin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Shao Chun was young and didn't understand the intrigues in business. But now it seems that he was overthinking. Since Shao Chun knew it but still dared to recruit her, he must have a countermeasure. This is too obvious. It's not hard to guess. Shao Chun smiled and said, I recruited her to solve the chip problem first. Secondly, I want to see who is standing behind her. Chapter 416, I want her. Mr. Shao, what do you need me to do? It's not difficult to kick her out. Rin Yuan looked at Shao Chun. No, it's not difficult to drive her away, but our chips will be out of stock. Shao Chun shook his head. On the contrary, we should delegate power to her and give her a research and development project. Shao Chun said. Mr. Shao wants her to become one of his own. Rin Yuan instantly understood what Shao Chun meant. That's right. Why not poach such a talent when it comes right to you? Shao Chun nodded with a smile. If it works, we can develop and supply our own chips. Rin Yuan slapped his thigh and said excitedly, we will never be controlled by others again. That's what I mean. Shao Chun nodded. But will she agree? Besides, she came to our company at the instigation of our competitors. Rin Yuan said with some concern. Don't worry about that. She will agree. Everyone has weaknesses. Shao Chun said, you don't need to keep an eye on her in the company. Just let her do her best. Give me the people if you need them, approve the funds if you need them, and leave the rest to me. Understood. Bang Yuan nodded. Although this approach was a bit risky, there would be absolutely no problem as long as Shao Chun came forward. Okay, that's all for now. I'm still investigating the other party's background. You can act according to circumstances in the company. Shao Chun stood up. Okay, Mr. Shao, don't worry. I know how to handle it. Rin Yuan smiled slightly. Shao Chun walked out of the office and met Shao Ting head-on. An assistant from the company was taking her to familiarize herself with the company's environment. Shao Ting held a notebook in her hand and took notes seriously. But when she walked to the RD department, the assistant tacitly took her around it. This place hasn't been introduced yet. Shao Ting pointed to the office of the RD department. Mr. Shao, I'm sorry, this is the RD department. Because it involves some company secrets, we don't have the right to enter without authorization. The assistant said apologetically. I'm the company's vice president. Although I am in charge of the marketing department, I am also responsible for the procurement of high-precision components. Shao Ting smiled faintly and said, the RD department is indeed the lifeblood of the company, but if I don't have enough understanding of them, how can I do a good job in procurement? The assistant obviously didn't know how to answer. Let me show Mr. Shao around. You go and do your work. Shao Chun came over in time and helped his assistant out of the predicament. Okay, Mr. Shao. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. Mr. Shao, just ask the receptionist or something to show me around. You're the boss. How can I trouble you? Shao Ting said with a faint smile, her tone as gentle as ever. Sister Ting, you are responsible for the procurement of high-precision parts, so you must also communicate with the RD department. Shao Chun casually took out his card and swiped open the door of the RD department. How can we do a good job in procurement if we don't properly connect with the RD department? Shao Ting couldn't help but look at Shao Chun a few more times. She originally thought that Shao Chun was on guard against her. But looking at his appearance, it seems that it is not what I thought. Sister Ting, please. Shao Chun smiled slightly. Shao Ting nodded and followed Shao Chun into the RD department. The RD department laboratory cannot be entered without authorization, and the guard at the door also carefully checked Shao Chun's credentials before letting him in. The RD department is divided into several departments. This is the technical department, which is responsible for AI, big data capture, and bug fixing. In front is the armor design department, which is responsible for the appearance design of commercial bionic robots. The outer skin is an electronic 3D bionic fiber skin that can mimic the temperature and softness of human skin. Our bionic robot skeleton is made of ultra-flexible alloy, which mimics all aspects of the human body, from a muscle bone to a tooth, all of which are restored one-to-one. Shao Ting followed Shao Chun, her expression somewhat shocked, because everything that appeared before her eyes was beyond her understanding of the real world. Several departments of the entire RD department have first-class automation levels, and she even suspected that she had come to the future world. Your chief designer Wang Guanya is truly a genius. Shao Ting calmed herself down and calmed herself down. Some of the things used by the RD department can actually be found on the market. We just redesign and assemble them to suit our own production level. Xiao Chan said with a smile. But the equipment in the research lab at the National Aeronautics Base is at least 20 years ahead of our R&D department. Understand. After all, it is a collaboration between aerospace and military industry. Xiao Ting nodded slightly. Then she thought for a moment and said, Can I meet your chief engineer? You mean Wang Wanya? I'm afraid you won't be able to meet him. He's a workaholic, and he's giving a lecture at the Academy of Sciences recently. Xiao Chan said, You'll meet him if you get a chance. Xiao Ting nodded and continued to move forward with Xiao Chan. This journey really opened her eyes. There are handling spiders, self-assembled robotic arms, alloy skeletons, etc. that hurriedly carry materials along the way. She finally understood why Chanhai Technology was a strategic partner in national defense. The civilian versions of the things they developed are already epic-making products. Even when she walked out of the laboratory, the shock on her face had not disappeared. How about it? Do you have enough understanding of the R&D department? Xiao Chen said with a smile. You also understand why we need your Juquan processor, right? Your AI intelligent database requires a special computing method that cannot be met by ordinary processors. Xiao Ting calmed down. Then she looked at Xiao Chen. Why are you showing me these? This is what you asked to see. Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. Isn't this the purpose of your coming to the company? Why am I letting you see it without reservation? You don't have to go through all the trouble to sneak in and take a peek. Isn't this good? Xiao Ting didn't say anything. She didn't know whether Xiao Chan was pretending to be stupid or not. Even a fool would know that her purpose for coming to the company was not simple. How dare Xiao Chan show her such core things without reservation? But Sister Ting, your chips are really too expensive. Xiao Chan sighed. My company is small, and we're just starting out. The cost is a bit too much for us to bear. Xiao Ting glared at Xiao Chan and asked, Can you please have some shame? Which company becomes the focus of attention as soon as it is established? Which company would be specially approved of building as soon as it is established, and one that is located in the Yanjing Military Protection Zone? If this grandson wants to, he can just sell the company and become a billionaire. Now, he says it's not easy for him. So, Xiao Ting stared at him. What do you want? I was thinking, you have the technology, I have money in a company. Why don't I just set up a department and we develop a new chip independently? Xiao Chan said proudly. This will save the company a lot of costs. Chapter 417, Do you think of me as an employee? Are you daydreaming? Xiao Ting was angry. Did he really think of himself as an employee? No. Although the giant Kuin's processor has strong computing power, there is still room for improvement. Xiao Chan said seriously. It's just that the chip construction process is not yet mature enough. As long as the accuracy problem is solved, the computing power of Juquan will be improved by at least 20%. Where did you hear that? Xiao Ting's face changed drastically. Yes, the second generation of Juquan is under development, and the experimental data has been verified through countless theoretical calculations. However, due to the lack of precision, it has not been actually verified and mass-produced. But only I and my tutor know about this matter. Where did Xiao Chen hear about it? Don't you need to hear about this? The architecture and operation mode of the Juquan chip are flawed. Once the computing load is overloaded, the performance will be reduced due to heat. This is a problem with the process. You will definitely solve this problem next, right? Why do you know all this? Xiao Ting was no longer calm. She really couldn't think of Xiao Chan as a college student anymore. His IQ was so high it was a little scary. Just flip through the book. Xiao Chen smiled. The memories of his previous life were still there. Juquan number 2 would be released in a year. Now we have hired her and changed the architecture based on the basic process of the original chip, and it will be a completely new processor. Moreover, Xiao Chun could solve the technological problems that she couldn't solve for her. How about it? Sister Ting might as well consider it. Xiao Chun said seriously. You can propose any conditions you want, and I will fully cooperate with you. Besides, Xiao Chen moved closer to her and whispered, I can solve the process problem you are facing now. Xiao Ting's pupil shrank, and she looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief. The technology is there, but what is lacking is equipment that can meet the technology standards. Foreign restrictions on China are now very strict, and this kind of high-end equipment is not sold at all. Can Xiao Chun solve a problem? Okay, let's stop here for today. Xiao Chun laughed. Sister Ting, see you another day. See you another day. Xiao Ting smiled at Xiao Chun. Looking at Xiao Chen's leaving back, she showed a thoughtful expression. Mr. Shao, have you finished the company tour? Just at this moment, Ren Yuan walked over and asked with a smile. After the tour, I found that Mr. Run is indeed a talented person. He has managed the company in an orderly manner for Mr. Shao. Shao Ting said, I am new here, so please take care of me, Mr. Run. Mr. Shao, you're too polite. We are all colleagues from now on and should work together. Ren Yuan smiled. He took out a plan. This is what President Shao asked me to give to you. What is this? Shao Ting took the plan from Ren Yuan with some confusion. This is a plan for establishing a chip research and development project. Mr. Shao asked you to take a look at it first. If you have any conditions, you can put them forward. Ren Yuan said, Mr. Shao, do you really want me to be responsible for this? Shao Ting frowned slightly. Shao Chen's purpose is not simple. He wants to use me for his own purposes. Yes, Mr. Shao, you could take a look first. If there are any problems, we can communicate together later. Ren Yuan smiled slightly. Shao Ting held the documents in her hands, and she felt that the documents in her hands were heavy. At night, in a private room, Shao Wanli was still brewing tea with his favorite purple clay teapot. As there was a knock on the door of the box, a cup of tea was brewed. Come in. Shao Wanli uttered a word. The bodyguard led Shao Ting in. Shao Ting was wearing a gray windbreaker, which made her look capable and elegant. After bringing Shao Ting in, the bodyguard retreated and closed the door. I have been at Shanghai Technology for several days. Have there been any substantial progress? Shao Wanli pushed a cup of tea in front of Shao Ting. There's been no substantial progress yet, and I don't know what Mr. Shao wants. Shao Ting asked. What I want is to completely control Shanghai Technology. Shao Wanli said lightly. Control the lifeblood of the company. So, you know what you're going to do in there? This matter is not simple. Shao Ting shook her head gently. Shao Chun is not an ordinary person. As long as I move slightly, he will notice it immediately. Really? Shao Wanli picked up a cup of tea and blew it gently. But the news I got was not like that. On your first day in the company, Shao Chun took you to visit the R&D department and planned to invest a huge amount of money to set up a new department to conduct chip research and development. Besides, this project was given to you to take charge of. You have completely gained his trust. That's not the case. Shao Ting frowned. I feel that everything he did was a test for me. Shao Chun is able to build such a big business at his age. He must not be a simple-minded person, so your request can only be considered in the long run. He's quite smart. After all, he is the blood of our Shao family. Shao Wanli said to himself. Unfortunately, he is a wolf cub that can never be tamed. Shao Wanli raised his head. Shao Chun is not simple, but no matter what, he is just a young man full of vigor and vitality. I don't care what means you use, you must win his trust, let him delegate power to you, and then further control the company. Shao Ting said nothing, but her pale face and slightly trembling hands showed that she was very excited. Why, you don't want to? Shao Wanli glanced at her. What do you think of me? Shao Ting took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Tool, chess piece, what else do you want me to regard you as besides these? Shao Wanli sneered. Don't forget, if it wasn't for me, your mother's body would have been left exposed in the wilderness, without anyone to collect it. If it weren't for me, you would just be a piece of trash rummaging through garbage dumps, wandering on overpasses, and no one would stop to look at you even if you died. Shao Wanli stared with his eyes wide open, veins bulging on his forehead. He tightly grasped the cup in his hand, looking like he was going to eat someone. So, what can you do to refuse my request? Shao Ting clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. She bit her lips hard, and the pain on her lips slightly alleviated her fear. I will try my best to do this, but you have to keep your promise. Shao Wanli then sat up straight and nodded with satisfaction. As long as you do it, I will definitely be able to do what I promised you. I can tell you that your father was framed. The blood letter your mother left behind contains some evidence that proves your father's innocence. You promised me that if you worked for me after graduation, you would be free in 10 years. There are still 5 years left. 5 years later, will you give me the blood letter? Shao Ting's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 418, While She's Still Young. If you behave well, I will definitely give you the blood letter and tell you all the truth to vindicate your father. Shao Wanli said slowly, but if your actions do not satisfy me, you will never know the truth in your life. Shao Ting nodded slightly, then stood up and left the room. Shao Wanli drank the water in his hand in one gulp, sneered, and showed a ferocious look. Similarly, in a private room of a tea house, Shao Chun and Ren Yuan were also drinking tea. Shao Ting's recent behavior is no longer concealed. Ren Yuan said, She's trying to win over subordinates and place spies in important functional departments. She has people in the company's finance and marketing departments, and she frequently moves around the RD department. Are you planning to reveal your cards? Xiaoqun smiled slightly. Yes, her behavior is crazy. Ren Yuan was a little worried. Boss Shao, while she is still young, I suggest you carefully consider whether to let her stay or leave, right? It doesn't matter. The fun hasn't started yet. Xiaoqun shook his head. The timing is not right yet. What opportunity is Mr. Shao waiting for? Ren Yuan was a little puzzled. I'm waiting for an opportunity to convince Xiao Ting. Xiaoqun brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Ren Yuan. And there are some things that we haven't found out yet. Once I'm sure, it'll be time for us to fight back. Okay, I don't quite understand Mr. Zhao's strategic layout, but I will fully cooperate with Mr. Shao. Ren Yuan thought about it and still asked with some concern. So, in the near future, should we still let it go? Not only do they leave it alone, but they also give people and money when they ask for it. Xiaoqun smiled slightly. I understand. Ren Yuan took the tea handed to him by Xiaoqun and took a sip. In Nuangwang Entertainment, in the conference room, Xiaoqun was flipping through a report on Li Mengming's recent situation. Each page is very detailed, recording what she did, what advertisements she took, and how she performed. Li Mengming's talent is limited. Even if the company does its best to promote her, she can only be a second or third-rate artist at best. Wenwan exhaled a puff of smoke. That's enough. There's no need to praise her too much. Just make her well-known in the circle and make it look like she has a lot of resources. Xiaoqun put down the information in his hand. In her previous life, Li Mengming was just a third-tier star. But she has the means to coax Xiao Ming around. In this life, while the two did not know each other, Xiaoqun took action quickly to control Li Mengming. This was a powerful weapon against Xiao Ming. Okay, I get it. Wenwan took out another cigarette. Can you smoke less? Smoking is bad for your health. Xiaoqun said with some impatience. I'm used to it. I haven't lived much longer than others, even though I don't smoke. Wenwan glanced at Xiaoqun. Also, I have some clues about the matter you asked me to ask. About the blood letter? Xiaoqun suddenly became alert. Tell me what happened. There's a man named Wu Guanghui in Beicheng. He was once a subordinate of Xiao Ting's father. Wenwan put out her cigarette, but she didn't keep the secret. Wu Guanghui contributed greatly to Xiao Yojia's downfall. This guy backstabbed his boss. Xiaoqun asked. That's about right. He was the general manager of Shanghai Biological's transportation chain back then. Wenwan said, after the company went bankrupt, he settled down in North City. Now the Dahui Logistics Park in the north of the city is all his territory. Good guy, you must have been cleansed from the underworld, right? Xiaoqun asked. Yes, he used to be involved in gangs, but now he is clean. Wenwan said, the current Dahui Logistics Park is impenetrable. Then shall we go meet him? Xiaoqun asked. Okay, I'll get a few people to go with you. This guy knows me. Wenwan said, I just don't know if he will give me face. If it doesn't work, I'll go find Uncle San. No, just the two of us can go. Xiaoqun said, too many people will make things difficult for us, which is not suitable for our purpose. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wenwan was also a skilled and bold person, so she agreed without hesitation. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Dahui Logistics Park in the north of the city. Semi-trailers come and go in the logistics park, raising dust on the ground and in the sky. Countless goods were piled up in the open space, and some shirtless men with tattoos on their arms were patrolling. This is Wu Guanghui's territory. The entire logistics park's incoming and outgoing shipments and fleet are almost all controlled by him. Wenwan took out a cigarette and wanted to light it, but Xiaoqun on the side was staring at her movements. She put away the cigarette helplessly and took out a lollipop from her bag. Why are you more annoying than your dad? I'm just smoking a cigarette. She muttered dissatisfiedly and put the lollipop in her mouth. Smoking is harmful to your health. Xiaoqun repeated it, then walked in with Wenwan. Who are you looking for? Seeing strangers coming, a big man who was playing cards stood up and brought a few of his brothers to block the two men. We are here to discuss cooperation with Mr. Wu. Wenwan handed over a business card with a smile. Of course, this business card belongs to a food supply company and has nothing to do with Nwangwan Entertainment. Shinkong's Central Food Supply. The big man took a look at the business card and said, why haven't I heard of this company? We are a newly established company that provides meals for primary and secondary school students and colleges in Yanjing. Wenwan said, the demand for business is huge. I was introduced by a friend, so I asked Mr. Wu to discuss cooperation. Which friend introduced you? The big man continued to interrogate. Liuzi. Wenwan uttered a name. Liuzi is a subordinate of Uncle Huang and also his personal driver. People who are involved in gangs may not take the police seriously, but they cannot not take their uncle seriously. Sure enough, when the name Liuzi was mentioned, the big man's expression tensed. He quickly and carefully put away the business card and became respectful. Mr. Wu is over the warehouse. Please follow me. The big man was leading the way in front, but Xiao Chun felt a little doubtful in his heart. If Wu Guanghui was just doing a legitimate logistics business, he wouldn't be checked so strictly, right? And wasn't my aunt really involved in gangs in the past? With doubts, several people came to a warehouse together. The outside of the warehouse was full of goods, and several forklifts were loading the goods. A burly man was sitting in an office with transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. The tea table in the office is 3 meters long and is carved from mahogany imported from overseas. There was a golden teapot on the tea table, and behind the desk, there was a sign that read, "Goodness is like water." Judging from the decoration inside the office, it has a nouveau riche feel. You can tell at a glance that the owner of the office is a rough guy with little education, but who tries to pretend to be elegant. This big man is Wu Guanghui, bald and very ruffian-like. "Brother Hui, this is someone looking for you," he said. "Liuzi, introduce them here," said the big man who led Xiao Chun and Wanwan into the house. Chapter 419 Fun. Wu Guanghui waved his hand, and the big man turned and left, then closed the door. "Mr. Wu, I've long heard of your name." Wanwan smiled and handed over the catering company's business card. Wu Guanghui glanced at Wanwan and did not take the business card. Instead, he said calmly, "You don't look like someone who works in the catering industry. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Mr. Wu really has good taste. Wanwan withdrew her hand and sat down. She gestured Xiao Chun and told him to ask if he had any questions. "We are indeed not in the catering business, and we are not here today to discuss cooperation. Instead, we want to consult Mr. Wu about some matters." Xiao Chun said straight to the point. Wu Guanghui glanced at Xiao Chun and saw that he was a college student, so he didn't take Xiao Chun seriously. He poured a cup of tea, then took a string of peachwood bracelets and folded them in his hands, half opening his eyes, and said, "Just tell me what you want to say. We want to find Mr. Wu to find out about this." Xiao Chun took out a photo and placed it on the table. Wu Guanghui's half-open eyes shrank slightly, and then his voice became cold. "Who are you?" "It seems we have found the right person." Xiao Chun smiled and pushed the photo in front of Wu Guanghui. "Mr. Wu, I think you have seen this blood letter. I want to know where it is now." "I don't know what you were talking about. Get out." Wu Guanghui slammed the teacup on the table. He was extremely angry, probably because he felt that this matter had long passed. But he didn't expect that almost 20 years later, someone would still bring up this matter. "Mr. Wu, since we are here today, we will definitely not return empty-handed." Wanwan smiled and said, "We have no other intentions. We just want to find out some information from you. Cooperate, and everyone will be safe and sound. Isn't that good? I don't care who you are or what your purpose is." Wu Guanghui stood up and put his hands on the tea table. He said viciously, "Get out of here right now, or I'll break your hands." "Mr. Wu, are you not going to cooperate?" Wanwan stood up and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. "Cooperate? Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to talk to me like this?" Wu Guanghui twisted his neck and sneered, "But you are pretty. If you scream in bed, you must be very lewd." Xiao Chun looked at Wu Guanghui with some sympathy. This guy is really brave. He had learned about his aunt's past from his mother. She was a complete bad girl. Her grandparents really couldn't take care of her, so they let her come to Yinjing with her mother and stay there for several years. During that time, Yinjing was turned upside down by her. Even the godfather of Yinjing at that time had to respectfully call her sister before entering. This guy is so good, he just swears directly, which is amazing, really amazing. "Do you want to listen?" Wanwan stared at Wu Guanghui with a playful look on her face. "How about you scream a few times now so that I can hear it?" Wu Guanghui grinned. Wanwan sneered, and suddenly, she kicked up and hit Wu Guanghui in the lower abdomen. Wu Guanghui's laughter stopped abruptly, and he flew several meters away with a thud and fell heavily on the desk. Before he could get up, Wanwan stepped forward, grabbed one of Wu Guanghui's arms with a skillful move, and twisted it forcefully behind his back. The sound of bone breaking suddenly rang out, accompanied by a scream from Wu Guanghui, and one of his arms twisted abnormally behind his back. Stepping on Wu Guanghui's head and pressing him to the ground, Wanwan took out a pen from the pen holder that had fallen to the ground. "Look, you're pretty good at yelling. Bitch, I swear I will ride you on the bed until you beg for mercy." Wu Guanghui roared hysterically. Although he has lived a life of luxury in recent years, he was once a powerful gang leader. Now he was taught a lesson by a woman like this. He would not be a human being if he didn't take revenge. Really, when Wan smiled, she suddenly pressed Wu Guanghui's uninjured hand to the ground, swung the pen in her hand, and stabbed it hard into the back of his hand. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Wu Guanghui screamed in pain. His vision went dark, and the pain in his palms made his body spasm. What? Let my brother go. Finally, the guys outside the door realized that something was wrong. Bang! The door was kicked open, and 5 or 6 burly men with tattoos rushed in. Shao Chun moved, flashed forward, grabbed the arm of the big man in front, and twisted it gently. Crack! The big man screamed, but what responded to him was a clean and powerful kick from Shao Chun. The big man fell backwards several meters, knocking down several of his younger brothers. Shao Chun snatched the steel pipe from a younger brother's hand and rushed forward like a wolf among a flock of sheep. The steel pipe in his hand turned into a short stick, and every time he struck out with the stick, there was a scream. The thugs who were hit either had broken bones in their hands and feet or were knocked to the ground and convulsed by the blow. In less than a few minutes, the office was filled with people falling to the ground. Shao Chun dropped the steel pipe in his hand, thinking that this thing was quite handy and it would be nice to get it as a weapon for self-defense. Wenwan stepped on Wu Guanghui's head and took a pot of boiling water from the tea table. She pretended to pour the water on Wu Guanghui's bald head, which frightened Wu Guanghui so much that he screamed and begged for mercy. Let them get out. Wenwan pointed to the door. There was a group of younger brothers at the door holding weapons and eager to come in, but Shao Chun was too fierce, so they didn't dare to come in. Get out, all of you, get the hell out. Wu Guanghui roared. Well, they didn't dare to come in at first, but after Wu Guanghui's shout, all the brothers retreated in shame. Aunt, you are so awesome. Shao Chun walked over with a look of envy on his face. You have to be ruthless when dealing with an old rogue like this, otherwise it's useless, Wenwan said. How about letting me give it a try? Shao Chun rubbed his hands, eager to try. Wenwan handed the kettle in her hand to Shao Chun. Shao Chun took it and stepped on Wu Guanghui's back. Then he raised the kettle and said excitedly, Mr. Wu, I have a few questions for you. I hope you can be sensible and not be ungrateful. Ask. Ask quickly. I will tell you right away. I will tell you everything I know. Wu Guanghui said with a sad face. Blood letter. Tell me the news of this blood letter honestly. Shao Chun said in a deep voice. This blood letter was left by Shao Yojia's wife before she died. At that time, Shao Yojia was executed. After his wife failed to overturn his verdict, she committed suicide and left this blood letter behind. Wu Guanghui answered honestly. Where's the content? Shao Chun asked. I don't know. When I went there was only her body in this envelope. The contents of the envelope had been taken away. Wu Guanghui cried out in pain. Then do you know what the content is? Shao Chun asked. How could I know? Wu Guanghui stammered. Shao Chun was no longer polite and poured the water from the kettle over his head. Chapter 4:20 No need to quibble. With a hiss, white mist rises. Wu Guanghui screamed again. This was the first time that Shao Chun had tortured someone like this, and he found it quite exciting. Could it be that the perverted emotions in my bones have been discovered? No, I'm not that kind of person. Oh, by the way, the other party is a bad person, so I don't have any psychological burden. Well, it must be like this, so Shao Chun looked at Wu Guanghui with peace of mind. Shao Chun still showed mercy and didn't pour too much water, but a large piece of skin on this guy's bald head was burned off. He screamed and shouted, I really don't know, but I heard that contained evidence from Shao Yojia's wife to overturn Shao Xingwa's case. But this evidence involves a big shot, so she can't overturn Shao Xingwa's case with her ability. Who took the things? Shao Chun asked. I don't know. It is said that someone sent by that big shot destroyed it. Who is that big shot? Shao Chun asked again. I really don't know who it is. I'm just a small shrimp. Shao Chun didn't listen to his excuses anymore. He just picked up the kettle and poured it over his head. Another scream. I really don't know. I don't know. I was instructed by someone to tamper with the vaccine. I was just following other people's instructions. Wu Guanghui screamed and wailed, revealing all his troubles. It seems that he really doesn't know. Shao Chun looked up at Wenwan, but he was also involved in the vaccine case back then. I don't think they know. Wenwan stepped forward and said, Then tell me, who asked you to tamper with the vaccine? Li Ziguo, Wu Wang Shui Panta. Li Ziguo from Xingbong Pharmaceutical. Shao Chun was a little surprised. Isn't this Shao Ting's sponsor? He has been devoted to charity over the years and sponsored many poor college students. He is a hypocrite. He was the one who suggested adulterating the vaccine. Wu Guanghui desperately seized this opportunity. After that, he appropriated part of Shanghai Biological's research results and established Xingbong Pharmaceutical. He has only sponsored beautiful female college students in these years. Do you understand? Okay, get up. Shao Chen let go of Wu Guanghui. Well, this time I came here, I had some unexpected gains. Shao Ting was funded by Li Zhigua, and Li Zhigua in turn encroached on the research and development results of Shao Ting's father's company. It can be said that the death of Shao Ting's parents was caused by Li Zhigua, and this guy only supports pretty female college students? This is problematic in itself. Wu Guanghui climbed up trembling. One of his arms was broken, and there was a pin stuck on the back of his other hand. Although the identities of the two people in front of him are unknown, they are ruthless and don't seem to be easy to mess with. What was Li Zhigua's past? Shao Chen asked. Was a gangster, doing wholesale of Chinese patent medicines, and later on, I don't know how he founded a pharmaceutical company. Wu Guanghui said timidly. Then he took a fancy to Shao Yojia's company, so he found me. You were in charge of the company's logistics at that time, right? Did you do anything to their cold chain transportation? Shao Chen asked. Well, I didn't do anything. Wu Guanghui was scared to death by Shao Chen's look. He quickly changed his words. We just turned off the cold chain truck during transportation, causing the drug to become ineffective. Afterwards, many people died or became disabled because of their vaccines. Then, Shao Yojia was sentenced, the company went bankrupt and was acquired, and Li Zhigua obtained all the research and development results of Shao Yojia's company and established Xingbong Pharmaceutical. Shao Chen sorted out the information he had received. Yes, that's roughly the situation. Wu Guanghui nodded timidly. And, do you have anything else to add? Shao Chen turned his head and looked at Wanwan. Is the Xingbong Student Aid Fund established by Li Zhigua only aimed at female college students? Wanwan stared at Wu Guanghui and asked. Yes. Wu Guanghui nodded without hesitation. These female college students will be used by them, using their bodies as rewards, and even letting them use them to bribe some officials. This grandson, he appears to be righteous every day when being interviewed by the media, but in fact he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wanwan sneered. So you really don't know where the blood letter went? I really don't know. Besides, there must be a big shot behind Li Zhigua. Otherwise, how could he, a gangster, suddenly become the CEO of a listed company? Wu Guanghui said indignantly. He believed that he had made a great contribution to what happened back then. But after Li Zhigua got the benefits, he kicked him. Li Zhigua is now enjoying great success and fame, but he can only stay in such a small logistics park, and he is unwilling to accept this. Who is the person behind Li Zhigua? Shao Chen's heart moved. I don't know. Li Zhigua has always looked down on me. I only do things for money and don't ask about other things. Write down what happened that year and put your signature and fingerprints on it. Wanwan handed out a piece of paper and a pen. This, Wu Guanghui hesitated. This would mean going to jail. After all, Shao Yojia died unjustly, and his wife committed suicide after failing to overturn his case. Although the incident happened so long ago, and the person behind the scenes is also capable. But who knows if he will become a scapegoat? Don't worry, we only want to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. A small character like you is insignificant. Wanwan said, I promise you will be fine. I still don't know who you are. How can I believe your promise? Wu Guanghui said tremblingly. Just because my last name is Wan and I'm from Shanghai. Wanwan said lightly. The Wan Mansion in Shanghai. Wu Guanghui's pupil shrank. How about this? I'll call Uncle Huang and ask him to be the guarantor. Wanwan took out her cell phone, made a call, then walked aside and said a few words. It's Uncle San's call. Wanwan handed the phone to Wu Guanghui. Wu Guanghui was shocked. Uncle Huang's status in the underworld was not something he could question. He quickly took the phone and said respectfully, Uncle San, I'm Wu Guanghui. Listen to everything she says, and I will ensure that you will not die. Uncle San just said lightly, Yes, Uncle San, I understand. Wu Guanghui nodded continuously. The other party was indeed the third uncle from the sixth lane. He was a small figure and had only met the third uncle a few times at the hall council. He didn't even have the chance to approach and chat with her. His uncle's few words made beads of sweat appear on his forehead. Then he respectfully handed the phone back to Wanwan. I'll write it. I'll write down everything. With his uncle's guarantee, he had nothing to worry about, so he picked up the pen and wrote down everything he needed to write. After finishing it, Shao Chan read it several times and asked Wan to read it again to make sure there were no major problems. Then he asked this guy to sign his name and put his fingerprints on it. Chapter 4:21. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, good, you're cooperative. Shao Chun put away the two A4 papers and folded them. I will only deal with the big tiger behind the scenes. As for you, as long as you promise not to commit other crimes, I will not make things difficult for you. Wu Guanghui nodded and bowed to express his thanks, feeling a little aggrieved. After all, he was a man who had made some achievements in life, but now he was being held in the hands of a college student. Finally, after sending away the two play gods, Wu Guanghui plopped down on the sofa. If he hadn't been strong, he would have been tortured to death by Shao Chun. Brother, are you okay? It was only at this time that his younger brothers rushed in. Look at me now, do I look okay? Wu Guanghui roared. I'll take some people to catch up with them now. The younger brother expressed his loyalty. Go chase your mother. Call an ambulance for me. Wu Guanghui slapped his little brother on the head. Are you crazy? I finally got rid of these two play gods, and now you want to get them back? You think my appearance is not miserable enough, right? Yes, Brother Hui, I'll call an ambulance right now. His younger brother finally reacted and quickly picked up his phone to call an ambulance. It turns out I don't have to reason with people. That's great. Shao Chun felt refreshed after leaving. He has always believed that we now live in a society ruled by law and that we must be reasonable with others. But after meeting Wan this time, he discovered that there was no need to reason with these people. They would attack you if they disagreed with you. He was curious about what level Wan was in the past, as she actually had the demeanor of a gangster boss. Reasoning is for gentlemen. How can you reason with someone like Wu Guanghui? Wan looked at Shao Chun in some surprise. He's a guy who will behave like a hooligan if you try to reason with him. So if you want to get something out of him, there's only one way, and that's to beat him up. Beat him until he's completely submissive. I understand. Shao Chun nodded. This theory applies to everyone. That's right. Fists are the hard truth. Wan nodded with relief. You used to be too reasonable. As everyone knows, for some people, there is no need to reason with them. Thank you for your advice, Auntie. Shao Chun bowed his hands in a serious manner. Then he said with a chuckle, Auntie, I'm quite curious. What are you curious about? Wan turned around and looked at Shao Chun. I'm curious. What did you do in the past? Why do you look like a gangster boss? Shao Chun said. I was also a legendary figure in Yinjing more than 10 years ago. Wan chuckled. You and my mother are sisters. Why is there such a big difference in your personalities? Shao Chun was puzzled. There are two sisters in the same family. One is gentle and quiet, while the other must be stronger. As a family, there must always be internal and external aspects. She said gently, my sister is sensible and considers the overall situation, but people like her are easily bullied. I'm different. If you dare to mess with me or the people around me, I will beat you to death. I think it would be easier for people like you in this society, Shao Chun said. Who said it wasn't? Wan smiled faintly. Your father, Shao Guqing, is a pretty good person, but he has one weakness, which is that he is completely controlled by Shao Wanli. Wan said, if nothing unexpected happens, his mission this time will soon be over. When the time comes, your family of three will be reunited and never be separated again. What kind of person is he? Shao Chun was a little confused. In his eyes, is the Shao family more important? Or, am I more important? Of course you are important. Believe me, he will love you very much. When Wan looked at Shao Chun, this time he comes back, take this opportunity to make him cut off ties with the Shao family. You three could go to Shanghai, and we can live happily there. Okay. Shao Chun nodded slightly. His eyes became complicated. Shao Guqing, what kind of person are you? Overseas, Jinsampo area, Bonong Mountain area, Wadian River Basin. This place is known as the Little Amazon. The Lu River flows through northern Myanmar into the no-man's land of Sambiampo, then merges into the mainstream and flows all the way to the sea. The climate in the Wadian River Basin is hot and humid, and it is surrounded by mountains on both sides. The unique geographical location makes this place like a stagnant water. There are many poisonous obstacles between mountain streams and rivers. So many poisonous insects are bred. There are human-faced mosquitoes as big as a child's palm, king bees as big as an adult's fist, and many colorful poisonous snakes. In a hidden cave, Shao Guqing and his 4 teammates were almost out of ammunition and food. 3 of the teammates were injured, and only Shao Guqing and Zhang Jian were intact. Zhang Jian has been trying to contact the outside world using a satellite phone. There was still no signal from the satellite phone. It must be that the people chasing us blocked the signal. Captain, there's still no signal. Zhang Jian licked his cracked lips and said, "This is not a solution. How about we give it a try?" Shao Guqing slowly raised his head, his eyes still firm. He glanced at his three teammates, several of whom were seriously injured. Among them, Xiao Zhao's leg was infected after being shot, and the entire leg was rotten almost to the thigh. Antibiotics are no longer effective, and now, if he wants to save his life, he has no choice but to amputate his entire right leg. The other two were in slightly better condition, but one of them was stabbed in the abdomen and his intestines flowed out and were then stuffed back in. Fortunately, he has not been infected, but if he is not treated in time, the consequences will be very serious. Another teammate was bitten by an unknown poisonous insect and had a high fever and was in a semi-comatose state. Breakout? How? The enemy was holding on tightly. On the surface, this group of people were special forces from abroad, but Shao Guqing clearly saw someone different among them. Aliens refer to people with special abilities who come from churches and certain extremist organizations. Ask him to let go of his comrades. He couldn't do it. Captain, Xiao Zhao opened his eyes. You and Zhang Jian break through. Don't worry about us. Yes, Captain, let's break out. If we continue like this, we will all die. The teammate who was stabbed in the abdomen endured the pain and moved over. You three should have a good rest. Zhang Jian, come out with me. Shao Guqing stood up and walked out. It was early morning, and there was a thick fog in the mountains with visibility less than 20 meters. The thick fog and the toxins emitted by the unknown trees around created a miasma here. It makes it difficult for people to breathe. Shao Guqing took out a dagger and threw it casually. With a puff, a poisonous creature more than 1 meter long and covered with colorful spots was cut into two. He pulled the dagger out of the tree, wiped it clean, and put it back on his leg. Captain, if Xiao Zhao and the others don't get treatment, they will die. Zhang Jian said, we have run out of medicine. This is not a solution. So I asked you out today to discuss a countermeasure with you. Shao Guqing said, I will lure the enemy, and you will find an opportunity to break through. Chapter 422, Hard Fight. I won't leave. Zhang Jian became excited. If we have to die, let's die together. Listen, Zhang Jian, you are still young. Shao Guqing said in a deep voice, we Kanglangs must leave roots and cannot all die here. If anyone is to leave, it should be you. We can all die, but you can't. You are the soul of Songlong. Without you, Songlong will only exist in name. Zhang Jian gritted his teeth. Listen, Zhang Jian, I was already a walking corpse 18 years ago. Shao Guqing grabbed Zhang Jian and said, I lost my child. Although I have not given up looking for him for so many years, he can't be found. I have no face to see your sister-in-law. My best destination is to die outside. No. Zhang Jian wanted to refute. But from the woods in the distance, more than a dozen birds jumped out in panic and flew in all directions. They are coming. Get ready to fight. Shao Guqing's expression changed, and he drew out a dagger with his backhand. Zhang Jian also entered combat mode in a second. He pulled out a gun and followed. In the woods, several short mercenaries wearing military green camouflage approached. There were 6 of them, forming a tight formation, staring intently at the surroundings with sharp eyes. As soon as there is any disturbance, the formation will change immediately and the 6 submachine guns will point in one direction at the same time. Suddenly, one of them kicked down a stone. As a mercenary, he instinctively sensed the crisis. When he looked up, a sharp wooden stake, sharpened and coated with venom, flew towards his head. Puff! The mercenary's right eye was pierced, and he fell to the ground without a sound. The leading mercenary shouted in Southeast Asian, and the remaining 5 quickly dispersed and stood guard. However, when they were dispersing, one of them tripped over a steel wire as thin as a hair. Bang! A booby trap popped up. Get down. The leading mercenary roared in Southeast Asian language and quickly lay down. Boom! Half of the head of the nearest mercenary was blown off. Another mercenary who didn't have time to dodge was covered in blood and wailing on the ground. Group 6 has spotted the enemy, requesting reinforcements. The mercenary captain lay on the ground, yelling into the walkie-talkie. Then his teammates fell one after another, and then there was a gunshot, and the walkie-talkie in his hand was hit. He quickly rolled to the grass on the side, holding his head and curled up into a ball. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement around him. He opened his eyes in a daze, only to see a tall man standing in front of him. The mercenary quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist. He was born in the Delta and had been to the battlefield. After retiring, He gathered a group of comrades and became mercenaries. His reaction was also extremely fast, from drawing the gun to aiming, all in one go. He had absolute confidence that he could defeat the opponent because he had excellent marksmanship in shooting in the army. However, Shao Guqing just looked at him quietly. The moment his hand was on the trigger, the dagger in Shao Guqing's hand fell. Hiss! Blood splattered everywhere. Half of the mercenary's hand fell to the ground along with his gun. He staggered back a few steps, opening his mouth wide and letting out a scream. However, as soon as he spoke, Shao Guqing stabbed him again. He fell to the ground with a plop, his eyes wide open. He never understood until his death why someone's knife was faster than his gun. Captain! Zhang Jian ran over, breathing slightly. Seeing an injured mercenary still struggling, he shot him dead with one shot. Collect useful supplies and move immediately. Shao Chunsheng looked tense. The other party had already passed the message before he died, and a large number of mercenaries would rush over soon. These mercenaries are nothing. What is scary are the aliens hidden among them. They're the most troublesome. But if we go further inside, we will reach the Devil's Pond, said Zhang Jian. Shao Guqing frowned. The Devil's Pond was a place that none of the locals dared to set foot in. It was deep in the rainforest and was also the most terrifying place. Move first, then make plans, Shao Chunsheng said in a deep voice. Zhang Jian nodded, quickly collected supplies, and then retreated. Chennai Technology, office. Shao Chun has been a bit more diligent in coming to the company recently and has organized several meetings. The company's management and front desk staff all know Shao Chun. Mr. Shao. Early in the morning, a girl knocked on Shao Chen's door. Gumein. Shao Chen was looking at some information and spoke without even raising his head. As the door opened, a girl walked in, wearing a burgundy, professional, slim-fitting black suit jacket that outlined her tall figure with smooth and neat lines. She wore a white shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing her slender neck, adding a sense of casualness and confidence. She wore a narrow skirt of the same color, which was just the right length to show off her long legs. She wore black high heels and took every step with determination and composure. Her hair was neatly tied up, revealing her smooth forehead, and a few strands of hair naturally fell on her cheeks, adding a bit of softness. Mr. Shao, I'm Sun Yin, the assistant to Vice President Shao. Mr. Shao has something that I'd like to ask for your approval on. The girl came close to Shao Chun and placed several documents in her hand on Shao Chen's desk. She deliberately shortened the distance between herself and Shao Chun, and a few strands of her hair casually fell on the back of Shao Chen's hand. And being so close to her, the breath she exhaled and the fragrance on her body were enough to make any man's heart flutter. Shao Chen couldn't help but look up at her and happened to meet a pair of soft eyes. After taking a few glances at the documents in his hand, Shao Chun closed the file. Mr. Shao, this is a cake I made myself. You could try it if you don't mind. Sun Yin smiled playfully and stretched out his hands behind his back. A very delicate and small cake was placed on Shao Chen's desk. The strawberry bear shape exudes the fragrance of cream and looks very appetizing. Did you make this yourself? It looks pretty good, Shao Chun said with a smile. If Mr. Shao likes it, I can make it for you every day, or you can come to my house after I get off work. It tastes better if it's freshly made. Sun Yin's voice was sweet and a little shy. I believe no man can refuse such a blatant suggestion, right? Shao Chen couldn't help but glance at her, and she blinked at him. Sweets are difficult to digest. I'm afraid I can't enjoy them. Shao Chen's words made Sun Yin's smile freeze. Shao Chun pushed the information and cake in his hand back. Also, I just looked at these materials, and there are a few problems. Please point out where the problem is, Mr. Shao, and I'll go back and revise it. Sun Yin calmed herself down and lifted her hair, looking extremely charming. Let your Vice President Shao report to me personally, Shao Chun said. Mr. Shao, our Vice President Shao said that I am fully responsible for this batch of documents. Sun Yin was stunned. Chapter 423, she begins to act. There are some things you can't be responsible for. Shao Chun picked up the other documents again and started reading without saying another word. Sun Yin bit her lip, put away the information and cake, and looked at Shao Chun with resentful eyes. It seemed that she felt that Shao Chun was a little unkind to women, and there are really not many men who can reject her kindness in this way in person. But Shao Chun simply ignored her gaze, lowered his head to look at the data, and was indifferent to her charming and friendly attitude. Helplessly, Sun Yin had to take the documents and leave the office. Shao Chen glanced at her back and sneered. Using a honey trap? This method is a bit shameless, But who does Shao Ting think she is? An animal who only thinks with his lower body and pounces on women when he sees them? Office of the Deputy General Manager. He asked me to report in person. Shao Ting's writing movements froze slightly. She looked up in disbelief. Nian Nian, do you know why I sent you there? I know. Sun Yan's face flushed slightly. And my previous methods always worked. I don't know why they don't work on him today. Maybe he doesn't like your type? Xiao Ting Freunet. That shouldn't be the case. In her opinion, Shao Chun is at the age of full vigor and vitality. His subordinate Sun Yan was also good at dealing with men. Would Shao Chun reject it outright? Was it because he didn't like it? Or was he too defensive towards himself? Boss Shao, I think. Sun Yan coughed lightly and said, the methods we used before are not suitable for Shao Chun. He is not an ordinary person, so we cannot use the same methods to deal with him. What you said makes sense. Shao Ting showed a thoughtful look. Okay, I understand. I'll go meet him. Shao Chun reviewed a few documents and stretched himself. In the past hour or so, several groups of people came in. There are people from finance, human resources, and marketing departments. Although their positions were not very high, these people directly bypassed their superiors and came to Shao Chun to report their work for various reasons. It is obvious that these people were planted by Shao Ting. This woman's methods are indeed extraordinary. In just a few days, she was able to control the most important departments. Although these people do not hold high positions, they do not follow company rules and report to their superiors one by one. Boss Shao, Ren Yuan walked in and closed the door. He said helplessly, the company's recent situation. Okay, I know everything. Reporting to a higher level is a serious matter, right? Has it interfered with your normal work? Shao Chen asked. Yes, President Shao also noticed it. These people were planted by Shao Ting. Pei Yuan smiled bitterly. Her purpose is to disrupt the normal working order of the company and achieve her ulterior motives. Shao Chun touched his chin. So how did you tell her about setting up a new project? No reply. Seems not interested at all. Ren Yuan shook his head, and she sped up the deployment as if she was in a hurry. You're right to be anxious. Shao Chen nodded. Just hold on for a few days. I'll go visit someone after get off work today. If nothing goes wrong, the current situation can be reversed in about 3 days. 3 days? Mr. Shao means that she will leave the company in 3 days? Ren Yuan asked in surprise. No, in 3 days, she will be one of us. Shao Chun smiled slightly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, Shao Ting's voice came. Boss Shao, I'm here to report to you. Shao Chun and Ren Yuan looked at each other. The latter nodded and opened the door. Ren Yuan and Shao Ting nodded to each other, and then Ren Yuan walked out. Shao Ting took the information that Shao Chun had sent back and said with a smile, Boss Shao, I asked Nian Nian to send the information just now, but you sent it back. I've already fixed the problems inside. Nian Nian has been with me for 5 years. In fact, as long as you circle these small problems, she will correct them. I have no doubt about the abilities of your man. Shao Chen smiled. But Mr. Shao, the people you recommended to join the company in recent days all report to higher levels. Isn't that a bad idea? Overstepping the level of the leader. Shao Ting pretended to be confused, then said apologetically, Sorry, Mr. Shao. These people are my former subordinates and colleagues. That was the way they worked before, and they may not be able to adapt to the new company for a while. You have to adapt. These people you promote are very capable. Shanghai Technology is a new company, and what it needs is talent. Shao Chen nodded slightly. But this way of working is not only ineffective, but also disrupts the company's rhythm. What do you think? Then I'll go back and tell them, I'm sorry, Mr. Shao, for causing you trouble. Shao Ting put down the information. Please approve these funds promptly, Mr. Shao. The amount is a bit large, but it is related to the marketing department and chip procurement, so we can't be careless. I've just looked at the information. There's no big problem, but the company's authority lies with President Run. Just ask him for approval. Shao Chun said with a smile. Are you kidding? Right off the bat, you're talking about the movement of hundreds of millions of funds. Do you think I'm stupid? Mr. Shao really trusts Mr. Run. Shao Ting looked at Shao Chun with a playful expression. How could she not see that Shao Chun was making excuses? Even if she went to Ren Yuan for this funding, it would most likely not be approved. Mr. Ren is serious and reliable in his work. I could trust him. Shao Chun smiled slightly and said, and the financial power of the company is under the charge of Mr. Run. Shao Chun leaned back in his chair and looked straight at her. It's a good thing that Mr. Shao can trust his subordinates. Shao Ting nodded gently. But about Mr. Run, I have heard some gossip since I came to the company. What gossip? Shao Chun showed a vigilant look. I heard that Mr. Ren has several companies under his name and even invested in some supplier groups. Shao Ting asked, did Mr. Shao allow these things? I really don't know about these things. How could such a thing exist? Shao Chun was surprised. The expressions on his face were very rich. Surprise, confusion, anger, and the feeling of being betrayed were almost all written on his face. Shao Ting looked at Shao Chun with some doubt. She was wondering if Shao Chun really believed it. That's unscientific. She was just trying to sow discord. Shao Chun was not a fool. He couldn't possibly believe it, right? Mr. Shao, I just heard someone say this casually. I don't know the specific situation. Maybe it's a rumor deliberately created by someone with ulterior motives. Xiao Ting smiled. Even if it's just a rumor, we can't just let it go. Shao Chun showed a trace of anger on his face. People with ulterior motives are good at using rumors to alienate the company's leadership. So this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Xiao Ting smiled. She was sure that Shao Chun acted like this just for her to see. Chapter 424. This kid is not simple. This kid is really not simple. Then Mr. Shao, if there's nothing else, I will get busy first. Shao Ting said. Mr. Shao, please go and do your work. I have a headache and need to go to the hospital. Shao Chun said as he picked up his coat. He said to himself, there was a problem with the vaccine from Shanghai Group when I was a kid. Oh. Shao Ting put one hand on the door and her whole body froze. The word Shanghai was something she never dared to mention or even think about. She held the door handle so tightly that one of her hands turned white. Finally, she adjusted her mood, slowly opened the door, and pushed it open to walk out. Shao Chen's lips curled up, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Nguyen Guang Entertainment, President's Office. When Wan couldn't smoke in front of Shao Chun, she scratched her head in annoyance and asked, why can't I smoke? This is for your own good, Auntie. Smoking is harmful to your health. Shao Chun said with a grin. I really feel like I owed you in my previous life. When Wan was helpless, she sat down, grabbed another lollipop, and put it in her mouth. While eating, he said, the information about Xingbong Pharmaceutical has been collected. The legal person of this company is Li Jigua. That's exactly what Wu Guanghui said. Shao Chun nodded. But the boss of a company usually doesn't act as the legal representative, right? Yes, I checked some information about Li Jigua and felt that he was not the real boss of Xingbong Pharmaceutical. So the boss behind Xingbong Pharmaceutical is someone else, right? Shao Chun asked. Of course, but we haven't found any useful information yet. When Wan stood up, come with me. Where are you going? Shao Chun asked. I have an appointment with Li Jigua tonight to discuss the endorsement of their company's new drug. When Wan said leisurely, take this opportunity to ask him something. Will he cooperate? Shao Chun was a little puzzled. He will cooperate. When Wan smiled slightly. A banquet is going on at the Century Hotel. This is the new drug launch conference of Xingbong Pharmaceutical, a famous pharmaceutical company in Yanjing. Many celebrities and media were invited to the venue. Just looking at the lineup of these media and the fact that there is no negative news about Xingbong Pharmaceutical on the internet, their public relations work is excellent. It is said that they invest hundreds of millions of RMB in public relations every year. So when people died from taking their medicines a few years ago and large-scale mass incidents occurred, there was not even a ripple on the internet. Li Jigua just turned 50 this year and has a kind and gentle face. Moreover, the media widely publicized the fact that he sponsored female college students online, so his image in the minds of ordinary people is extremely good. Moreover, he recently spent money to get the title of charity ambassador. In the poster, he is holding a banner, and there are primary school students beside him giving him flowers and saluting him. This press conference was held at an extremely high level, with essays from celebrities, models, media, and various big verses filling the space. Their Chaihu liver protection pills, whose effects are even better than those of health supplements, have been hyped up with the titles of intangible cultural heritage and secret recipe. After having a good meal and drinking, the cooperation was finalized, and Li Jigua couldn't wait to pull the little star who had just signed the endorsement contract to the box. The little blue pill taken beforehand had already taken effect at this time. This star is not a native of Yanjing. She has a pure appearance and a hot body. Li Jigua couldn't wait to rush forward, but the girl named Chu Wei pushed him away. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Chu Wei's tone was a little flustered. Pretending? Still pretending? Haha, you're worthy of being in a drama. Are you trying to play something different with me? Li Jigua took off his coat and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his fat and loose flesh. His eyes sparkled with excitement, Just now at the drinking party, you hinted to me a lot. What am I hinting at you? I just toasted you a few glasses of wine out of gratitude for our cooperation. What did I do? Chu Wei said in a panic, backing away continuously. Without your hint, do you really think you can get this endorsement contract? Li Jiguo rubbed his hands. He had been drooling over this girl for a long time. She was a new artist, and it seemed that she had not been developed by the secular world. This type of girl is exactly what he likes. He is tired of the old practice of taking advantage of college students, so it will be nice to change his taste. Don't keep me in suspense, come on, hee. Li Jiguo pounced on her madly. Chu Wei screamed and was thrown to the ground. She called for help and struggled, but to no avail. Just then, the door creaked open and someone walked in. Li Jiguo woke up suddenly, but he immediately thought it was some ignorant employee. He yelled, "Who let you in? Get out right now." The visitor did not go out, but closed the door. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and turned on the video. Xiaochen held the phone and said, "Although Mr. Li is a little older, he is still as vigorous as ever. Why not take a picture of it and upload it to some website so that everyone can see it?" "Who are you?" Li Jiguo then realized that something was wrong. He then remembered that there were bodyguards at the door when he was doing business, and no employee would accidentally barge in. Now that this man and woman have come in, there must be something wrong. When Wan helped the disheveled Chu Wei up. "Are you okay?" "It's okay, President Wan." Chu Wei, who had been panic-stricken just now, is now surprisingly calm. She smiled, stood up and straightened her clothes. Then he found the camera from a corner and took out the memory card. "Are you setting a trap for me?" Li Jiguo's face changed. Chu Wei's actions just now were pretended, but it must be said that he acted very realistically. The feeling of being forced came out, and what's even worse is that these things were all recorded on video. If it were to get out, he'd be finished. "Mr. Li, how is this a trap? You tried to force a female artist under me, but failed." Wan took the memory card and shook it in her hand. "If I call the police now, guess what will happen?" "Haha, you went to so much trouble to frame me, but you didn't get what you wanted. Would you just call the police?" Li Ziwu's not up. He has seen a lot of things, so you think he'll be scared by this kind of scene? No way. Unexpectedly, when Wan said 2 words without saying anything, "Call the police." "Okay, Mr. Wan." Chu Wei nodded and picked up the phone to call the police. Li Jiguo originally thought that Chu Wei was just bluffing, but when Tao Meng arrived at the scene wearing a police uniform, he was dumbfounded. They actually called the police? What was their purpose? Aren't they after money or other benefits? What's the point of calling the police? With a click, a pair of handcuffs were put on Li Jiguo's hands. He finally reacted and roared, "Wait, I need to make a phone call." "I can't fight." Tao Meng glanced at him. Chapter 425, Do you want to be beaten? "I call my lawyer. This is my right." Li Jiguo said angrily. "Why don't you let me call?" "Because I'm not from the Public Security Bureau." Tao Meng took out his ID and threw it in front of Li Jiguo. Seeing the 3 golden words, Ministry of Security, Li Jiguo was dumbfounded. If he is taken to the police station and uses his connections, he will be fine, and the matter can be suppressed after he is released. But the Security Bureau is different. The procedures there are completely different from those of ordinary police stations. He felt as if he had an invisible noose around his neck, unable to move forward or backward. "Do you plan to talk about it? Or do you plan to die without a burial place after the truth is revealed?" Xiaochen asked. "Let's talk." Li Jiguo hung his head and compromised. "Officer Tao, you've worked hard. You should go outside and have a rest first." Xiao Chun smiled slightly. "Is there anything I can't hear?" Tao Meng glared at Xiao Chun. "It's not that I can't listen, but I don't want to cause you any more trouble." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. "It's okay. I'm not afraid of trouble." Tao Meng moved a chair and sat down. "Officer Tao is a police officer. Let her listen here. She can think of more than us." When Wan said, Xiao Chun thought so too, so he closed the door again. "Who are you?" Li Jiguo asked in a disheveled manner. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wan, the chairman of Wan Entertainment. This is my nephew Xiao Chun. We have some questions for you." Wan walked up to him. "I don't have any grudges against your Wan Entertainment, right?" Li Jiguo asked. "There is indeed no grudge between us, but as I said, there are some things I want to ask you about." Wan said, "Just ask if you have any questions." Li Jiguo closed his eyes. Things have come to this point. There is no point in struggling any further. "Do you know Wu Guangwei?" Xiao Chun took out a file bag. "I know him. What's wrong?" Li Ziwu's Yelidzuisha. "So, is everything he said true?" Xiao Chun took out the testimony that Wu Guanghui had written earlier and placed it in front of Li Jiguo. Li Jiguo's expression changed drastically after just a few glances. He suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly, "Slander! These are all slander." You know whether it is slander or not. If we don't have substantial evidence, we won't come to you. When Wan smiled, Li Jigua, it was you who instructed Wu Guanghui to turn off the temperature control of the cold chain vehicle, causing the vaccine to become ineffective, right? Shao Chen said. Shao Yujia, the chairman of Shanghai Biopharmaceuticals, which was developing rapidly at that time and ranked first in domestic biopharmaceutical research and development, was framed and killed by you. His wife committed suicide after she failed to overturn his case. You are the mastermind behind this. Nonsense, this is not true. Li Jigua naturally denied this matter. Li Jigua, who are you working for? Tao Meng, who had been sitting next to him, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Who am I working for? I'm the boss of Xingbang Pharmaceutical, so of course I'm working for myself. Li Jigua was stunned. Really? Tao Meng glanced at him and flipped through Li Jigua's file. 6 years ago, Xingbang Pharmaceutical used sulfuric acid to increase the properties of its drugs, causing nearly 100 people to be poisoned and more than a dozen people to die of organ failure. 4 years ago, a certain drug was suspected of counterfeiting. 3 years ago, a certain drug contained an excessive amount of banned ingredients. You're the legal representative of the company. Although these things have been suppressed, if they're brought to light, any one of them can get you a life sentence. Are you sure you want to take it all? Who are you? Li Jigua's legs were shaking. These things did happen, and he spent a lot of money on public relations and bribes at the time. This is how these things were suppressed. But it's a little too scary that Tao Meng could find out all these things just by flipping through her phone. It's not important, but if you insist on fighting to the end, at least a suspended death sentence will be waiting for you. Tao Meng put down the phone. What happened in the past is not over. It's just that you haven't been held accountable for it yet. Do you really think that you have done the public relations and everything will be fine after you just spend the money? Find out about the reckoning later. Li Jigua began to feel a little uneasy. He really couldn't handle all this. But the origins of these people in front of him were unknown, so he planned to get away with it for now. This is slander, slander. Pa! Shao Chan slapped him directly. With a thud, Li Jigua was thrown to the ground, with blood foaming from his mouth. Shao Chan is now quite powerful. Although he held back when he slapped this guy, he still made him see stars. Be serious. We are asking you a question. Have you considered whether it is you who will die, or the person behind you who will die? You're a policeman. How can you resort to lynching? Li Jigua calmed down and looked at Tao Meng for help. My personal safety is threatened. Tao Meng glanced at him coldly, with disgust in her eyes. This kind of person usually behaves like a hooligan, but now he wants the police to protect him in a life-and-death situation? Do you think I'm too easy to talk to? Wen Wan smiled, and her expression gradually became colder. It seems that I have to let you suffer a little bit. Aunt, this guy is old and can't stand the hardship. If he dies, we won't be able to get anything out of him, right? Shao Chan hurriedly advised her. It's okay. This kind of person is a nuisance. It's not that easy to kill him. Wen Wan said calmly, leave it to me. In 5 minutes, I guarantee that he will be able to speak. Okay, I'll start the time now, 5 minutes. Shao Chun smiled, sat aside, and checked the time on his phone. 5 minutes of ghost howling. When Li Jigua was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood and trembling. Exactly 5 minutes were up. Can we chat now? Shao Chen asked. Yes. Li Jigua nudda fabili. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have gotten beaten up. Shao Chan felt speechless. You villains are born to be mean. Li Jigua didn't dare to say a word. He just hoped that the plague god in front of him would finish his questioning quickly and leave. Do you know what this thing is? Shao Chan placed a photo of the blood letter in front of Li Jigua. Li Jigua's pupils shrank slightly, and then he fell silent. From the look of you, you should know something. Shao Chun asked with interest. What is your relationship with Shao Yojia? Are you planning to overturn his case? Li Jigua calmed down. If so, what will happen? Shao Chen asked. I advise you to give up this idea. You can't overturn Shao Yojia's case. Li Jigua gritted his teeth. Why? Shao Chun stared at Li Jigua. Because the situation is complicated, and I'm just a small follower. Li Jigua lauga bitarli. I see. That means there's a bigger person behind you supporting you, right? When one asked, who is this big person? What is his purpose? Chapter 426, it will be worse if you don't say it. You, the boss of an entertainment company, and you, a college student? Li Jigua lauga. He said miserably, excuse me, but compared to your guy, you are not even an ant.